Welcome to another exciting, explosive edition of the Voice of the Collar Nation radio show. Welcome as we enter 16 straight days of Collarland spectacular, superior broadcasting. Welcome, folks. Let's see, edit, okay, edit, here change, okay, no. All right, welcome, folks. So, folks, let me make sure I got everything right. Switch. I got okay. If you want, okay, I'm on Twitch and YouTube right now. You know, Rico, man. I planned tonight specially for you, man. I'm glad you're here, man, because this night is dedicated to Rico. You know, I'm gonna put all the FBA business out in the street. I'm gonna tell it all like it is. And Rico, come on, call in sometime, man. Don't be scared, man. I'm not gonna give your name to the government. The government gonna come and hunt you down for your child support back payment. They can find you. So call in, Rico. Call in, Rico. Step right up, and get knocked right back the fuck down. Step right up. But when you got topics like the myth of black poverty, and when you got somebody like the College Genesis bringing it, right? 16 straight days, 6-hour shows average, not average, 6 hours or over for 16 straight days. Now, that the College Genesis is on a roll. It's going to get hot until here tonight. So stop what you're doing. I'm married, my kids are okay, that's good. But do you have any side chicks with side chicks on the side, so I don't know. That's if you are, man, if you're a respectable man, come over to this side right here, Rico. Come and be a black nationalist, be a Pan-Africanist, brother. Don't be remember that gay ass FBA shit, man. You're a man. We need men. That FBA gay ass, that queer ass FBA shit. But yeah, when you got a topic like the myth of black poverty, and we got somebody like the College Genesis, the chief host of the Voice of the Collar Nation radio show, broadcasting on YouTube, and a blogger, author on the case. Things are going to get hot. What's going down. So what I suggest you do, like, share, subscribe, right? Go get some ice cream tonight. I ate my banana pudding last night. Oh, my God, man. I snuck downstairs, last night when Kaizo and Jay. I said, man, these guys are going at it, right? I said, I went downstairs, man, had me some banana pudding, whatever like that. Someone else ate all the rest of vanilla ice cream. But so I just had banana pudding by itself. And oh my God, it was great. So I'm done. I come back upstairs. These guys are still going at it. I like that. I can walk away from my platform and it's still going. That's when you got a good show. You just create that energy and it just takes off. But yeah, we got a good show tonight. The myth of black poverty, black poverty. And like I said, what I did was I hijacked some of the FBA's talking points and used them for myself, For example, I saw this one video that's going around, right? Where this so-called FBA lady is debating a Jamaican American about some council seat in the Bronx, right? And she was like, I'm here for black Americans. So what's the difference, right? And the guy was like, what's the difference? I'm Jamaican. I'm born in the Bronx. I'm an American like you are. She goes, no, you're not. She goes, your lineage is that you came here as an immigrant and you basically have sympathy because you're talking about all these illegals in New York City. He's like, oh, they're coming to the country and all this kind of stuff. She was like, I don't give a fuck why they came here. All I know is they're taking resources and they are. They're suppressing wages. They're taking up housing. They're taking everything. They're moving black people in America out of New York, He didn't see it that way because he's an immigrant his damn self, even though he was born in the Bronx. So that right there, as far as like the FBA is concerned, is a legitimate talking point. That's where I do agree with some. But even though I always say the FBA they hijack legitimate talking points that, that basically are wedge issues and whatnot. They use that to bring all the other bullshit that they peddle, like we were already here, slavery never happened, and We ain't African and all kind of stupid shit that they talk and whatnot. Well, so I just came to the conclusion after just research, right? I realized that the people who are FBA for the most part, not all of them, right? But for the most part, these are people who didn't grow up with Ebony magazine in the house, right? They didn't grow up with a black African American encyclopedia in the house. They didn't grow up with encyclopedias at all in the house. They didn't basically grow up. Yeah, they didn't grow up with anything edifying as far as black culture. They probably didn't watch Roots as a kid. They didn't watch shows like Getting to Know Me and whatnot. They probably didn't watch black shows that basically dealt with black issues back then. So therefore, if you have a household and you don't have Ebony and Jet magazine around the house, you don't have the autobiography of Malcolm X around the house, right? You don't have pictures of Martin Luther King on your wall. You don't have a picture of, you don't have people memorizing Martin Luther King's speech. And you don't have pictures of Fred Hampton and Malcolm X on the wall. You don't have pictures of the Black Panthers on the wall, whatever like that, all this I grew up around. If you don't have all these things and whatnot, you are not going to be black. You're going to end up becoming an FBA thinking, when I was coming up, I knew about my ancestors. I knew, when I looked at the slave ships and everything like that, I knew the story of my people. You can't just come out of nowhere talking about, oh, we were already here. Prove that no slave ships existed and whatnot. This is a friggin' nonsense that these FBAs believe in. They want to get out of being black because they're ashamed of their history. There's nothing to be ashamed of. It happened. And when I look at my whole history, right? When you look at what we was able to accomplish in this country, it's unbelievable. Let me tell you something to my black immigrant friends, right? Look, America that you enjoy right now would not be anything if it wasn't for us. We carved out, they had no intention of ever letting people of color be a part of this country. We broke that barrier because we believed in ourselves, and we eventually convinced enough of them. What's up, Kung Fu Fana? We eventually convinced enough of them to change their hearts and minds. And that's why you have a country where people come from all over. Now these people are saying, you know something? We let our guard down. We thought, that, okay, we let the blacks become citizens of the 14th Amendment. Now they're dealing with things like Ilhan Omar. Now they're dealing with floods of freaking people like Nigerian criminals, scam artists and whatnot, Now you got Indian scam artists. You got all these people coming from all over. Not saying they're all scam artists, but America, when you got people coming over here doing their own thing, when they're not assimilating into the culture, This Immigration Act of 1965 was signed right along with the Voting Rights Act. The Voting Rights Act the ink wasn't even dry on the paper before they pushed that in, and that funded, and it was through the Civil Rights Act and the Voting Rights momentum, right? That was that momentum that got the Immigration Act of 1965 passed through. Had there been no Civil Rights movement, that Immigration Act of 65 would have never passed. But don't listen to a fool like Afrodamus about we were coming here. So it's like, no, the fuck they wasn't. No people were allowed in America unless you came from Europe. You had to have a European passport. And African countries were not existing at the time. They didn't have passport. You couldn't just migrate here. So if Afrodamus says that, can Professor Afrodamus explain how they got over here? If he said, and what neighborhoods and communities they lived in? Because the people who did came over here, Jamaicans from England, never directly from Jamaica, but usually came through London and something like that, No, Uncle Van, that's a lie. That's a lie. You got to come up here and prove it. There were no people allowed from Africa to migrate legally from here. That's a lie. That's a lie these revisionist Africans are telling you. They were not living in America. There was only two Americas, one black, one white. And bottom line is this, the first black people didn't see their first African until like the 70s. No one knew about it. They had a few people like Kwame Nkrumah, but he came here through London. He was a British subject. Nobody came here from Africa. Those are black Brits who came here, They didn't tell me. America didn't know. Nobody told you that, bro. You didn't read that. That's pseudo shit that you read online, man. Stop it, Have you heard Somalis saying they was here? Yeah, now the Somalis are saying they were here thousands of years ago. I guess Congo Fanta believes that too. I guess he believes the Somalis, his friends, were here 3,000 years ago. Okay, all right, all right, all right, all right. All right, all right. Like I said, all this crazy shit. That's why I said on this channel, this is where all the bullshit ends, And I'm not gonna tell anybody knows when I talk, I'm telling the truth, right? If I thought it was real, I knew it was real, I'd say it. But I done my research, it doesn't happen. The Somalis built the Olmecs. Okay. The Olmecs were not Somalis. The Olmecs were not black. They were Amerindians, so yeah, so Africans were not here in the 1950s either, There were no Africans here in the 1950s. Can you show me one African, a Kung Fu Panda, can you name one African? Can you name one? The only African that came here was this Congolese kid, and they brought him over here and put him in the Bronx Zoo, right? And they treated him like an animal. They was throwing food at him and that, and he was rescued by the black community. Said he's from the Congo, he's one of us, whatnot. And they had sharpened his teeth to look like an animal, right? And he was put in a cage at the Bronx Zoo. It was an infamous case. He was put in a cage, right? And then what happened was the black community in New York City took him in, but he ended up committing suicide. So that's what you have, America is a black man's fucking hell. No black man, no serious black man migrated here willingly until 1965 when we changed the country. But yeah, so that guy came over here. I'm gonna try if I can find a video. He came over here as somebody's property, actually. Let me see if I can find that. Let's see, Congolese. Man, brought to the Bronx, brought to America. American Zoo. Yeah, here's a friggin' story of Ota Benga. Ota Benga. A sad story. A sad story. Now, Kung Fu Fanta wants to know about something like this. Let's talk about Ota Benga and his sad story. This is the African who came to America. He came from the Congo. It says 1904, Ota Benga was taken to the United States of America. On arrival, he was put in a zoo with monkeys and displayed like an animal at the Bronx Zoo. That's what they thought of Africans. Don't let that fool Afrodamus tell you. They thought you was nothing but a fucking monkey. Kenyans were not arriving no damn United States. Lord have mercy, man. You guys believe all this bullshit, They were not arriving no damn United States, The only time you see Kenyans or whatever like that, if they came to America, they became through black churches and stuff like that sponsored them. And they stayed with black community in America, a few of them. Like Nnamdi Azikiwe, president of Nigeria. He was put up by black America, and he went to Howard and Morehouse, I believe, You know, can living life with primary few students, individuals seeking education. Yeah, of course. America during the Cold War was bringing people over here as students and stuff like. Same thing with the Soviet Union, but that was no mass immigration of people here. Man, please stop the nonsense. You know, you guys listen too much after dumbass. If Adamus came here in 1906, right, he would have been put in a zoo too. People came to see him. He was put there with monkeys. You know, that's what they thought of Africans. Really, that's what they thought of Africans. Now, this didn't happen in Nazi Germany, right? You see this basically here where these two girls have Africans in a cage. You know, they do this all. This was somebody else. They used to do this all the time, man. Bring Africans from the Congo and freaking put them in cages like animals. This is what they thought of Africans. You know, this is what we stopped. You know, this is what they thought of Africans before we put our foot down and up their ass say, hell no, you will not treat our race like that. If one, the way we look at it, if one African is oppressed, we all are oppressed. That's why we didn't stand for this shit. You know, we're not cowards like a Soninke warrior, you know, the biggest cowards on the fucking planet. We stand up. We're warriors. We're real warriors. Every time I hear that story, it enrages me. You know, enraged. One, because my ancestors are from the Congo. I guess I feel something like that. My ancestors' bloodline comes from the Congo or whatnot, so I really feel something like that, that connection like that. But the audacity of another race of people to dehumanize and take away what God gave it to us, which is our humanity, is unforgivable. You know, really, it's unforgivable. That's why there's always going to be this line in the sand between the black man and the white man in this country, right? And that's the way it's going to be, you know, to the end of time. It's always going to be like that. There's always that line in demarcation, you know, between black and white in this country. And we're not giving in. We're never going to give in to these people, you know? Sorry. If you thought we are going to freaking roll over and play nice and whatnot and bark like I think you need to talk to 1776. I think you need to talk to clowns like that or not. But real black men, we don't buckle or we don't bow. Now, I don't talk to that dude, which we call Frank Donald. I didn't want to tell you, the guy's a clown, you know? What's that debate? If somebody says black America don't have no culture, the whole culture of America is based on black America. Everything you do and see is black America. White people had no damn culture. Everything you see, their music, everything, the way we talk, everything in America is black American culture. You know, we basically made this country in our image. American culture is black American culture. So all this. So when somebody don't know, what you call, you know, what you call, what do you mean by ice cream? You know, I don't know what you're talking about. You know, for the most part, everything in America you see, whatnot, you know, everything you see, the music, the dance, the swag, everything like that, the style, the everything, fashion, everything like that. We set the trend. We used to go. It'd be a time where white people used to go up to Uptown to Harlem and see what fancy looked like. They used to see black people sharp as hell, walking down 125th Street and their finery and everything like that. And white people were like, man, we gotta step it up, man. We were like bums when we go uptown around the colored folks. We gotta look presentable. That people don't forget about that history. Harlem. Does this Professor Daniel know about the Harlem Renaissance? What we gave to the world, literature, and art, and culture. Does he even understand what culture is? All the writings of people like F. Scott Fitzgerald, you know, Langston Hughes, you know, Richard Wright, does he understand what the Harlem Renaissance was? The Harlem Renaissance fundamentally changed how the world viewed the entire black race. It just didn't stop with America. The whole entire race started rethinking how they thought about black people, you know? Their suits didn't come from Italians, bro. We were looking sharp before the Italians even got here. We knew how to dress. We have style. I'll play a video for you. We can't. These people couldn't match us with style. Black men and black women basically were the style. So now F. Scott. I'm thinking. What am I thinking? F. Scott Scarrow. I'm thinking of Langston Hughes, and let me look at this. I met Richard Wright, and I met. Hold up. Let's see. What am I talking about? You know, I'm getting old. The best times in Black America during the Harlem Renaissance. Man, the last 30 years, these black authors have really fallen off, you know. Langston Hughes, you had Zora Neale Thurston, B. Du Bois, Countess Cullen, George Bessie Smith, Aaron Douglas, you know, Paul Robeson, Gwyneth Bennett, somebody else I'm looking for. Why did I say F. Scott Fitzgerald? Yeah, Ella Fitzgerald. That's what I meant. Ella Fitzgerald. You got that, Elvis? Ella Fitzgerald. That's an African American author, you know. I keep get mixed up. Ida B. Wells, Elizabeth McHenry, Josephine Baker, Archibald Motley, James Baldwin, you know. Hubert Harrison, Richard Wright. Now, Richard Wright was my favorite. That was my favorite author of all times, you know. You know, poets like Langston Hughes. You know, the whole world changed its opinion of the black race. During the Harlem Renaissance, they start for the first time saying, oh, these are human beings. These are people with thoughts and feelings and insight that we could tap into. Wow, we didn't know this. We thought they were just a bunch of jigaboos, you know? We thought these were just African primitive people that happened to be in America. And they said, oh, man, they had this term called the New Negro. The New Negro is something else, man. He wants to be respected and everything, you know? Can I speak Spanish? No, I don't speak Spanish. You know, I used to know how to speak Spanish. You know, when I was a kid, when I was in high school, I used to speak Spanish. You know, I used to hang around a lot of Puerto Ricans. Since I moved to Virginia, I'm not around a lot of Puerto Ricans or anything like that, so I lost it. Does ice cream come from Black America? I don't know. I have no idea. You know, Kala, I think you should I went against that Frank guy. That was a great debate. Now, look, if somebody is that far gone that he doesn't know about the Harlem Renaissance, he don't know about just the word, what it means to be black in America, how to survive in America. You know, we know what America's about. You know, how to survive in America. How did Black America, the Black community? Reginald Lewis was reared in a Black community. He became the first billionaire. Reginald Lewis in 1986 became a billionaire. It was Black America, the culture of Black America that produced him. That gave, just like Stephen Hightower, it was a Black American culture that produced Stephen Hightower, the values and everything. Culture is your values, your codes, what you live by, you know, your work ethics, everything like that. So the Black American culture produced a Stephen Hightower, Reginald Lewis, and produced a Daniel David Stewart, billionaires, Robert Smith, billionaires, and whatnot. So when people say there's no Black America, I don't even want. This not even up for debate. I don't even go past that. You know, all I can say is throw up, put them up. Put them up means, if you want to say this, I'll say this. If you want to talk about who's a better author, I got a slew of African American authors, whatnot, and say, well, look, okay, look, you want to challenge the whole entire Black Western civilization? You be my guest, But we've made more history than these motherfuckers like ZANU will ever will. They haven't made one mark on history yet. Tell me one mark the Zimbabweans made on history. Nothing. The fact that they got their, what you call. Yeah, I heard that the ice cream scoop comes from Black America. Yeah, I heard that before. I didn't know about ice cream. I heard the ice cream scoop was made by a Black man. Necessary is a mother invention. Black people in America are always inventing shit, So it's no big deal. No thing. That's just one of the things credited to us and whatnot, But tonight, who's from Benin? Who's from Benin? Oh, it's about ZANU? Oh, now that says it. He's from West Africa. That explains everything. Oh man, that explains everything. Say he's from Benin, man. Freaking, it's fucking. You ever see those things, those goobers, those really good things you get in the movie theaters? You bite them. They're better than Raisinette because they got the light interior on that. You bite them, the chocolate on the outside. Doesn't his head look like a big fucking giant goober? Goobers are, every time I see ZANU, I want to go down the store and get me a box of goobers, but they're so expensive, The only time I get goobers is when I'm at a movie theater, so there's nothing else to buy, But his head looks like a fucking goober, man. I get hungry for goobers every time I see them. But I tell you what, you can go to the dollar store and get like the big box for like $1. Why does it cost $1 in the dollar store? And it costs like a box of goobers like $4 every place else. I can never understand that, A small box is like $4, right? But a big box in dollar store is like $1, So you guys going to make me fucking want to go out. Yeah, $1.25, whatever. You guys want to make me go out, shut the show down, and go out and get a box of Zuba. Keep mentioning Zamu. Then I want to go out there and get me a fucking. There's no damn Africoid skulls found in America. Stop the cap. There ain't no fucking Africoid skulls found in America. Africans have nothing to do with America. The only thing that Africans have to do in America is the Africans brought over here in the transatlantic slave trade. Africans don't come. Why would Africans come from a warm climate to this hard terrain? The people who inherited America were indigenous Native Americans who were also part Viking, and part Norseman who came here thousands of years ago. So Native Americans are fundamentally mixed with white and indigenous. They're not Black at all. Stop the cap, So it is what it is. But tonight's topic, man, the myth of Black poverty, The reason why I did this today because, I say I scroll through TikTok and whatnot, I scroll through TikTok, And, just when I thought things are bad, FBA people and whatnot, the FBA types, with the FBA types, the dine and dashers, the EBT card fraud people, the where's my damn SNAP benefits people, and the overall I didn't do nothing, when it's I don't think you should arrest me. When I next thing scroll down to the rest video, edit the video, they're on the ground. I can't breathe and whatnot. I'm pregnant and whatnot. The type, the FBAs, that type of Black people, right? And then while they're online, if they're not dining and dashing, right, trying to get out of free food and whatnot, or online talking about men should take all their kids out to dinner when they want a first date. You got to bring all my kids along and whatnot. FBA type women and whatnot. When they're not doing that, they're online cursing out Black immigrants and saying you ain't going to get my, because of FBA people, besides welfare and handouts and whatnot, they want the big handout, a big payday in the form of a reparations check. Woo, FBA, But that's besides the point, right? When they're not doing that, right? Here, the same people say we ain't got no money and we're poor and broke when not, they're online a mile long outside of sports stores and whatnot to get a fucking pair of sneakers. You seen that, folks? You got African kids sitting online to try to get some rice and something to eat, and you're on the line at a mall wrapped around the building to get a fucking pair of $600 sneakers. But yet you'll get back online 6 o'clock at night and talk about how you need reparations. We need our reparations, because black people are suffering from poverty and whatnot. I'm so sick and tired of the poverty pimping, Oh, however it was, the Vikings were here, Yeah, the real Vikings now called black people. Okay, all right, okay. Now the Vikings were black. Now I heard the samurai warriors were black. I heard the Shaolin monks were black. I heard the original Buddhists were black. What else is new? I heard the Eskimos were black. I heard everybody but the Africans in America was black. Except for the Africans that came here in the transatlantic slave trade, or the Africans on the continent was black. The Japanese, man, they were black, man. The samurai was a brother, man. The reparations. That's the way I said that. Reparations. We want our reparations. I got a PhD in Negroology. There's nothing about the American Negro I do not know. And people think, oh yeah, Colin, I always said, do you love black? Yeah, I love black people. But I put my foot up their ass, Jews were not black, Jews are white. Africans have not been coming to. That's another. I hate when. And I'm gonna start blocking some fucking people. I'm dead serious, Prince B. Keep it up. Africans were not coming here in the fucking 1800s. The only Africans that were coming here in the 1800s were coming on a fucking slave ship, fool. Ain't no Africans voluntarily coming here in America. What ships do they have, fool? Oh, they booked themselves on the luxury British thing, and they got booked the passage, and they stopped off in New Jersey and Maine and whatnot, and they were welcomed in and whatnot, I mean, shut the hell up. So I'll tell you about, I just can't stand this pseudo shit I see online. And I'm telling you right now, I'm just going to start getting rid of people. I really am. Much as I like some of you people, Principally and all you, I'm really this close to getting rid of a lot of people. When you come up on my platform with a bunch of nonsense. This is not the platform for that. Now, if you want a bunch of pseudo nonsense and everything, then you go over to Afro Dumbass and all these other fucking people, and you can have it say whatever you want. Type your heart away. But when you come on this platform, right, I expect people to be educated. I expect you to know what you're talking about. I expect you to be truthful. Don't give me no pseudo shit. I know about the Clotilda, Yeah, they say Mansa Musa came to America. First of all, the myth was that his forebearer, his predecessor, Mansu Abatari, I guess we don't know if he ever existed, right? Sailed across the Atlantic, right? That was a myth. There's no truth, no evidence of that, right? And he stopped and he saw a running river in the ocean, which is, some people say was the Gulf Stream. The Gulf Stream is a river in the ocean that runs south to north, north to south, but not the Gulf Stream. And the Gulf Stream basically runs along the eastern seaboard of America, right? They say shore river and then turn back. But the thing is, why the hell would Africans go across the friggin' ocean in the first place? Didn't make any absolute sense. Africans were not explorers. We had everything we needed in Africa. What the hell we need to go to across the Atlantic for? America was poor, was desolate, was cold, and it was really barren land. Only Europeans could really settle here, Africa had abundance, had the weather, it had fertile land, it had everything. It had everything a civilization needs to survive. What the hell would they? They had gold, they had everything. They had everything, the richest, everything, the richest area in the world. You know, what the hell would they need to sail across the Europeans that sailed to America were desperate. We were not desperate. So, you know, you got fucking, I don't know, man. Sometimes I want to just quit this whole fucking movement. I think sometimes I think black people are just so fucking far gone. It's unreal. They choose to be stupid. You know, like I was telling Afro Theory today. I think black people just choose to be stupid, you know? It's like when you're stupid, you're not going to fight your oppressor, right? And that's a sort of comforting thing, knowing that that your oppressor knows you're stupid. You know you're stupid, right? So you know nothing's ever going to get done, you know? You know, there's nothing ever going to fucking get done. So you basically are free to live in mediocrity and foolishness, you know? Like I said, this is what in order of succession, right? When you start with hate, no, when you start with awareness, the aware spirit, right? You know, when your eyes and brows are raised and whatnot, and you're alert, aware and alert, that triggers the hatred spirit, right? That's why I call myself the supreme hate monger, you know? That triggers the hate spirit, you know, hate spirit. The hate spirit will check and kill the foolish spirit. When the foolish spirit is killed and checked, it awakens the serious spirit and the spirit of vengeance. If you don't have a spirit of vengeance in you, that means you don't hate enough. That means you're not angry enough. That means you'll sit back and be enslaved again if the thing happened. There's a difference in you. People wonder, how do some people end up being slaves, right? And so how do some people end up always conquering and being free? It's simple. The slave people at some point in time were foolish, trusting, ignorant, naive. All those things, right? That hatred kills. Hatred, when people have hatred, right? And anger, they hate foolishness, they hate naivety, they hate kindness, they hate being soft soap or kind or tricked and stuff like that, you know? They're constantly aware and they're serious. When people are not serious or whatnot, you could tell any group of people how their country looks, tells you that they're not serious. When you look at a country like Gambia, you could tell it's run by foolish people. And foolish people who come to another country talk about the problems of another people, but their country looks like shit. That's foolishness. That sound like somebody? When somebody basically comes from a country that fucking just can't seem to get its act together, that says, oh, 1804 and whatnot, but goddamn, 2025, no one's have figured shit out yet. That's foolishness. And then what happens is we go into the foolishness with other people, like, yeah, the reason why Haiti Haiti is because of the white man. No, it's not France, the white man. France, the white. It's never the white man in Africa or not. It's African foolishness. They have the foolish spirit. When our ancestors built Liberia, they were serious people. They were not foolish people like the native people were. A white college professor named Greg Milton wrote a book titled "They Came for Columbus." Tell native for that they said answers. So get the fuck. That's a lie. You know, that's a lie. Ain't no freaking. They came for. That all that nonsense, man. You know, if people write this stuff just because a white person wrote it, don't mean it's fucking true. There's no biological archaeological evidence that black people came. What the hell would they come to America for? You know, yeah, it's a fucking scam. So they know black people believe it, you know? Say, oh yeah, they came before Columbus, you know? They know black people believe it, you know? Also, you ask yourself this question, where are they at right now? If they came before Columbus, wouldn't they have cities, towns, and stuff like that, you know? And I would love to have anybody up here to debate me on the Olmecs. I would love to have that, but I have yet to hear somebody debate me on the Olmecs and make any sense. You know, watch if somebody comes up here and debates me on the Olmecs. Yeah, I put it right now. I'll give somebody $50 if they could really articulate who the Olmecs were and how they got to America before for Columbus and whatnot, and they were black. I'll give you $50 if you come up here and prove that. So anybody want to make $50? I'll put it out there. $50. What do you got to lose? Only thing you have to do is come up here and cam up. Cam up. So back to the topic of tonight, the myth of black poverty, right? Look, there's no. I will give them $50, Dark Migo. I'll give them $50. Matter of fact, this platform is about to be monetized. I was wondering what was taking so long for me to get monetized. I don't know if Pan Africa claim the Olmec. It's always these. We were already here, indigenous black people claim the Olmecs. No real Pan African claim that shit. We know our real history. That's the whole part of being Pan African. You know your real history, right? The reason why I haven't been monetized was because they were sending like when they said they send the message like in the code to get monetized, a secret code, secret password, whatever. They send it to you by mail. In my friggin' thing, man, I looked at the thing, man. My mailing address for YouTube, right, was my friggin' address I lived in 20 years ago when I first got my YouTube account. No wonder I never got anything, man. Like, goddamn, they still got the address I lived 20 years ago, in there. So I changed my address. So I should be getting my notification. Like they'll give you a thing to log in and a password, PIN code to activate your AdSense and whatnot, your monetization. So I should be monetized really soon, folks. And then if you want to contribute during the show, if you like what you're hearing, remember something. All the show is a donation. If you want to basically, if you really believe in this mission, you believe what I'm doing and whatnot, you want to help me succeed in what I'm doing, hey, look, I need your dollars, man. I need a lot of other stuff like that, but I need those dollars, folks. I want to make this work and I need help, So if you want to be part of something and whatnot, you believe what I'm saying, 16 straight shows, folks, 16 straight shows. Who else is here for you every night? Yeah, I got Zelle, but I really don't. I got Zelle, but I don't like making that public, my Zelle public, people calling me and shit like that. But I might figure something out, Dark Migo, I might give it to you, I might give it to you, but yeah, so I wish I had Cash App, swear to God, but they took my Cash App account. There's no way I can get it back. They just won't. I got scammed. And then basically, oh, I saw that. They were saying they put a picture of Gucci Man and the Olmecs. I mean, these Negroes won't stop, Yeah, well, I'll send you the my phone number in the back chat. If you come on, I'll put it in the back chat. We got to create this money machine. I got to create a money machine. We need to be able to raise millions of dollars for this mission. Really, that's the only way. I've done as much as I can over the years, not raising any money. You see, I put everything started when I wrote my first novel. I said that's what's going to propel me to do this mission in Liberia and stuff like that, and the African beyond and whatnot is my book of novel. I put that all out of my own pocket, right? I did Blog Talk Radio out of my own pocket, right? I did YouTube and StreamYard, which is very expensive, out of my own pocket, right? I've given a lot to this, right? I sent so much money to Liberia, and the people on the ground, the BAO social network that I have, that's all out of my own pocket. You know, I paid a lot out of my pocket. I've given more than I ever could ever get back. Now it's time for people to step up and say, Kala, do you really, Kala, I support what you're saying. Let me give you some help, you know? No, I took a hiatus for 5 months, went off, you know? I took a hiatus because what I wanted to do was, I wanted to see the reaction was. I did a whole year straight, right? From July 26th to July 26th, right? I got off on July 26th and I said, look, I'm just going to say, uh, um, Principe, shut up, you know? He's also a member of all different organizations. I have nothing against the Black Caucus, right? But he's a billionaire. He can make a difference. And he does what he wants. He's not trying to friggin' oh, I can change my Zelle to my email. Okay. You know. So it doesn't matter. You know, it doesn't matter. He's all different types of organizations, you know. He's like on a board of like 10 different organizations, you know, not there's a congressional Black Caucus, you know. So yeah, so yes, so it is what it is, folks. The myth of Black poverty, right? Look, Black people in America are not poor. They're broke, you know, they're foolish with their money and everything. They're not poor. When you leave America and you go to Africa, you see poverty, real poverty, right? People who have nothing. If you're driving a car and you got some Gucci on and you got your latest pair of Jordans on and whatnot, you got $600 on your feet, you're not poor. You basically are just broke and broken and foolish. You're not poor, you know? So if we're not poor, then what are we? Well, we're just foolish people, right? Black people basically always rally their stuff around being poor, right? That sounded good, but you never hear them say, you know something? Let's all band together because we got to fight Black foolishness. That's what when Cornell West and Cornball West and Tavis Frownley or Smiley went out there and did a poverty tour. They should have did a foolishness tour because foolishness is more destructive in Black America than so-called poverty is. It ain't poverty, it's foolishness. You know? So it's the idea when Chukwu gets up here and says, what about the Black? Look, Black people are not poor, they're foolish. And I'm not going to stop what I'm doing and be like, you know something? You know, I'm having a good life. I'm making real money. I got a business, everything. But I can't be happy because Chukwu keeps telling me about Pookie and Bukwisha who are broke. Or not, you know, they're impoverished. No, they're Pookie and Bukwisha. You ever go to these, see some of these so-called thugs living in so-called poverty one night, and you think they're impoverished one night, then they pull out a knot of money, right? You go to their house and whatnot, their kids got all the latest clothes on. They got even the baby got a cell phone. You go look at the refrigerator, man. There's more food you ever seen in your freaking life. You ever seen this shit? There's all kinds of baby formula and whatnot. Where the poverty at? You know? Where the fuck is the poverty at? You know? Like I said, in this channel, we check foolishness. We check the foolish spirit on this channel, right? And so these are the people I'm supposed to be united with. No, I'm trying to get to the next level, right? You know? Ain't no damn programs. Black people just know how to game the system. There ain't nobody starving. That's why when you tell these, you could tell the FBA where you say, it's time us to build a nation, time us to build whatever. What the hell I knew? Because the thought of them losing that umbilical cord from the county and the state, you know? Yeah, poor is means you ain't got no chance. You know, poor is you may not see $1 for a week. Poor is you don't know where your fucking next meal's coming from for the next month. You know you ain't guaranteed to eat the next month. That's poor. I seen that poverty in Liberia. I seen what poverty really looks like. You know, Yeah, and in poor poverty, there will be no housing vouchers. You'd be out there on the damn street. America has a social safety net against so-called poverty. So all these people, what I really hate is black middle class people being made to vote along the lines that protect so-called this myth about black poverty. Republicans gonna put black people gonna starve with the Republicans. What the fuck? That's the dumbest thing I heard in my life. I don't give a damn who's fucking in office. Donald Trump's in office, and I'm living really well. It doesn't affect somebody like me. So the bottom line is this: why should I care? What I know the poverty that they're talking about, right? Let's say when Trump cuts those SNAP benefits, I didn't care. Didn't affect me. And then when you look at it, right, those people who got SNAP benefits, a lot of them were working, and they were just using the benefits, Section 8 vouchers, which were supposed to be temporarily. They're using that, right? And the money that they were saving, they're spending on Jordans, they're spending on nails, getting their nails done, their feet done, spending on movie tickets and concert tickets. You know how much Negroes spend on concert tickets? Every time you look around, Negroes are always going to a concert, You don't listen to the Negroes video 10 times a day. Yeah. Listen to Sultan. Like, what the hell you need to see him in for? Yeah. What the hell you need to see him on stage for? The dumbest thing I've ever seen in my life. I ain't paying for no goddamn body to see nobody fucking yelling tired on mic, man. That's freaking stupid, No, investors I'm paying no $200, right? If I ever go to a concert, it's gonna be like $10. Okay, $10, I can deal with that. But I'm not giving no $200 or $300 for no fucking concert for no seats in a concert. That's insane, So it is what it is, Yeah, free concert. Man, I could do me some free concert. Like we have the Neptune Festival that comes out here and the Jazz Festival at Virginia Beach. Oh, that's free. Oh man, open to the city, man. They be having old school R&B down there, and everybody have a good ass time. I have a good ass time because I ain't pay for a damn thing. They have food out there and everything like that. Shit. Now I would pay for the Something in the Award concert for else because that was well worth it, But I would rather work down there. Usually when we have stuff down at the amphitheater, Virginia Beach Amphitheater, concert, something like that, I volunteer to work. They got a thing where you can put your name on a volunteer list to work and whatnot. I used to work beer stands or security or something like that. Just some extra money, for the night. They pay you cash at the end of the night, like $100, something like that. You want to put money in your pocket, get to see a free concert, whatever, like that. I ain't paying no. I look at people paying. I'm like, man, get the hell out of here. I'm here watching the show for fucking free. I saw G Unit and 50 Cent. I got in that shit, man. That was off the chain, man. I remember I saw when I did the G Unit concert, 50 Cent, right? And basically, he was like the last act. He had Mike Jones, Ludacris, Busta Rhymes. Like they said, now here it was like 50 Cent came. I mean, it was like you're now, what up, gangsta? And the whole stadium just erupted when G Unit was walking out. That was off the chain, man. I was like, wow, what up, gangsta? 50 Cent. Around what up, gangsta? I can't remember the song, but what up, gangsta? That shit, the whole everybody was fucking off the chain. Black, white, everybody was just like amped. That was like the best concert I've ever seen in my life, man. Anyway, 50 Cent off the chain, man, when his concerts, man. At least back then. I don't even know if 50 Cent even do concerts anymore. But that concert was off the friggin' chain, And then after the concert, after the beer, I was exhausted. The beer, because there was so many people buying beer, a beer tub. You go through so much beer, you gotta go down there. Somebody gotta do the run. We gotta take the hand truck, go down there to the warehouse, the thing, bring it back up and restock the coolers because the beer goes real quick. And then we get tips and we get paid, right? And end of the night, you get your money, and you get to watch some of the concert, right? You get to watch like you hear the concert all night, but then, about halfway through the concert, man, that's when we close the beer down. We get to watch the rest of the concert, right? And, that concert, I learned a lot, man. I remember 50 Cent when I walk into my car, he was like, Yo, 50 is funny, man. 50 is fucking hilarious, right? He goes, all those who are feeling 50 Cent and G Unit say G Unit, and everybody said G Unit, right? Now, those who rock with the game, because it was people with the game at the time, those who don't like 50 Cent, right, say G you not, right? And there's some motherfuckers that G you not. He goes, now that's good, but those who you said G you not, go buy the game's album, right? Because he owes me money anyway. So I want you to go out there and support the game. I was like, he set people up. This motherfucker that said G you not look so fucking stupid. He made the game people, because you got these people coming there talking about D Block, the game. You had these 50 Cent haters that always show up at the concerts, whatnot, we had to watch out for that too, because people were going to start and shit, so yeah, so I never forget. I never forget working in the amphitheater. I mean, I haven't got called in years, man. I had a falling out with a couple of people there when I could really nasty falling out with some people that never called me back in years. So that's all good. The last year I worked there was 2000. Yeah, damn, 20 years ago. 2006 was the last year I worked at the amphitheater, But yeah, I was gonna work at something in the water, this year. The got canceled in April. I was gonna make it back after I got back from Liberia. I wanted to say work at something in the water. I had to go to Dallas that's next month, but one weekend now something was supposed to be there. I was gonna work that, so it was a great year. I went to Liberia, came back, went to my business trip in Dallas, right, and then worked something in the water. That would have been a great year. So something in the water tour got canceled this year, so it's all good. Hopefully they'll be back next year, But I don't pay for concerts. I always work them. And if you work, so what? You're working, right? You ain't drinking, nothing like that. But then when you get off, you can enjoy the rest of the show. And you got money in your pocket, $200 in your pocket, and you're watching the show, Yeah, I got the beautiful life here in Virginia Beach. I love this place, This is the best place in the world to be black. I swear to God, I'm dead serious, This is like the best place in the world to be a black male, I would not live any place else. I would not trade this for nothing, except for living part-time in Africa. I don't want to live in New York. I would never move to California. You can go take Atlanta and stick it up your ass, Miami, stick it up your ass. Detroit, stick it up your ass. Baltimore, stick it up your ass and whatnot. The only thing that matters is Virginia Beach, Norfolk area, Chesapeake area. This area right here is the oldest area for black people in America. The reason why Virginia Beach is so nice and Chesapeake so nice, Norfolk nice, because the black community here is 400 years old. In 400 years, I see that the black community, the culture of black America has really perfected living in a modern Western civilization. Really. How ancestors were able to adapt in a hostile environment. You think about it, man. We have slave traders, clan, everything. We still managed to build successful communities in the midst of all this. It's amazing. You come here to Virginia, it's like I said, these were the first African Americans first landed, The reason why you don't see a lot of black people success in places like Wisconsin and whatnot, because those people, that's a place we trek to. Same thing with California. You're not going to see a lot of black success out there because they're basically new. Black people didn't start going to California until like the mid 20th century. So they probably didn't have time to catch up, But even though there was always a large presence of black people in New York, majority of black New Yorkers only start getting there until like the late 40s and 50s. But the most established black communities in America, in the North is probably Boston, because those are old colonial time black people. They go all the way back to the colonial era, right? Boston. The black Boston community is older than the black Boston, New York community for the most part. There are black Yankees there, but they were like the minority, Yo, Principe, what are you talking about? What are you talking about, Princess P? You fought against poverty. Yeah, we fought against poverty by getting a damn job, You fight poverty by fucking stop being foolish with your money and learn how to budget your damn money, you know? So, yeah, like I said, black poverty is a myth, you know? Don't be conned by these people, you know? Ain't nobody poor. We just got broke people, you know, who don't want to do right, you know, don't want to budget their money, don't want to save, don't want to live within their means. No, we don't got a poverty problem. We have a broke Negro problem, you know? But that being said, we're an hour in. But let's see what my adoring public has to say. Well, not adoring public. Yeah, next thing you know, the guns come blazing. Everybody come out with their knives and pitchforks and whatnot. Yeah, my adoring public whatnot. You see a crowd with my fucking thing. Yes, my Twitch is on. Now I know how to do it. My Twitch is on right now. So I'm on Twitch and StreamYard, you know. Look, I need some people to volunteer to download the Twitch app or whatnot, you know, and subscribe to Twitch. And I swear to God, I'll make you a moderator on Twitch. And if you can help build that Twitch account up with subscribers, you know, whoever wants to do it, I'll make you a moderator. I don't give a fuck who you are. I'll make you a moderator. Somebody wants to go over there and moderate the Twitch chat room, whatever like that, you know. So, and I'm gonna get on X soon too, and I'm gonna need more moderators for X. You know, and there's a whole bunch of platforms I stream. You know, something I would like to have, folks, and this is not too much to fucking ask for. Too much to ask for. How come we don't have a friggin' a black streaming platform like this? They don't seem like they're that much. YouTube, like our own BlackTube. How come we don't have a BlackTube that stream from? You know why? I think Dinah said there was one, right? But I don't think. But what we have to do is ask why they're not hooked up to StreamYard, right? StreamYard, you know. Twitch is when I. What are we gonna build? What are also our people that say they in IT and whatnot gonna come up with something like a Rumble? And when pretty soon, I'm gonna see Rumble on StreamYard. You know, that's gonna happen. Paul and Rumble, you know. But many black people that's online, why don't we have our own black which we call it, our own black tube channel, you know, which we call like YouTube. All it is a channel, right? And everybody basically that got a platform, use StreamYard, could just link to that too. So people have an alternative if they're watching the same show, and they can look at the same chat room of different platforms, right? It's beautiful how it's set up. But the thing is, though, we will be monetizing our own platform, you know, and we will really not have to deal with trolls and white supremacists and all shit like that, you know. Because YouTube, man, it's like, let's say you didn't want to really mess with YouTube, right? You just want to be like, you want to watch your favorite show, but you don't want to be on YouTube, right? Because you don't want to give YouTube that money, whatever, you know. A lot of times, I think people think the platform is YouTube. No, the platform is StreamYard. You know, the distribution, you know, the channels that we have are YouTube, the tube channel. That's Twitch and all this, you know. So it is what it is. Let me see. Let me add Ben Yuko to the chat room. Go ahead, Ben.
Yeah, I find this really great conversation. I'll be on there just for a little bit and I'll get off. I don't want to do what I did the last one. Like I said again, like I said again, this is what we don't want. It's like we don't want it. We don't want it. We want to bitch about it. We need there's a lot of black people in technology. Why don't we have it? Because they think it's luxury. Before
bottom line is this. You know what gets me is, so when people start talking about black unity, right? I know they're full of shit. You know, I'm saying if there was so-called, there's a caller. What about unity? You know, you got to live in the hood. No, I said, why don't we start by having our own goddamn platforms? You know, and we can't have our own damn platform, right? It's like you got all these so-called content creators, Tariq, O'Shea, and all these other people like that, right?
Yes.
How come they can't all move to a black-owned platform to start streaming and monetizing? Because they don't think the black anything black is worth doing. They don't think it's worth it. They like
No, they never
YouTube
do.
is
Never.
YouTube is paying me. I don't. Even Tariq. I don't like Tariq, but he's a content creator. You got to have different opinions on it. I don't like Tariq. I don't like O'Shea. I don't like none of these guys, right? But I'm saying if you're gonna fight with each other, that's too far, Dane Cal. Even him, put ourselves on our own platforms, so we could build it up, have something, right? Imagine if we basically had our own platforms and we built it up like Twitter. Twitter, what Elon Musk bought that for what, $45 billion?
And it was dirt cheap. Dirt cheap.
Yeah, so bought it for $45 billion.
And made it worse. And made it 10 times worse than Jack. People think, oh, Jack Dorsey. Jack Dorsey was terrible. He was terrible owning Twitter because he founded it with the PayPal Mafia. But when Musk bought it, he not only PayPal Mafia, but he made it worse. To the body, the amount of body, worse than Instagram, worse than Facebook. The way that free speech is monitored,
Yeah.
it's like, what? No. And then you have certain voices on there, and they're all on there.
Yeah, I would say that we need our own Twitter. We need a platform like you can stream from StreamYard on the Twitter. So basically, the technology is there. I don't know how it does. I guess you could, if you have a live, right? You have a page, right? Facebook too. You could be on Facebook, right, and do a live. You would stream on Facebook too, a live, right? And people could chat and see what's going on in the chat room from Facebook Live. I believe that,
And not only that, you can also keep a way that you can moderate yourself, and you make more money off of it. Now,
Yeah.
I know fan base has some similar, but he has more black people hired, but we want to know who funds it. Like because remember you talk about venture capitalist firms. Like how about our own? How about our own venture capitalist firms?
Yeah, but you need a gathering place, right? Imagine if all the people who talk about venture capitals were screened by us, that were either black or black oriented. We don't have that. We don't have that in this day and time, right? But the only thing putting people together is technology. Because more and more of us are living in white spaces, white communities, and everything. The only thing that really connects us together is the internet.
Which is awful. You're not supposed to connect on the internet only.
It's just the way it is. So I try to do something. I said, look, okay, if that's it, so be it. But the thing is, even though that's it, we can't even do that right.
Right. Even that, when you look at connecting, do we even know the dangers of AI? Do we even have a real conversation on black content? How much we can all the white folks. I went to one of their events, and they have demos, they have everything, they have demos and everything ready to go. It's like, wait, what's going on?
They really, the right racists have taken this AI stuff to the next level, man. They're just making up all kinds of stereotype shit, putting it out there. People think it's real. And one of the friggin' things that they put out there, some racist trope with a black woman, it made it on the Fox News like it was real.
Disgusting.
Yeah. That's what we did. But the whole thing is, if we had our own platform, if we got rid of TikTok and all this shit like that, we couldn't have to see that shit. Now white people could reach us right in the comfort of our home or on our cell phone with their nonsense,
And and these careers they're not even known in real life. They have to be there. You have to go on the boots on the ground. You still have to do all that. Then you also have to be well known through radio, and radio is still key because a lot of people don't have this. Because it basically came out like a UN report that radio is still more effective.
Yeah, radio is more authoritarian. You know why? Because when you have a broadcast radio show, right, on the radio that's not like internet, it's more authoritarian. That means basically people feel it's coming from a position of power and authority, you know. So people tend to look at radio and internet and television more than they. So that's what I say. Yeah, you do need radio and television to back up, just like the right wing in America. They got Fox News, you know.
And they own a lot of the radios through like Sirius
Yeah,
XM.
yeah,
They have
they got a lot
like
of Fox
like
News channels, you know, Sirius XM and whatnot. But the thing is though that they got an agenda. Their agenda simply is taking this country back. We're not black people don't have an agenda, you know. You got to have an agenda. I put an agenda out there, but people I talk about it. I'm a black nationalist, right? I said we ultimately want to build what Africa, build in Afghanistan, build communities, trade back and forth with Africa and Black America.
which we need.
What we need. So, but the thing is, though, you can't get black people on board with that. You know, they're like, that's just too much hard work. You know, and so what we do is we fall back into we're poor. We need reparations. You know, and you got black people who are middle class, got nice cars in the driveway, and they still like, oh, we got to vote because he wants to end SNAP benefits. Well, what does it got to do with you? You know,
That means nothing.
What about all of us who say the government needs to friggin' look at the fact that why don't we have more black social media outlets? You know, that should be changed. You got a few people, white men, right? Jack Dorsey, say what you want. He's still a white man, you know. I don't buy this Mark, what's his name? Mark Zuckerberger.
Yeah,
Zuckerberg.
Zuckerberg.
Yeah, well, him trying to sound like he's a fucking white man, you know?
And a Zionist at best.
Yeah, he goes to fucking Nigeria and eats some fucking jollof, right? What the fuck? Yeah, he's a white man.
And Jewish at best.
Yeah, so until we get somebody black like us, that's a Zuckerberger, Jack Dorsey, or whoever else, then
it goes back to infrastructure. It really goes back to infrastructure because you have to have the infrastructure like telecommunications. You have to know things like TSPs. You have to know DCP.
Yeah, we need a base. We need a real base to launch. Like TikTok the base of TikTok was China. It had a support system that it branched off into. I don't think it'll ever happen really on the scale that we needed to just in America. You know, I just think like which we call TikTok was Chinese. You know that, right?
Yeah,
forget that.
Yeah,
it was made in China. You know.
Now the Elkinsons are Larry Elkinson and David Elkinson. They're trying to buy that. They're trying to with Oracle.
Well, no, which we call now. Hold up, now it's owned by the United States, right?
Yeah, with Oracle with Larry Elkinson.
Yeah.
Which is sickening. But
the thing is, think about it. Twitter.
Another talking about Biden.
It got that far. It got that far as a foreign entity. The government says it's a threat to our national security, right? Tell me why there's no black-owned media thing and that scale, that level, that we know.
Because none of it. Because networks like TV, like Kathy Hughes, Oprah's network, like BET, because all these things, even when Bob Johnson was none of this was all a threat. All this was controlled by them, so they can use it. Yeah, it has good ideas. A black man owned it, but was it? How much was that a threat to national security?
Nah, nothing. The whole thing is what you need is not only that black ownership. The problem what they always say is black people are not concentrated in any particular area. Everything goes by regions, with markets, regions, right? They'll say, okay, we're going to basically build a new TV station. But this market, the population of black is only like 8%. So like, oh, we can't do that. So we're going to scale it down because of potential market. Unfortunately, with BET, the reason why it's successful is they said that I would say a good 60% of BET subscribers, listeners, are not even black households, And what that does is changes the face of the company, right? So you notice that BET and all these black so-called outlets, they don't use black commercials, right? It's like a Rolodex of commercials that you see all over the place. You notice that, right?
Yeah.
Before, when black programming was geared towards black people, that created opportunity for us to friggin' make our own commercials and they used to market them. So now you turn on BT, turn on these black oriented shows, whatnot. The same commercials you see on the white shows is on the black shows. Same thing on radio, you know.
Yeah, because
So,
we don't control it. We don't control the radio stations.
yeah, we don't control anything, you know. So it is what it is, you know. It is what it is. So
And people want to give us scraps, absolute scraps and nothing. So why would you think that people would say that we're controlling this? But how much of the market? How much of the infrastructure you control? You don't control none of the infrastructure. And you need banks to actually fund this stuff too.
yeah, you need lots of money for you need investors on every level and whatnot, you know. And which will also, like I said, I don't know if we could ever do that. Now you could do locally, like a local, like in I don't see why people tell me there's a large black population in Atlanta and Georgia, right? That's what they say, right? But does Atlanta got their own black owned TV network?
Hell no.
That's a shame, you know. That's a shame.
And you would think that places like DC, Houston, and places like that, New York. Oh no, New York, you're getting destroyed. You're getting moved out of there. So like most of like DC,
New York still got a large black population. Remember, it's like 10 million people there, and about a good like a quarter of the population in New York is almost like a good third of the population is black. So still a lot of people, you know.
Okay.
You know, New York,
but I know, but definitely DC, definitely Atlanta, places like Houston and like Detroit.
Yeah, I could never understand why they don't have a black-owned media company, right? You know, media company, because you could do regular broadcast and you got cable and digital to distribute, you know? It's doable, right? But the thing is, though, they tried this black-owned television station, remember a couple of years ago, and it flopped?
Oh, the Black News Channel?
Yeah, it flopped. It flopped not even a month.
Because it was not it wasn't not only black owned, they had like a black Republican. It was like,
yeah, they were a black Republican, and not only that, they had J.C. Watts there, who I like, when a black Republican, and the guy who started it was a fucking Arab, you know. So people got real suspicious, even if you put Democrats up there, right? When we talk about black news, right? What people hate is getting prepped, getting prepped in America for the vote. You know, people hate being prepped every year. Like, we got stuff going on in our community. You know, we got issues of gender, you know, stuff like that. We have stuff that happen in our community. We have crime. We have stuff like that. We have a lot of good stuff in our community, right? Mm-hmm. We have, college graduations, record number. We want that showed, right? A balance of black life in America, right?
And they won't do it. They won't do it.
The thing is, all they do is concentrate on just getting that one day out of the year to the polls. That's it. What does Roland Martin talk about? Oh, you better get out there and vote. Like, he's gonna come across the counter and do something to somebody, you know?
And then let's just talk about the Target boycott too. Let's just get into that part. Let's talk about the fact that you want to boycott this, but you had black owned stuff in Target. So what was the purpose of doing that?
I never understood what the purpose of boycotting Target when the whole issue was not even about black people. It was about the LGBTQ. See, not having our own media. And we can ever say, okay, what's the root of this boycott, right? Don't ever stop to say.
Was it DEI? Well, I thought it was DEI.
It was that too.
You're simple. You're stupid, you know? It had nothing to do. The DEI had everything to do with the LGBTQ. It had nothing to do with black people. They just made it a blank statement, you know? They didn't want to fund all the stuff that these people were talking. They had got so far. DEI initially was for black people to diversity, equity, inclusion. That means, they started including white women, you know, gays, all these other handicap. And then some people say, you know, something. Target was like, you know, we got enough. They did. They have enough black representation and whatnot. All these other things that they're unnecessary, right? Which you're right. They said we got enough diversity, right? So therefore, what they're telling Target is, you have no right to tell us what the limit is, right? Target said we're a company. I guess we do. If let's say you have black products that want to get on the shelf. What if the black products aren't any good? You see what I'm saying? What if they can't meet the friggin' demands of Target, their business, right?
Right, and they can just take them off at any time. So
that's what I'm saying. You know, that's a business prerogative. They want to be able to say like, no, you can't take this down. What if the people aren't really keeping up with their business aspect? They want to be like this, so they boycott Target, right, out of stupidity, you know. And I don't see what the friggin' necessary. They had a so-called Black Friday blackout, right? The so-called
and another stupid shit, because all they're doing is just sucking us. There's just sucking us into some. Back in September, Colin, I confronted the lady. She runs this People of Color fair, and she did, and I went to it. She had all the companies. I asked her about what's your stance on this Target boycott. What's your stance on? Oh, we could just work it out. Okay, I can see the point of you working it out. But where are you really taking a stance and say, hey, what's going on with these companies, the black products that they said they're going to do? Where was like an actual follow-up? Okay, what's going? Okay, what
is a clear agenda? You know, what is a clear agenda?
But wasn't Al Sharpton out there marching? I remember seeing Al Sharpton.
Al Sharpton was talking his nonsense, and then he basically did a buy-in at Costco. He gave everybody $60, and they went and bought something. That's a freaking joke, you know.
All this stuff is why we don't get taken serious on anything. Nothing.
Yeah, that's why I said I don't take these motherfuckers seriously.
No, nothing. Because how can you say you want something better, but when you guys are promoting some of the worst people, the worst kind of people, like Nick, the way that was in the lady was doing that Target boycott in Minneapolis. Her stepson just got a federal indictment, and then you're gonna tell me that's so anything that you're
these are unscrupulous people that basically, because of social media, because we don't have our own media outlets on, we can't vet people, you know. We just see them on line, and then if they say the right thing to the white media props them up over us and whatnot, and we just go with it. There's no vetting in our culture of people who so-called speak for us, you know. There's none.
Yeah, and that's why you're seeing everything where it comes down to education, violence prevention. When it comes down to
like I said, everything. The topic of tonight, the myth of black poverty, right? They've been using this so-called myth about black poverty to hijack our community. Like, we got to be on this poverty tour for everybody. It's like, dude, man, just because you say you're for the black poor, that's fine. But that don't mean anything to me. I got other issues. Like I said, I want to know, why don't we have our own? I thought in my lifetime I'd see black-owned television conglomerates, right? With news, entertainment, and stuff like that, that's syndicated, that deals with our issues, right?
No infrastructure.
Yeah, dollar bill. Black poverty is a fucking myth, right? We got broke people, not impoverished people, right? When you come to Liberia, I'll show you real poverty. You know, my good brother Dollar Bill, he don't understand what I'm talking about. I've never been impoverished in America. I see people who are broke, you know, who don't have the money. But that's because come to Africa, you know.
But that's because Africa doesn't have a social safety net, where America has a very generous social safety net.
America has a thing. You know, poverty is a fucking myth. You know, it's a myth in America, right?
It's created. I think this is. It's created by government, but then also when you really look at it too, it's some of the decisions that we make too.
It is. It's a lifestyle. It's foolishness. Like I said, when you check the foolish spirit, you know, and you budget your money and live within your means, you know. Oh no, heck, before I get the Ubuntu King up, I gotta play a couple of videos, you know.
But real quick, Colin, let me say something. We live in a capitalist society, and there's going to be income inequality in a capitalist society. So there will always be poor people in any society that has capitalism.
Look, there's always income inequality. You're not going to make what your boss makes. We going to cry about that? You know, there's always going to be.
I'm not crying about that. I'm just saying that.
I'm saying it's like that. But what I'm saying is,
poor people will always be with us. There will never be a time where there's no poor people.
You know what the poverty line really is, right? The poverty line in America is if you make less than $12,000 a year.
Right.
You go to any other country in the world, right? $12,000 a year, you're in the 1%. You know, that's what I'm talking about. You know, do you know the less than 5% of the world population make over $30,000 a year?
Right. That's because the U.S. is a world reserve currency, and the value of the U.S. dollar is high.
And that's 5% of the world
population. And you know where 90% of those people live? In the United States.
Right.
You know,
for economic
like
reasons.
I said, so depend on standards. Well, if I go see you and you got Jordans on and shit like that, you're not poor. You're not in poverty. You may be broke and whatnot, but you ain't get no sympathy from me. Hold up. Let me play this video or not. And hold up. Oh well. Let's have some fun. I got just a couple of videos I want to play. Yeah, I got some couple of videos I want to play. This lady's girl. This girl says that she has a baby father, and she thinks her baby father should turn her lights on.
He said no because I have a husband, and that's his responsibility. How is that?
Now this is what we call foolish people. You know, foolish people. You know, she says her baby daddy's not getting my lights turned back on, husband, but she got that weave on her head and whatnot. You know, does she like she's poor? Like she got some pounds on her. You know, it's like she's eating well and everything like that. But she'll swear she's in poverty. No, she's foolish. You know, she got extra weight on her. She got a struggle weave on her. Her husband's a deadbeat. You know, he let the lights turn off, and she wants her baby daddy to come turn the lights back on for her husband.
Look at this. This is. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, just look at that. That's embarrassing. You're gonna tell me that? How about you choose better?
Kyle, am I allowed to have an opinion on Bonquisha over here, or should I just shut up?
Yeah, just shut up. You know. Right. Anyway, let's finish watching this.
His responsibility to pay my lights to get turned back on after they get turned off. That you have kids that stay here. You don't care about your kids. I understand that I have a husband. Granted, don't beat me up over it. But we fell on hard times. So as my baby's father, I feel like you're supposed to pick up the slack. So you rather for your kids be in the dark than to help your baby mother get her lights turned back on? What if I didn't have a husband? Would you have helped me then? Eastman is crazy. Sir, help me get my lights turned on. Don't worry about my husband. He's doing what he's supposed to do as a man. As my baby daddy, you should be helping me. So y'all, please help me understand.
What about like a baby daddy is a legitimate fucking thing. You're my baby daddy, you know.
This is a accountability crisis. This is a crisis of accountability. She's not taking accountability for any of her actions.
I just played a video because I thought it was funny. But let me go.
No,
check us out.
This is really sad. It's not really sad. This is embarrassing. They think when they put on social media, they think our women look like idiots.
Yeah. So unfortunately, it's sad. You know. Now look. Now this is poverty right here. This is poverty. And I want my good brother Ubuntu King to look at this. This is poverty. This is reality. This is poverty.
By government.
All those kids lined up to get some to eat right there. This is poverty. That's real poverty. I don't even know what the heck to eat, you know? Look at them lined up to get something to eat. This is poverty.
And don't worry, America, it's coming. It's coming. This is coming.
You know, it's never gonna get like this in America. Stop it. You know.
I think I disagree. Oh, but that level. We might disagree. Me and you can agree to disagree. It won't get to that level, but a similar level.
Yeah. Well, the people stand on the bread line, or they go to pantries and whatnot. But the idea of basically everybody sitting there for a pot, and there'll be a revolution in this country before that ever happens. You know,
But Kala, when Trump threatened to cut off Section 8 and food stamps, people were crashing out. So you don't think that would create a crisis?
Now hold up. This is the next video. Then we'll get Dollar Bill on. You know, look. Now you saw the video in Africa, which is real poverty. I make my case, right? You know, for the plaintiff. You know, I'm the prosecution. You know, and the defense attorney is going to come up in a second, Dollar Bill, and present his case. You know, now this is outside of a mall where the new Air Jordans just dropped, the Gammas, right? Now, tell me if this poverty or not. You know, $600. Look at these Negroes. Look at these people lined up. Do these people look impoverished to you? You're gonna pay $600 on a pair of sneakers.
That's a mentality problem.
$2 trillion worth of spending. That's what it looks like. This is what the $2 trillion is buying. Jordans.
Yeah, so I think I rest my case, you know. My case rests, you know. Poverty is a fucking myth, you know. I saw this and I'm like, nah. Let me get my good brother Dollar Bill, y'all. Dollar Bill. Oh boy, here we go.
What's up, brothers? Can you hear me?
Loud and clear, bro.
Yep.
Absolutely, man.
Salute.
I tell you, brothers, man, y'all got to stop this cooning. First of all, I ran the numbers, and black people do not spend proportionally more than white folks.
$2 trillion.
Are you really? You kidding me?
I did. It's a myth. I put the information already on.
Where'd you get the information from?
Chat, my beautiful Chat GBT.
Man, I told you, I told you about that.
And listen, right? And that's not the only one that I looked at, but I love I have the paid subscription because I'm not impoverished, so I can do the paid subscription, not the one that everyone else gets, but the one that people get that spend money, right? So this whole idea of these bashing black people because they're mismanaging money.
I am not. We're not bashing black people. We're just we're bashing mentality.
That mentality. You might as well say it's an American mentality. Stop saying that.
Yeah, it's the same friggin' thing. Look, I don't see any. Look, even when you go to the Appalachian region, right? I don't see people starving. Actually, see people poor, no money. I don't see people starving.
Well, so see, poverty is not the same as starving. So when you say poverty has levels to it. There are income levels in America that say that you are impoverished.
Yeah, that's what they say.
Right. Well, that's how we can measure poverty. That's not the same.
Yeah, maybe because I travel. Like I said, when I'm in Liberia,
I travel too.
Check this out, Dollar Bill. Well, when you hit the African continent for the first time, when you go to Nigeria, Liberia, and these countries, you're going to see poverty.
I've seen poverty in the West Indies. I've seen poverty.
Yeah, you see real poverty, right? Real poverty. That's poverty which we call nobody in a country where
you're comparing.
When you have real poverty, Dollar Bill, no one's sitting online trying to buy a $600 pair.
Why are you taking for granted that these people are impoverished?
Can I ask a question, Tyler?
I'm not saying they're impoverished. I said poverty. I said people could be broke, no money.
But what makes you think that those people are broke? Because they're black?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying they're not broke.
Yeah, because I hear Chuku go, that's $2 trillion worth of spending.
I don't know what Chuko's saying, but look, I'm saying the fact of the matter, if somebody can basically something that they don't have to do, you know what you could do with $600, bro?
Black people have money. I'm agreeing with you.
Yeah, listen, I know what I can do with $600, but what I'm saying to you is, if someone wants to spend $600 on something, white people spend much more money.
Yeah, but we're not white though. We're not white.
Yeah, but so that
they got to set some.
That means that we have to be deprived.
They have infinity and abundance. We don't.
How much money? How much money are black people spending on their retirement? How much are they spending on retirement?
Hold on 1 second. That is a fallacy. White people do in this country, and this is the problem. White people in this country, do not have an infinite amount of money. There's quite a few poor.
Fool me.
What about life insurance? What about property?
Excuse me. Let me finish saying one statement, and then I can deal with the next one. There are a lot of white people who are impoverished in this country. There's a lot of white people in Appalachia and other places in America who are suffering. You can go upstate and look at the opiate crisis. You can go all over.
Let me ask you a question, Dollar Bill.
And
Good
see
question.
white people suffering and dying and living in the
if that's the case, right? If they're suffering too,
that
right?
is the case.
How come they got Twitter or X, whatever like that?
Well,
Facebook, they got all the
you want
stuff
me to answer it? You want me to answer it?
Why is there a black-white wealth gap?
Excuse me, hold up. Let me answer his question, Chuku, and then I'll answer yours. In this city, New York City, we had intercity broadcasting. We own television stations, radio stations in this city. The guy who did it—
Are they profitable?
Yes, they were profitable, and they were making money for over 30 or 40 years. Okay. Well, they were because the government decided to target them. The people who were advertising started not to pay them their advertising money, so they collectively got together to put them out of business. This is what happened.
They went
the government.
No, it's not just the government. The government, was in it like collusion. The government set up the laws that allowed all of these agencies. Remember now, Citizen Kane. When if you've seen or read the book or saw the movie, or Citizen Kane went around and he bought all of these various media outlets at that time, newspapers. So the government said that you could never be too big. It's a monopoly. The same way they split up AT&T. So they did something when black people were buying radio stations all across the country, including New York. They came up with a new law that allowed all these conglomerates to buy out these black companies. They also did it because the people, the white companies, who would the advertising. That's why you get you have business with communication. It's the advertisement that pays for it. It's not the people who come there. It's the idea.
So that's a nationwide effect that on all black people in the nation because of that advertising in New York City.
Yes, because New York City at the time, it's a little smart ass. New York City and Los Angeles are the media capitals of the United States. That's why. We also had in Los Angeles the same man we had in Washington, D.C. And if you want me to, I'll go back and show you the law when the telecommunication companies were allowed, just like they're allowed now.
Yeah, we knew that back in like 2003, 2004 when it all started.
You have to know where it comes from. You just can't capriciously and arbitrarily throw something in the air and say it's that way because we black. So what you do is you get the people who are the white supremacists who set up the system, exploit the system, manipulate the system to crush and destroy black people and black.
Let me ask you a question, Dollar Bill.
You give them an out.
But hold on. Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question, right? The question of the show is the myth about black poverty. Now, we what you just said, I know all about 2003. That's when it all started. iHeartMedia, Clear Channel, all that shit like that. I know all about that, right?
Yeah, but the
late 90s, early 2000s. I know about that. What I'm saying is this.
But you understand?
If there was black poverty, right? How did we have media and stuff like that in the first place?
Because it's very simple. When black people like Percy Sutton, the owner of Inner City Broadcasting, before black
was
people
he impoverished? Was he impoverished?
Why do we have to constantly go with was he impoverished? Obviously, he was a multi-millionaire and he owned all of these things. That doesn't mean that he didn't come out of poverty. So you can start out being impoverished, right? And you can aspire,
did he ever go back to poverty?
You can aspire to be rich because poverty is not just a physical condition.
It's temporary. It's temporary.
Can I ask a question? Can I ask a question, Kala?
It's not always temporary.
But Kala, is the social safety net the only thing keeping a lot of black people out of poverty? Do you think that if the social safety net wasn't there, would you see more poverty on the same level that you see
I
in the
think if the
Caribbean and
social
Africa?
safety net
You
wasn't
want to
there, I
ask
know
me
black
or
people, right?
ask him?
I know black people know what they would do. Like back in the days, right? Before we had social safety net, black people used to friggin' make black eyed peas, lima beans, shit like that. I never knew that was poverty food, right? And we have chicken in it, neck bones, whatever like that.
When he finishes,
And it would be cooking for like 10 hours or whatnot. And we had the best with cornbread. That was the best food we ever had, man. We didn't know that was poverty. Whatnot. Yeah, black people
haven't always had a social safety net in America. It didn't start out until FDR, okay, in the social safety nets. So
we had our own social safety net.
Hold on 1 second. Let me land. Black people live together. Just like immigrants come to this country, we live together. My grandfather had 13 kids. We all lived on one piece of land that we probably sharecropped on, okay, since the 1800s. We grew our own food. We didn't live in cities. We lived in the country. We grew our own food. So we didn't depend on social safety nets. It wasn't until people came into the cities, okay, during the Great Migration. So the answer is no. Black people in America, for the most part, even especially in New York City, have been migrating since the 80s back to the South.
Right, but I asked a different question. So if they remove
your question,
if they remove, hear me out.
If they never be at like people who are that poor, there will be certain segments of people, but we can grow our own food.
I'm talking about in 2025 today. I'm not talking about when you were sharecropping back in the day. I'm talking about right now today. If they remove the social safety net, would black people experience the same level of poverty that they experience in the Caribbean?
No.
And what would be different? No. What would be different? Would you start sharecropping again?
Because we can go back to the South and we can feed ourselves. We can do that. We don't have to do that. We don't have. See, let me explain something to you, because you really think you're smart, but you're really kind of stupid.
I'm just talking. I'm just asking questions here.
Let me just explain something to you. There's two economies in Black America. There's the regular economy that everybody else is on, and then there's an underground economy. And a lot of people have lived marginally on both eras.
Well, what is the underground economy? Are you talking about
the underground economy is basically gambling or whatever it is. Could be hustling, could be conning, could be whatever it is.
You're talking about illegal activity.
Whatever activity is, whether you want to call it illegal, some of it is illegal, some of it, okay, is not violently illegal, but people live off of that particular economy. So they have people who are, some people, I had an aunt, she was a gambler, right? She wasn't selling any drugs. She wasn't killing anybody, but she liked to gamble.
So with no social safety net, Black people can fall back on illegal activities.
Is that an illegal activity, gambling? Is that illegal? Is that the illegal activity you want to paint a brush with? What about the white people who started bootleggism and the Kennedys who ran liquor from Canada? Is that illegal act? Was that illegal? Yeah, it was back then, but they legitimized it. Just like people who are selling marijuana. Now the state of New York allows you, okay, to smoke a certain amount of marijuana, and they have dispensaries. They have legalized it. So now you want to go back and say, oh, is it only illegal? When your father first came here and overran his visa, okay, and decided to marry your Black mom.
That's not what happened, Kala. Let's not talk about family.
Be illegal. So stop playing the game with me. I'm too swift.
You're getting. Why are you getting mad? I'm just asking questions.
Mad. You see me angry, bro? Do you think I'm angry?
Okay, let's leave my family out of this. Let's not bring up family.
It's not just your family. It's many of your people like that with your family. Many of your people come here and do illegal things.
Your people, I'm you people. I'm you people, right?
You're Igbos, you're Nigerians. Come here and marry somebody, okay, illegally. We illegally marry people? They do it under false pretenses, knowing damn well
Black American women love Nigerians. I hate to break it to you. They love us. They love us. I don't know what it is. I don't know why. It just is that way.
Every country, including South Africa, wants to throw Nigerians out. They don't. That's
because their women love us too. Their women love us too. I see a pattern.
No, and first of all, you only a half caste anyway. So I don't know why you trying to pump up your chest like you're a full-fledged
No, we don't do half caste. I'm 100%
No,
Igbo
you're
because
not
my
100%.
father's Igbo.
Your mother's not a freaking Nigerian.
Yeah, you are what your father is.
that's
That's
not
how this
true.
thing of ours works.
No,
That's how this thing of
true.
ours works.
You are who your mother is.
That's maybe in
You
Black
are who your
America,
mother is,
but we're not a
your
matriarchy in Nigeria. That's
No,
that's
not
America.
true. You know that's a lie, and I know that's a
Hala,
lie.
you're not. I mean,
You're a half
Dollar
caste.
Bill. I'm not a
half
half caste. I'm
Trying to
100%
play-
Igbo.
Trying to play a
I'm
purity.
100% Igbo.
You're
100%.
100% liar. You
Okay.
are 100% liar.
You don't know how this thing of ours works,
I
so
don't
you
care how
can't.
your thing
You
works.
can't
We're
tell
in
me. You
America.
can't tell me about
We're
my.
in America. We don't care
Okay.
about your thing. How
Okay.
about that?
Fine. All right. So
You
you're a
don't-
matriarchy.
Your thing
So
means nothing here in America. Like the
okay.
Somalis, you soon shall find that out.
Okay. Why don't Black Americans do what the Somalis did? They got a good
I'm
thing
not a
going
Black
on in
American. I'm an African American.
Okay.
And I'm proud, unlike you, who's not proud of who you are.
I'm very proud.
That you won't celebrate both sides of yourself, okay? And you want to lie to yourself.
There's cultural differences. We have cultural differences.
Unlike you, I'm proud of who I am.
I'm proud too. We're both proud. But why don't Black African Americans do what the Somali did? Why don't African Americans do what Somalis did in Minnesota?
Here you go again with the Somalians.
Okay, why they got it on lockdown over there.
All you do is spread lies. Do you get tired of telling lies?
I'm asking a question. I'm asking you a question.
Maybe that's the same thing with scamming in Nigeria. Y'all can't stop lying.
You got okay. Why can't we just have a discussion? Let's have a real conversation.
You can't have a conversation with a liar. You a liar, and what you come here to do is to spew lies.
Are you always this emotional? Like how? Why?
I'm not emotional. I'm very.
Let's talk as men. Let's talk as men. Let's bring it down. Let's bring it down.
We can't talk as men. You're a child. You're a baby. You are.
Why are you crashing out, sir? Why are you crashing out?
You hate your mother. You hate your mother.
I love my mom.
You hate your mother's people, and that's why you talk this shit about you being 100% Igbo. You're not.
That's how we do things.
And Igbos are the most effed up, probably, of the whole set of Nigerians.
Okay.
If you want to look at poverty, why don't you go back and show pictures of the Igbos who think they're Jews?
I'm eating good. I'm eating good.
You're Jews.
No,
you come around here with your name Chuko, which means that you're the creator. What have you created in this world?
Well, I have my own children.
What have you created in this world?
I've created wealth. I've created an early retirement for myself. I've created
you created.
I save money. I invest.
What kind of wealth?
I own a business.
What kind of? So what? You own a business? There's millions of businesses here in America.
I'm not trying to compete with anybody. I'm just trying to live my life. I'm just living my life.
Because you come here and the first thing you want to compare is yourself to African Americans because you got this air of superiority.
There's no superiority.
Yes, you do. Then you come out and you tell me, oh,
you're projecting your inferiority. Why are you projecting your insecurity?
I'm not insecure. You're insecure. Okay? You're the one that's an insecure person because you can't accept both sides of yourself. That's insecurity. I'm not insecure.
I have slave ancestry. I accept it.
No, you have slave. You do. And the Igbos, there's a lot of slaves who are enslaved in Igbo land. You certainly do have slave ancestry. Absolutely.
So I'm agreeing with you. I affirm that I have slave ancestry in America, and you're still mad.
On your Igbo side, not just your African American.
Okay, yeah, the Igbos were sold into slavery too.
Yes,
so
the Igbos, they enslaved themselves. So what you see how you try to do backhand little flips on me? You're trying to tell me because you have African American.
I'm worried about your blood pressure. Do you take medication?
Don't worry about me. Don't worry about me.
Okay, but you have to relax. You have to relax. We're just talking. No, this is not that serious. Why are you? This is not that serious.
I hate people like you.
You hate. How do you hate a stranger? You don't know me. How you hate somebody you don't know?
I hate everything that you stand for.
Okay.
I hate people like you who come here every day and talk all kind of crap about bumquishas and all this. And there's 1,000 bumquishas that live 1,000 times better than anybody in
got bigger fish to fry than what's going on in Nigeria. You got much bigger fish to fry.
there's 20 million Igbos that would love to come to America to be Bumquisha. They're jumping on
dollar bill.
Jumping on boats.
Dollar bill.
Over walls. They're getting enslaved in Arab countries. They're going to Dubai and getting.
Do you lay awake at night worrying about Igbos, dollar bill? Do you lay awake at night worrying about the plight of Igbos? Or are you just concerned trolling? Are you just concerned trolling right now?
You want to sit up here with a level of superiority and claim
Bill, I'm not superior. You're insecure, dollar bill. I'm not. I'm just doing me. You're insecure. Why are you insecure?
Property. I got
good for you.
Excuse me, little boy.
Shout out to you. I'm affirming. Good.
I got $1 million property, and
that's fantastic.
I make more in retirement than you make right now every day.
Well, you don't know how much I make right now, sir.
What am I insecure about, little boy?
I don't know. I don't know why you need affirmation from Kala's panel. What do you want me to tell you? I don't know what.
Why? I have my own show. I paid my own thing for the year. Why
you
be insecure about something that you say?
It baffles me. It baffles me. I got to be honest.
Individual. You're confused.
I respect my elders, but you're acting. You're out of character right now.
You know, I'm not out of character. I'm just telling you the truth. So when somebody, that's why, Kala, there's certain things you can't say to certain people because they take it and they run with it.
Well, did I say Bumquisha?
No, I didn't say you said that. What I'm saying is, when you talk about poverty, you're right to say that it's not the poverty in comparison to Africa. But when we sit around and we vilify people and we talk bad about it, if we do the same about people who live in their countries, then we're xenophobic. I'm tired of the xenophobia, including us. On this platform.
Yeah, that's what dollar bill. In many ways, that's what point I'm trying to make. I'm trying to make that, to answer all these people, like this Professor Zana, whoever this clown is, right? And I'm just basically trying to defend Black America right now, Yeah,
but you're not doing a good job.
No, but hear me out. You gotta listen to the show a little bit, right?
I listened from the beginning.
Hold up. When people say Black America don't have no culture, right? If we didn't have no culture, how did we create the first Black billionaire?
But that's not what culture, right? But that's not what he's really trying to do.
That's Madam C.J. Walker.
No, I'm saying if people say we don't have no culture, people don't have no culture, they can't do shit.
No, that's
how do we build like 160 historically Black universities? How do we basically change this country from being all white until basically you have people now in aerospace and just not even one generation, aerospace, and even put a Black man in the White House? How, if it wasn't a culture, if there wasn't a spirit behind that, And that's what I'm trying to get you to understand.
About. But see, that's not what he's talking about. And everybody who has,
if he doesn't talk about that, like I said, if a person doesn't know what the Harlem Renaissance was, I can't have a conversation with him.
Kala, the first 2 Black millionaires in America was not Black American, Kala.
Oh, yo, Kwame, you want to get the hell out of here?
Kwame coming up with lies now.
He coming with his fucking lies,
The first Black billionaire.
Were they Caribbean or African?
The first Black millionaire.
It was Caribbean. The first 2 Black millionaires in America was Caribbean.
Tell me what's their name, Kwame?
I just learned something.
William Alexander and Jeremiah Hamilton.
Hold up. No, you're lying.
No. They weren't billionaires.
I said millionaires. I didn't say billionaires.
The first Black millionaire. The first Black millionaire was Paul Cuffey, and that guy he's talking about, we don't even know he really existed.
What about Madam C.J. Walker? What about Madam C.J. Walker?
She was a millionaire after Paul Cuffey.
She came 100 years after William Alexander and Jeremiah.
This guy he's talking about. There's no proof that he was a millionaire. Kwame
Caribbeans weren't even in the country.
Hold on.
Come on, Kali. If you're gonna tell, you gotta tell the truth.
How do you met? Just because somebody has a little bit of money and makes a profit, don't mean he's a millionaire. Hold up.
It's well established.
Shut up. No, it's not well established. You're lying.
I'm lying.
Daldo, check this out. Do you know what, like, in that day's money, right? If you have $1 million then, right? That means that person must have earned like close to like $80 million today in today's money. So you're gonna tell me somebody Black in the 1800s, equivalent of $1 million, had $80 million in? You're lying.
Why is that impossible?
So, Kala,
Because
how
I
about
know how the country, most
The first
people in
black
America ain't got
millionaire was the little black girl.
so Kala? How about we just type
black
in?
millionaire. There was a little black
There
girl.
was a little
used to
black girl
oil
from
in
Oklahoma. She had oil mines in her backyard. She was
Kala,
the
we got to tell the truth, man. We
No,
getting
he's
Is that a
telling the
lie?
truth, man. And
Is that a
Kwame, man,
lie?
I'm sick and tired with your fucking bullshit. Come up on my platform. You know
Hey,
I don't go
Kala,
for this nonsense.
am I telling a lie?
No, we got to stand on truth, Kala. We can't just
But
make
you ain't
up.
standing on truth, man. Get the fuck out of here. I gotta remove this guy, man. I'm sick and tired of it. I am not. Look, I'm telling you right now. We could disagree. Dollar Bill and I disagree all the time, as you see, right? But the fucking what I do not gonna take is somebody coming up here talking bullshit. The first thing out of his mouth is the first black. Who even talking about Black American right now? So why does he got to throw that in there? Oh, it's from the Caribbean. What does that make you feel better and more included? Ever notice, Dollar Bill, that everybody that comes off the fucking boat always want to be included in our success?
There weren't even enough people from the Caribbean.
There wasn't probably not a whole total of $1 million in the Caribbean. All throughout the whole Caribbean, there's probably not even $1 million. How the hell is somebody gonna become a millionaire coming to the United States? It doesn't even make any freaking logical sense.
But Kala, you know, a lot of Caribbeans went to HBCUs when they first opened.
Here this. See what I mean about this clown?
Yeah, everybody always go to. Hold on, look. Most of 99% of all HBCU graduates are Black Americans. No, 99, almost 100%.
It's a lot of Hispanics in there now, though.
Well, yeah, well, look, yeah, we let them in on free thing, but the majority of people who graduate HBCUs are Black Americans. The success. Hold on. Didn't one of the schools in built the world class medical school? You know this, Dollar Bill.
Meharry.
Yeah, you know that, right? We built that shit. My ancestors built that shit.
Howard has a good medical school too, but
not nobody from the damn Caribbean, you know.
But they attend. All I said is they attend. I didn't say they built it.
I don't care about you attending. You attend what we build. We're the builders.
I'm not taking that away from you, Kala. I'm just saying
builders and leave it at that.
A lot of the Caribbean didn't even until the 1970s weren't even their own sovereign governments.
Okay.
So what is this guy talking about?
What are you talking about? I don't understand why you're mad. You're yelling.
Hold on, Bill. I mean, Chukwu. The bottom line is, what he's trying to tell you. You sound like you're being dismissive and disrespectful to what he's saying. You know, he's trying to tell you certain things, and that triggers a lot of people. You don't basically, make it seem like okay, because if we, like he said, now if we was to do that to about your country or your thing, they'll call it xenophobic, unfair, and stuff like that. That's why I tread carefully about some of the stuff I say. Even on this platform, because I know Africans and Caribbeans get triggered very quickly.
And
so
who's going to tell me what he thinks that I should do and we should do? You're a child to me. You're a kid.
You're trying to sun me. You're sunning me now. I get it.
No, I'm not sunning you. I'm just telling you. I'm just telling you.
Hold on. Let me get a break. Let me get Honey Flower on. See what she says. Look, I'm gonna get it back to the conversation. Right?
You're old food. Well, go ahead.
Hold on. You see what he did? Hold on. You see what he did, right? You see what he did. I'm not gonna do anything with the little kid, but you see what he did.
Yeah, check this out.
You upset because your father used your mother.
Whole thing is look. Let me say this. Albo, let me say this. Okay, I have a topic: the myth of Black poverty. Right? Okay, we have all different opinions on this, right? So if somebody steps up, right, and the first thing out of their mouth is, "Do you know the first Black Americans?" What the fuck does that got to do with the topic? Nothing. That's what triggers me. And then we're gonna bring up some stuff like somebody's. Here's what they do: they rewrite history. Most people in the white people in America that you would think of millionaires weren't fucking millionaires. You know.
I just want Ubuntu. What happened to Ubuntu? Can we have Ubuntu back?
You know what it is?
Let me back up. Let me get the lady. Let me get the lady's been waiting. Honey Flower, go ahead.
Yes, Honey Flower's back. Good.
Hello.
Hey, Honey Flower.
Hey.
Greetings.
Hello. So I just came on. I don't really know the topic, but it looks like somehow it turned into I don't want to say a fight, but I guess if I don't know how to say his name. Chukwu? Is that how you say your name?
Chuku.
Sorry, I'm sorry about that. I guess he said something to Dollar Bill that kind of caused the issue. Like, what exactly did he say?
I don't know. I'm trying to figure that out still. I have no idea.
I'll tell you what it was, Honey Flower. I know that Kala is trying to explain something, and I know he does it with a good intention in his heart. That he wants to explain that poverty is really a myth in America if we compare poverty to other parts of the world, okay, especially in Africa and in the Caribbean. And I had no issue with that. But what I did have an issue was that when we using examples, we're talking about people in a derogatory manner, and then people are starting to use that as a basis.
Oh yeah, Bumquisha. It was Bumquisha, right?
Yeah, and so that makes me angry because we all know that the reality is that in many parts of the world,
Bumquisha is a beautiful name, by the way. It's a beautiful name.
Yo, but you're mocking certain segments of black women.
Yeah,
my
so
whole thing.
You call your mother Bumquisha?
Hold on. Let me say this. The thing at the timing of that comment was not right because you got people who and I was making a point was when I played that video of the people standing online, right? There's all kinds of black people on that line. They're probably college students. You gonna call them Moquisha? They're probably lawyers. There could be anything on that line, right? They're not all Bumquishas, right? And also, let's stop associating everybody poor with being bad.
Yeah.
Or everybody.
Can I say something real quick, Kala?
I know a lot of people who live in the projects. They live within their means. They're clean people. They're decent people. They're God-fearing church-going people and that. So what Truco tries to do is make it seem like every last single person in the hood, right, is some bad person, some stereotype and whatnot. And that's not the case, man. You know, that's not the case. When we start talking about economics, right, the haves and the have-nots, it has nothing to do with it. So I know there's some decent black people, right? And I'm going to say this, right? There's some decent black people that have absolutely nothing, right? And it is what it is. Then you got some indecent black people who have everything. You know, they got everything going for them. You got decent black people like that. Just like you have, I would argue that you have people in America that are broke and I would say foolish, right? My thing, I don't know if Dollar agrees with me. I believe that when people are broke, they live beyond their means and whatnot. They probably also when you see the people of poverty, right? You say the people goes, that person makes $45,000 a year. That person makes like $50,000 a year. Both of them, but why are they living in poverty? Because they're living beyond their lifestyle, you know? Their lifestyle.
Colin, America has a high cost of living. It's much more expensive to live here.
But the thing is, can you do without cable TV? Yes. Can you do without internet? Yes. Can you do it without 2 cars? Yes. You know, that's 2 insurances. Yes. You know, do you really have to have order pizza 3 nights a week? You know, an average person, family? Yes. You know, what about the fact that, you know, a lot of people will spend their time, movies, outings, beer, recreation, whatnot, all that's factored into your lifestyle, right? So when people are broke, they're like, oh, geez. Now, I also say on the flip coin, tell me what you think about this. There are people in Africa who are not foolish, who are not lazy, who are not irresponsible, and they're living in poverty. Think about it. You got people in America who basically have money, have opportunity, all that stuff like that. Because they're foolish, right? They feel like they're broke. But then you got people, what did that tell you?
Can I say something about
I never got to finish what I was saying.
Yeah, go ahead,
let's just say
regarding the whole Bumquisha thing, I think that everyone that comes on this channel should make an effort not to bring Black women into a topic or use derogatory names like talking about their poverty level because they are women. If they are impoverished, you should look at the men in their community as the men should be.
That's what I do. I always look at the men.
And secondly, it's unfair for you to call them derogatory names. If they're not your women, if the African American men say, do not refer to our women as bumquisha, then you should not refer to their women as that is disrespectful.
I
And it
agree.
gives them a pass to refer
You're
to
the
your
one that said
women.
it.
Hold on. If they call your women bumquishas, call their women slumquishas. Just give them the energy that they're giving you. Point blank, period.
Now,
I don't
I
want
have
to do
never,
it
you know
because what
something?
happens,
I don't think there's even a word for an African. We've never even made up a
Then
slur for
create one, Kala.
African women.
Create one.
We respect African
Slumquisha.
women so much. Hold up.
but why can we respect them
much.
more than we respect African American women? I don't see African women on the continent any better than African American women.
They're actually worse. They're in slums. So
I don't see them. I don't
come
see.
correct.
I don't want to judge one or the other. But even Mr. Collar, I get on him about that because I see a lot of educated Black women in America doing their thing. Okay, opening up businesses. And
Yeah,
so on.
yeah. My sister's one of them. You
So
know?
well, why do we always have to castigate African American women?
Yeah,
And
I'm
No,
against that as
Dollar Bill.
well.
I agree. I
very
agree.
nice
No,
of it.
let me clear something up.
And
Right?
also about the weight. I mean,
Oh.
maybe you obviously, Carla, you don't look at TikTok and YouTube and see the enormous African women on the continent because
Dollar Bill, man, come on.
Yeah,
you were going good. You were going good. You had to go there, man.
You're ridiculous at times.
I don't blame
about the big girls, man. Come on.
I don't blame Bumquisha. I don't blame Bumquisha. I don't blame Bumquisha. I blame Octavius.
They're bigger than any girls in America. Trust and believe that.
I know,
I don't blame.
Man.
That's why I don't blame. I don't blame them.
So stop it. Let's stop the women. Let's stop the big girl bashing. Okay.
Yeah, I agree. We should stop the big girl bashing. Let me get Elvis on Dollar Bill.
But I don't blame Bumquisha. I blame Octavius, and I land the plane.
You can blame whoever you want to blame. You know. Why don't you not blame anybody?
Octavius, man. Damn, Chuko, man. Are you a member of
Stormfront?
Stormfront?
For having you.
I think Chuko's a member of Stormfront. Some white supremacy. Let me get Elvis on. Go ahead, Elvis.
What's up, Carla? What's up, everybody? What's up, Dollar Bill? What's up, Carla?
No, every guy called me a sizist. That's a new. I always call it.
So, Carla, you be inviting these conversations, man. You bring these conversations up, and that's right in the wheelhouse of Chuko, man. Chuko like to have these conversations and share these sentiments.
I didn't tell him to say boom quisha. I ain't told him to say that.
But I mean, Chuko, you always go there as if. I just don't want to go back to the old days of arguing over these stupid things.
Elvis, let me say this, right? For the longest time, and I'm guilty of this, probably Dollar Bill is, when we were listening to Dynasty Show, right? We let people talk so recklessly about our women, right? And so it was normalized, right? Or Pookie, Ray. Even to tell you the truth, I think even when we say Pookie and Ray is wrong, because we're stereotyping people that can't defend themselves,
I used to write up on Diners all the time about how he allowed people to speak about it. And I told you when I first met you, I didn't like the way you talked about your own people.
Yeah, I'm guilty. I'm guilty of that, dude.
You're doing it right now. When you bring up these shows, you invite people who have those sentiments to come and spew them.
Difference is this, right? I'm making a point. Now, I'm still a culture critic, right? I'm making a point. I could legitimately criticize the behavior, right? But I have no right to denigrate somebody like they have no chance. All the stuff that you see right here could be corrected. What happens is we just make it seem like these people are just throwaway, they're unredeemable, whatnot. Sometimes people just don't know any better. They don't know any better. They're just like, oh, I see. Look how the line is. Why are you online getting 600? I see everybody's doing it. You'd be surprised, man. I didn't notice until I got online how Black people, right? I always thought peer pressure was something white kids went through, right? I had no idea how peer pressure, and then I realized how they're able to sell so much to Black people, and that peer pressure is strong in the Black community, because we lack something to identify ourselves. Somebody say,
because we got to keep calling ourselves, like the argument we had today. We have to keep calling ourselves Black, because Black is a reaction to white.
I'm Black though. I'm Black.
Yeah, you shut up. That allows white people to define who we are. And then when you get with these xenophobic West African, specifically Nigerians, who don't want us, okay, to claim ourselves as African people and want to call us black this and black that.
The blacks. It's called blacks.
Then you got these Africans like Chuku, who will call other black women but Bumquisha, but he won't call his mother Bumquisha because he hates that side of himself.
Hey, Dollar Bill, let me say this, right? And we see on the show, and that's why I've taken a step back. When Sim Police come up here and, you know, curse women out and say all kinds of derogatory things,
No, I've never
I don't
seen
like that
curse-
shit. He even regurgitates some of that talking
cursed
point.
anybody out on my platform. What he does is, right, let me say this, right, Elvis, right? You understand where he grew up and what the situation he
I
grew
don't
up in the
understand
street
his
with,
low
you know?
life bullshit. He brings low life. If you talk about low life people and stuff, I don't care how accomplished he is and how much money he's making. What he brings is a low life stench. And
Yeah,
you know,
like he says, husky hyenas with vibranium leggings.
And Collar be eating that shit up. He be cracking up. Kick, 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 kick.
No,
And it's like you're discouraging your own women, Collar. You can't let that shit happen.
I'm saying like this, well, you know, I don't think what you call it, people. Oh no, Hustle Smart want to come up here.
Oh, he said, drop the link.
Oh no, here we go.
Here we go. Let's be prepared for some real ignorant shit.
Yeah.
All right. No
more
Dollar Bill, I
black
didn't know you were
women.
Hustle Smart. Well, you guys fell out or something?
Yo, it's not that I was never, listen, I like Hustle Smart in the beginning as a person, but I don't like the way he talks about our women. I don't like the way he talks about ourselves because, and when I said something to him that I had a degree in journalism, that's when he really went off. Okay. But it's okay. I don't have a problem. See,
All right, if everybody, we're gonna have a discussion tonight. I'm gonna drop everybody down if it starts divulging into fucking personal insults and shit like that. Let's have a discussion about the topics, whatever like that. But you know me, I'm not wanting to hear all this.
No more
straight days.
Bumquishas, no more husky hyenas with vibranium leggings.
You
No-
might as well let Black Patriot sellout come in here and do his thing because I don't know.
Now he's somebody basically I see disrespecting black women.
Nah, Collar, that's a damn lie. That's a double standard right there.
No,
That's a double standard. 1776.
Hold on. First of all,
He don't say egregious shit like that.
When
Hold
somebody
on. I heard my name being called. What? Who got my name in their mouth like a dick? Like who said something about me? I heard as soon as I clicked on. Now what was said? Now
Dollar bill, y'all.
No, what was said then? I'm here now, so talk to me.
I said I didn't have a problem with you as a person, but I do not like the way you talk about our women and disparage women in general. I think it's disgusting. You denigrate yourself and you denigrate our people. But I think you should stop doing it because obviously you're more intelligent than you present yourself to be.
All right, so let me explain something to you. I speak the facts, and I'll never stop speaking the facts. So regardless of what you like, you can like whatever you want to like. If you sit up there and want to talk about rainbows and strawberry, that's what you choose to talk about. I'm not gonna always talk about the good and the bad. It's the same way when I go to Africa. I don't sit up there and talk about the rich area. I don't talk about Abuja. I talk about the good, the bad, and the ugly to give all perspective. And I just don't always talk about the bad of black people. But I damn sure, hold on for a second, because I ain't interrupt you when you was talking. Not one time. So the same way when I talk about the good of black people, in the same way I'm gonna talk about the bad. And anybody that does something about that, you're pandering. And I will never pander. Period. So let me figure it out. Can I please finish? Because if you had something else to say, I'll let you go ahead and say everything you got to say so I can talk without being interrupted. So let me give it back to you so you can say what you say. Because every time I get 3 words out my mouth and you start talking, that's some female shit. And I don't operate like that. So, but I'm just trying to tell you, I don't play that. I know that y'all play that talking over each other. Hold on for a second, Colin. I just don't talk over people. I give everybody the respect.
Yo, host is talking, right?
Peace and blessings to the panel.
Yeah.
I give everybody respect on here when they talking.
Hold on. Let me say this, smart, right? Okay, Dollar Bill, you have a problem with he says about black women right now. Is there
No,
any type
I
of
just
black
got a
women?
problem with.
Hold on, let me say,
That's
Dalbo,
all
let me
I
ask you a
got.
question. Let me ask you a question, right? Let me ask you a question, right? Now you and me grew up in New York, right? We grew up in New York, right? I was thinking about something today, right? With some shape of add context to this, right? You don't live that far from Tarrytown, do you?
Well, I live in the Bronx, but
did you ever go to Tarrytown as a kid?
Yeah, I've been to Tarrytown many times.
Did you, when you was a kid, did you go to those big festivals they used to have out there, black people?
No.
They used to barbecue, they used to have the watermelon, whatnot, all black people. I spent
time in Irvington.
Yeah,
Irvington, Dobbs Ferry, in those areas.
And you've been around black people, right? Now, let me ask you a question, Dalbo.
Yes, sir.
When we grew up, right, in New York, right?
Yep.
How was the relationship between us and our black women?
Great.
It was beautiful, right?
Great relationship.
Great relationship. The girl, we had our 13-year-old, you had your first kiss on the stoop, whatever like that. You hold up, think about it. You walk the girl home from the movies, you're holding hands. Beautiful black life, right?
Yes, sir.
So therefore, you go into adulthood with that program in you, right? You had no reason like this. But when I'm looking at, and people don't like when I say this, right? When I listen to not just my brother Hustle Smart, but I look at like Bushwick Bill or not, the brothers who grew up in the South, right? The dudes from Miami, I forgot the rap group, Trick Daddy and all of them, right? I look at the way they talk about women, what they had to go through when they didn't have the loving thing to build on thing. When you go to a thing where not only as white men against you, but your own women against you and everything like that, and you're in the streets.
Hey, can I interject real quick?
Hold on, let me finish. Most women are not, it's not the same thing as we grew through. When I went through, I never had a problem with women growing up. We had women that were our friends. Some girls dissed us, said, "Boy, get out of here." You ain't nothing, right? But they were our sisters. And so we grow into our adulthood as men, as those are our sisters. We feel like that. So therefore, I understand how you feel, although our sisters were not. But other people did not have that. They're coming from a different subculture, So I'm not excusing what my brother Hustle Smart doing, but I say I put that in context a little bit. Now, if that was me saying that, who I know better, because I grew up, I was able to see women at their best. I've seen the best relationship between black men and black women growing up in New York. When I was privileged to grow up in New York at a time in the 80s and stuff like that, where everything was good and everything. So other people didn't have that, Dollar Bill. They didn't have that. So therefore, when they see women acting the way they do, I think it triggers something. It triggers something in them.
Yeah, well, you know what it is.
But can I interject real quick?
Hold on 1 second.
Wait a second, Dollar Bill.
1 second, bro. Let me say this so you can speak. I've seen all kinds of women, and I've worked around all kinds of people, from homeless people to people out of jail to people who are aristocrats. There is no excuse for a man, especially
I'm not saying there's an excuse.
Especially a man who has.
I can't judge him.
Can I please interject for like 10 seconds?
Yeah, that shit don't even make no sense.
Hey, Dollar Bill, you're being thoroughly disingenuous because if you grew up in Irvington, in the Bronx, you've seen some ratchet women, man. You're just being disingenuous on this show tonight.
I just said to you that I've seen all kinds of women from the.
No, you've seen some low down scallywags in the Irvington.
All kinds of women. Oh, I've seen women like
man, these chicks will set you up to get killed. They love dudes like this because they'll set them up quick. You get what I'm saying?
Nah, because I'm starting to think that Ubuntu comes with love, but it also comes with a simp spirit, man. Because Dollar Bill, you're preaching something. You're preaching something that's categorically false.
I don't denigrate women.
No, and that's what you choose to do. That's what you choose to do. But the facts remain, Dollar Bill. What part of that? Like you live in some type of bubble, bro. And everybody knows that, bro. You live in this bubble. You ain't out there in the streets, Dollar Bill. You have no idea what's going on out there. DC, you know the funny thing is, Collar, that these females, if they heard Dollar Bill talking, they'll be like, "What the hell he talking about? We want our own. We don't want to be like that. We don't want to do this. We don't want to get married. These chicks online talking about aborting black baby, aborting black men, killing black men. And then you'll have a dude like Dollar Bill sitting up there saying, well, I love you, and you're special. They sit up there talking about we're separating. We ain't a part of us. They got plenty. And you know the funny part, Carla, you know what the funny part is? Online and in life, you have way more female channels that sit up. You talking about all day. We're talking about 3-4 hour shows that sit up there.
Let me ask about that, right? Let me ask about that now.
I don't waste
my good brother Dollar Bill. Hold on, Dollar Bill. Let me say this, right? My good brother Dollar Bill.
Because you're delusional.
Hold on. Look, he's optimistic, you know.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Just don't deal in low life shit.
Let me ask you. Hold on, Dollar Bill. Let me ask you a question.
It don't mean it exists though.
Hold on, Dollar Bill. Let me ask you a question. Dollar Bill, let me ask you a question. Right?
I know shit exists in the toilet. So
Dollar Bill, brother. Dollar Bill.
Yeah, you can tell he old and overrated.
Dollar Bill, let me ask you a question, brother. Right? 2 weeks ago, these black women were on a chat with these white guys talking about they want black men exterminated, right?
Mm-hmm.
And there's a lot of black women online. I'm not saying most of them, whatever like that, but the fact that somebody like Cynthia G exists, Paris Milan, she has like 400,000 subscribers. Right?
Tasha TKO.
Yeah, all these women are out there, you know, influencing millions of black women. And I'm saying like this, at the same time, you know what I see, Dollar Bill? I'm seeing white girls who are ditching black guys, right? You see that, Hustle Smart?
I definitely do.
They're saying no more black guys because they want to get with their whiteness like this, right? At the same time, you see black women going in the opposite direction, talking about they want a white man, they want that pasta and lobster and stuff like that. Can you tell me how could our idea of unity, family, and Ubuntu is going to address that serious problem? Because we can't do nothing without the women.
All I will say to you is what Elijah Muhammad said.
Oh my God!
You talk to the converted. There's many people.
Yeah, but there's only like 10% of the black women who listen.
No, there's many of people out here. It didn't stop you. You went to Africa and you got your.
Oh yeah, look, and it's the sad part. I had to go overseas.
I had to go to Africa.
Hey, but Dollar Bill, you have like an American Rastafarian personality, man. I can tell you smoked a lot of weed because this whole love and
no weed in my life because you're an idiot. I used to be a law enforcement agent, dummy. For 10 years, I was in the
he just naturally like that. But he in the bubble, he lost. He didn't know. You can tell. You can tell. Hey, Dollar Bill, if you come up, I don't have anything against you. You said
most of your life before you was in jail. You were selling dope.
Yes.
Now you're trying to tell me, as an educated black man who's been uplifting his community for 40 years, you're gonna try. You think I'm supposed to listen to your ghetto?
You don't have to listen to the Dollar Bill. Dollar Bill. This is the number one problem with you, bro. Because when you sit up here screaming like it ain't nobody listen to you. Everybody on this panel that's younger than you know that everything that what I'm saying is the truth, bro.
Nobody listens to you,
bro. Dollar Bill, nobody listens to you, bro. Why do you think you have to go on? Why do you think you have to go on Collar Channel, bro?
Negro.
Nobody don't listen to you, Dollar Bill.
People listen to you, nigga.
Nobody. But Dollar Bill, hold on. Let me explain something to you. Let me explain something to you. I'm talking for a second. Dollar Bill, I get paid. Dollar Bill, I get paid to go on people channels, bro.
Nobody doesn't. What about your own channel?
I don't do my channel
on your own channel,
and I still
Dollar Bill.
How many people listen?
Dollar Bill.
Dollar Bill, you just old and played out, bro.
Dollar Bill. The thing that's
boom. Everybody, take a chill. Everybody, catch your breath. We're not gonna do this. Really, we're not gonna do this. You know, I'm not gonna have this. You know. We'll start out as something else. Like I said, what I don't like is personal attacks. You know, we could talk about the issues and stuff like that. You know, I can't sit here and talk about blackness or Ubuntu, black unity, black power, Afghanistan, and we have this level of hatred. It's not necessary, you know. Both Hustle Smart and Dollar Bill are both working black men. Both of them make their money legally. You understand? Legally, right? Both of them own property. You know, both of them have daughters that they should be meeting together and say, Dollar Bill, meet me over here, man. I'm going to bring my daughter, my son up there, and I'm going to meet your son and your daughter. That's what's called black love, right? Let's not argue over people we don't fucking know. You know, I don't know about the black women in the freaking hood messing up when I like, but I do know who Hustle Smart is, right? I do know who Dollar Bill is. And those are the people I'm concerned with, the people near me. You know, if you're going to sit there and fight over somebody you don't know, that's a freaking problem. You know, I don't know half these people out there, you know, so what the hell am I going to fight with somebody that I'm, you know, he's like me, I'm like you got a lot in common. You have a disagreement, just say as gentlemen, we agree to disagree. That's what white men do. They agree to disagree. Well, take that as you wish, man. I'm just saying, if you guys want to fight each other, kill each other, go right ahead, man. You know, I'm just, it's when I get tired of this. You know
what it is? You know what it is, Kala? I have nothing against anybody, but I don't like when people who spent most of their lives destroying black people come up.
Yeah, but that's an unfair jab, man.
Come up and compare themselves to me, an upstanding citizen.
I don't think he ever compared himself to
you. He was just telling me who he thinks I am.
Okay, so I'm saying this. Okay, look, he knows that you're a man, you're a businessman, and you're a working man, right? Like that. He's a person who pulled himself out of nothing, became a truck driver, owns a house, everything like that, you know.
That's beautiful.
Hold up. You're two black men, two different circumstances. He was thrown in one circumstance, you were thrown in another, right? But right now, 2025, and December 2025, you're both
could have been in the
black men. Hold on, you two black men are probably in the top 5% of Black America.
But you know the difference? I don't spend my time denigrating people. Talking about
I've known Hustle Smart a long time. I don't think he does that.
People. I spent my life uplifting people.
Dollar Bill, you give me. Wait, let me interject real quick.
How long are you addressing me, 17? Hold on for a second. The thing about it is, he just got this thing in his mind. When older people like that just stuck in their words, it don't matter what you're saying. I never compare myself to you. I just know you're not in touch with what's going on in the streets because I'm from the streets. I ain't gonna tell you about being in the school system or nothing like that. But can I just talk for 2 minutes, bro?
You don't say shit to me make any sense. You're an idiot.
Yeah, but hold on. Yo, Dollar Bill, you didn't have to call him that. Dollar Bill.
But Dollar Bill.
Dollar Bill.
And you
you're my brother. I love you, but let's not go there. I don't want no name calling and lay the temperature, right? We can have a discussion, agree to disagree, but no name calling.
Right? And the funny part is, I ain't called him not one name. So you can see all the emotion. Bro, I ain't called you out your name not one time. Hold on. Stop for a second. Tell me the name that I called you out of.
The first thing you were going to tell me, that's female behavior.
That ain't calling you out your name. You just called me an idiot. I said interrupting each other, not talking over each other. That's what females do.
Yeah, and any idiot who says the shit that you do, that's what idiots do.
Then that's fine. That's fine. I'm not emotional like that. But but what I'm saying is, Dollar Bill, all you doing is over talking. You know what I'm saying? And the funny thing is, it just always shocked me when Colin was gone with 5 months. All of y'all had a chance to come up with y'all channels and do something, but none of y'all ain't doing that. Bro, I'm not talking to you, Dollar Bill. Why everything you think that I'm addressing to you? It's 8 people on this channel. But you know what would surprise me? And I always talk to Colin that everybody else always come on Colin's show that's on the rise trying to tell him how to do his channel. But if y'all got all these great ideas, do that shit. And I ain't right. Colin, can I please talk for 2 minutes?
One person at a time. Hold on, I'm gonna drop everybody down, and I'm gonna let Hustle Smart and Dollar Bill iron this out. Hopefully, they can be friends at the end.
And let 1776 say something.
I ain't never
say what you guys say real quick.
But Dollar Bill, you move like your bootleg Sigma Pi Phi or Alpha.
That's enough. That's enough.
All right, let's finish that. Can I finish what I'm saying, Colin?
Hold, Smart. Let me get Dark Migo on. Then I'm gonna drop everybody down, and I'm gonna let you two talk.
I'm not emotional. I don't know who thinks.
Go ahead, Dark Migo.
Nah, yo, I was just gonna tell you, Honeyflower was trying to get unbanned, but like you got to do it though.
I don't know. Hustle Smart supposed to show me how to unban.
Yeah, you gotta let me in your studio, your YouTube studio.
Can you guide me through it? Can you guide me through it?
Yeah, I have to guide you through it. Yeah, call me tomorrow, then I'll guide you through it. But every time you call me that time, you always be out in the ball. You don't never call me for.
If I call you tomorrow, I'll be in the afternoon, early afternoon. All right.
It don't matter when you call me. Just call me when you're at your desk, when you're at the computer.
Yeah, okay. So I got a class tomorrow night.
Whatever time, bro. I'm always up. I'm always up. So it don't matter.
All right. So let me drop everybody down for maybe 5 minutes. I want to basically talk to my brothers right here and my two good brothers, right? Because like I said, this was really disheartening with me. I'm trying to build a movement, right? And dude, man, this is really broken my heart tonight, man.
Oh yeah, there ain't no reason to be heartbroken because it's just the way some people are. You know what I'm saying? Like this is the thing. This is the thing. I don't care what side of the path that somebody else come on. I don't even address what side they come on. I just know what I see every day. You get what I'm saying? So it's the people that choose to talk about it, and there's people that choose to don't talk about it. But don't talk. If you got trash and people killing over there in the alleyway, Collar, and you sit up there acting like, oh, these boys just on their way to college, and you ain't gonna say something good and you ain't gonna say nothing, that ain't gonna change that behavior. You don't change no behavior by letting it fester than what's going on if you don't address it, and especially black women, because black women is beyond approach. If they
let me ask you how smart. With that being smart, do you understand? Right, what I'm saying is there are large numbers of black women. I don't know how. Like I said, I'm not in the Atlanta area. I don't know how it is. Yeah, but I'm around a lot of black women who are sophisticated, educated, live good lives, have husbands, everything like that. They're not involved with that, So I don't want to paint a broad brush about all black women. Now I heard that. What's that called? That mall y'all got down there?
Man, all of them.
No, that mall, Lennox
Mall. Lennox Mall, Greenbrier Mall. What I'm telling you, it happens that every last one of them call it. It ain't now one of them that's excluded. Every last one of them.
So I seen one of the mall. I'm like, holy, I'm glad I live here. It's just really atrocious. The way
it's a everyday
I seen a video, right, where somebody had a funeral and they were twerking at a fucking funeral on the guy's fucking face at a funeral.
Yeah.
Now, Dollar Bill, let me ask you a question, Dollar Bill, right? Right? And I understand what you're saying, right?
I'm just
hold on. What would you say if you was at somebody's funeral and you seen women do that? What would you say? Now, about Dollar Bill, let me tell you right now, Dollar Bill, let me say this, Dollar Bill, let me say this. No respect, I love you. You know I love you, right? If you don't have it in you to tell people when they're doing something wrong, then you gotta give this shit up, man.
It's not the idea of not telling.
No, so you're backpedaling.
No. I'm gonna tell you the truth.
You gotta stand strong.
No,
you have to know right from wrong.
Listen, I've spent my career.
Oh my God.
That's not what I asked you though.
And I didn't say a word.
That's not what I asked you. I said, Dollar Bill, I asked you a specific question.
Control.
Dollar Bill, I asked you a specific question.
Let me tell you what I gotta say. It's funny to me when individuals who claim that they can change people's behavior.
I never said.
No, I didn't say you. Never could change their own behavior.
Right.
It's funny to me that if you talk about me as a person who spent over 30-some years.
No, but Dollar Bill, all due respect, my brother.
Helping people change their behavior.
I do it, Dollar Bill. I get that. Dollar Bill, I get that. Lives. And I change people's lives too, right? But what I'm saying, hold on. What I'm saying, Dollar Bill. What I'm saying is this.
I'm talking about full time.
Hold on, Dollar Bill. What I'm saying is this, though.
See, you don't want to acknowledge what I'm saying.
I acknowledge that, and I respect what you did. You told me your whole story. I love and respect you did. You're a father. You raised a daughter. That's like that. You get all the respect from me. You know that, right?
It's not just that.
Hold on, Dollar Bill. Let me say this, right?
But I don't want people to
Dollar Bill. I asked you a specific question, right?
Yeah.
I said, if you went down, let's say you had a family down in Memphis, right? And the family members, you tell the family members, like, you know something, we're going to have such and such a funeral here. Show some respect, right?
Of course.
All right. Show some respect, whatever like that. They show up looking all kinds of any kind of way. And they start. I've seen the video. I can play you the video. It's
not that I'm saying that. I don't
no. So I'm saying like this. What is your hold on, let me ask you a question, right? Like I said the other day, right? Hold up. Do you hate that behavior?
Of course, I hate when people do things that.
No. I didn't ask you that. Do you hate that behavior?
When you say, do I hate behavior?
Yes.
I hate behavior. I don't hate.
Hold on. You have to have Dollar Bill.
Listen, I
hate. You have to have that ability to hate.
I told you, man.
I don't spend my
hate.
Let me just say this.
Hatred protects you from the foolish spirit.
I don't spend my time delving into hatred.
Hatred basically shapes
I spend my time.
Hold on. Do you hate child molesters?
Corrected. I hate the position that black people are in.
Hold on. Do you hate child molesters?
Of course, I hate child molesters.
Same thing. So you capable of hate.
No, it's not the same to me.
Yes, it is.
A child molester is a predator.
Okay, all right, okay. Listen, hold on. All right, let me say this.
Yo, you can't do that. A a predator, a pedophile, is a person that preys on people who cannot help themselves. An individual who does not know appropriate behavior and appropriate.
What if you told them the appropriate behavior? You're at a funeral. You're at a funeral.
It's inappropriate, but it's not the same.
Well, I know it's not the same. I'm not saying. Maybe bad example.
Did he just say that they don't know any? Did he just say they don't know any better?
They do know better, but they don't care.
What I say to you, you see what I'm saying? This is what I'm talking. He just said,
you doing it to yourself, bro. You doing it to yourself.
You know what I'm saying, Carla?
He asked you a simple question, and you tap dancing like Sammy Davis Jr.
See what I mean? Because you're an ignorant.
Dollar Bill, just like this. Look, this is all I can say, brother.
Your intellect.
Hold on, Dollar Bill. All I can say, brother, is this. All I can say, brother, is this.
Just say you're a simpleton and you can't process certain information. Then we can understand why you can't understand why I don't hate people who do stupid shit as opposed to people who hurt little children.
Oh yeah, you can hate both of them.
I don't want to hate the other one.
I do.
And that's the problem right there. That's the problem. You know the funny thing, Carla, is, man, that these black women want to be separate. They don't want no more. They don't want no more separate, and they don't want no more pandering. Like Carla, out their own mouth, they want to be separate. Out their own mouth. That ain't me saying it. That's them saying it. That ain't me saying that. Hey, Carla, how many times have you ever heard me say that I want to date outside my race? How many times y'all heard me say that? Now, how often do you hear black women coming on here talking about how they can't stand black men and how they want to date white dudes and white dudes are better and black men are conquered?
It's their prerogative.
And that's fine. And that's fine if you don't want to address it. But you fall into that same category. They don't exclude you, Dollar Bill. But if you don't want to talk about it, that's fine. But what I'm saying is that you don't have to do it. You do that on your channel. You don't control Carla channel. It's just funny. It's just funny how all y'all can go open up your own channels and make whatever rules y'all want to make. But y'all come up here on this man's channel and telling him, even Honeyflower came up here, Carla, and was telling you what you need to do on your channel. I just don't understand how all of them can just go get their own channel and do their own thing. I ain't finna tell a grown man that built his. I'm not gonna tell a grown man that don't build his own channel from the ground up for the last 20 years what he should do on his channel. I just don't operate like that. I just don't operate like that because where I'm from, we don't do that. If I got a better idea, caller, I'm going to implement it on my own channel. If you don't come up with the idea, you come up with the topics, you come up with the schemes, you come up with the talking points, whatever. I ain't gonna jump on your channel and tell you what you should do. But if that's what they want to do, rock on, man. I ain't got nothing to say about that. You know what I'm saying?
I got the final word on everything. But like I said, I like input though.
But what you gotta understand,
I like people giving me their opinion, you know.
What you gotta understand.
People's opinion.
See, what you gotta understand is Dollar Bill.
76, Honey Flowers talking first.
Yes, we don't want to hear husky hyenas, boom quishas, wild we wearing hyenas, vibranium leggings. We don't want to hear that 24/7. It's crass. It doesn't have to be about, oh, you don't want to hear the truth about black women. Yes, you can talk about the ratchet black women. Mari Shai has come up here and she has literally talked about them and how she does not like them. She has expressed it, but it's the way and the manner in which you do it. There's black women that are in your freaking comments offended by it, and it's like,
I don't care if they're offended.
Let me ask you a question, Honey Flower.
Can I make a point, caller?
Hold on. Let me say this.
After Honey Flower was 1776.
Let me play this, right? White people, white racists got a meme going around, right? It angers me, right? It says, offended by everything, ashamed of nothing.
Exactly.
But Kala, if we say black men don't build, they're conquered, you be crying.
My whole thing is, My whole thing is this. Honey Flower. All I can do is be
Dollar. No, Kala. The way you're standing against Dollar Bill, and he's
I'm not standing against Dollar Bill. My brother, bro. Hold on. I'm saying like this. Hold on. Let me say this, Honey Flower. Let me say this, right? You know that when people talk about black men, let me say, listen. Hold on, Honey Flower. Let me say this, sir. The way I defend against people talking about black men is every night I make sure I tell everybody, right, that how successful I am when that I can travel anytime I want to. I can go any place I want.
Show them something different.
I'm the example, right?
Yep.
You can't take that away from me, you know? And when I do this show, I do a show. This is 16 straight days, 6 hours a night, right? If somebody tells me I'm lazy or not, you know they're free. I disprove everything they say.
But see, I'm gonna bring balance to the conversation.
Wait, Kala, you don't think it hurts your women when you get online and call them?
Because hold on. I don't say anything about. I'm not to look. It's a Honey Flower. You gotta understand something, right? You're young, right?
No, I'm not young.
If I'm talking about women who are bold enough to get online, right? Like you don't
and record it
get online and record something and put it out there, right? Like women get up there online, recording themselves stealing out of a store and putting her kid stolen items in her baby thing, involving her children.
But two things can be true, right?
You know something? She's a queen and whatnot, and I got no. I'm sorry.
Hey, but let me interject real quick. Two things can be true, right? What Dollar Bill is describing is what it should be. What Hustle Smart is describing is what it is. And there's a difference. There's a difference between a rural black woman and an urban black woman, right? So if you're in a rural area of the country, like where Steve is from, you're going to see a different type of classy black woman. But if you're in those urban centers, you're going to see what Hustle Smart is talking about. So it's really both people are saying the truth about two different types of women.
It's like that religion to where, hey, you know what I'm saying? Just only say something good. Don't never talk about the negative. You get what I'm saying? Like, let me say this real quick, caller. Like, the neighborhood that I grew up in, it was not one person telling me that it was wrong what we was out there standing out there on the corner doing, caller. You get what I'm saying? Not one. I'm just let me finish the point. Not one person. You get what I'm saying? Now, if it was what we was doing, we was getting more defended. When the police came up, hold on, let me say this one part, they're gonna trip you out. When the police came, it was people out there like they ain't doing that wrong, they ain't doing that, and we come back, we go hide in their houses, hide in their cars.
I know that.
You know what I'm saying? So just think about it. If somebody would have came out there and been like, "Hey man, let me get you off the block, man. I got this job. Let me got help. I know you out here on the streets or whatever." That never happened. So it took jail to wake me up. You get what I'm saying?
And I like your story. Now let me give you an example.
Go ahead.
Let me ask you a serious question. If I lived on your block, what do you think would happen?
Oh, come on. I would have been at, I would have been sleeping at your house. You would have had to kick me out, bro. You would have had to kick me out.
Don't you think I would have freaking stopped that shit and say
exactly?
Help?
But that wasn't happening. That wasn't.
Like I said, I believe in tough love. I believe in telling like it is. If I believe, look, I'd rather hurt your feelings than see you get hurt by the law and the white man. If you're gonna deal with me or you're gonna deal with the fucking white devil, you know. I'd rather hurt your feelings, shock you back into reality.
See, but this show
Hold on for a second. Let me explain to everybody how me and Collar first got cool. When I first told my story, Collar told me I was out there killing my people and destroying the community. Collar went off on me for about 30 minutes straight. But after he got them going off on me about 30 minutes straight, when he heard about how I go out there every weekend and help brothers become, so I don't even have to pat my own back. I ain't gonna talk about 40, 50 years and all that. I don't even talk about it. But I go out there every weekend in the roughest neighborhood in Atlanta, Bankhead, got a petrol station and try to get brothers to be entrepreneurs. I ain't just sitting out there talking to brothers. I ain't sitting out there just running my mouth. I'm trying to put money in brother pocket because I feel 100% I feel that black people being professional employees ain't doing us no favor. White people raise their kids up to be entrepreneurs and managers. Black people, we raised our kids up to be workers, working for the college. You were just talking about that with the people that work out there with them ships, working out there 30, 40 years and all they get is a watch and a thank you. Then they got this memory that they bring up in every conversation, how they work hard and made somebody else rich for 30, 40 years. Like that's some type of claim to fame or something.
He put 35 years in the shipyard, but then he bought his own auto body shop.
How is it that hustle?
Let me say this, Carlo.
I just want to say 10
quiet for 30 minutes. Can we make a point?
I'm about to leave. I love this show because it shows three different types of black men. You have the Jack and Jill black man and Dollar Bill, the boule. Then you have the middle class black man, Collar, right? And then you have the blue collared black man, Hustle Smart. Nope. Man, you Jack and Jill, man. I know you're tight, man. You got an S curl and a part in your hair, man. You up there. You are highfalutin Negro, man.
You're an idiot just like he's an idiot. And see, I don't have to.
Oh yeah, hold on. You know what we need right now? We need Afrodamas to come up here so everybody can be unified again.
Let me say.
We need Afrodamas. Please call in, man.
I mean, I don't sit around calling people names like that, like a little child, bro. I don't act like no child like that, cause that just, that don't even make no sense. It shows how you are, bro.
Can I say something?
Collar, me and Elvis been quiet for 30 minutes. Can we?
Okay. All right, Dollar Bill.
No, but people who misrepresent me don't know shit about me.
Hey, put it on your channel, man.
First of all, you don't know nothing about me, and I don't have to make an excuse because I didn't fall for the bait by trying to kill my own people because I grew up in poverty. I grew up in poverty, and I chose a different way. So don't pat yourself on the back because you giving back something that you helped destroy. Go ahead, Elvis.
No, I don't pat myself on my back.
All right, Carlo, let me say this, right? In life, you can't choose your parents, you can't choose your siblings, but you can choose your friends. You can choose your associates.
Thanks,
Elvis. You associate with, the people you bring into your circle. So when you have people talking negative about black men online, like women do, sometimes you probably hope you have a sound-minded woman that will say, look, you guys are generalizing. Most men are not like this. My father is not like this. My husband is not like this. Responsible people don't generalize an entire group.
Let me say
responsible people.
What I say is this. What I do is the reason why I do this show, right? I want to represent black men in America. I clearly state that I'm a black African American here. My ancestors, many generations, 20, 30 generations in America, right? I am not a freaking immigrant or anything like that. I'm black African American, right? And so what I do is make it people clear that I am the success I believe our people are. I played Stephen Hightower last night. I was inspired by that guy as a young man. I wanted to be like him, an entrepreneur, a businessman, I know about him for 20, 30 years, you know? And so therefore, I said like that.
Is that the guy that do the petroleum?
Yeah. I learned about him back when I was friggin' in high school, you know? Back when I was in high school, I knew about him, right? I was like, wow, you know? He was on Ebony Magazine, Jet Magazine, and fucking Black Enterprise Magazine. And you're just like, wow, man, you know? So people like to start about this guy now. Like, I known about this guy. That's what inspired me. I knew about Reginald Lewis, first black billionaire, right? So I was.
Carla, let me just finish my point before you go off. So when you want to have decent people around you, the conversation that you have attract those decent people to come around you. If you're having conversation that promotes, certain behaviors or certain sentiments, it will attract those kinds of people. So for me, I know the kind of people I want to associate with. So when those kinds of people come around, I engage. When the people who I don't want to associate with come around, I pull back. And you have to be like that. People say we try to run your show, but we come here not because we hate you. We come here because we actually like you, even though we disagree with you at times.
So everybody
but we like you.
I have on this show, right? You're here because I feel like me and you have disagreements, almost. Why are you up here, right? We don't agree on nothing, right? Or Liberia, whatever like that. But I feel that you have a right to be here because I talk about what? Your country, right? Since you have a stake there, that's your homeland, you have every right to be included in any discussion that I have on Liberia. It'll be immoral for me to exclude you. That's why sometimes I don't like it, because when I start doing Liberia, I know you come up and say, oh, shit. First thing I say, here's Elvis, But I'll let you up because it's part of the game, right? So and everybody that's up here, Dollar Bill, Hustle Smart, whatnot, there's things about Dollar Bill that I friggin' love. I mean, can't think of anything Dollar Bill that I dislike except for him with the big girls. That's the only thing. But other than that, I love what Dollar Bill does, right? Now, me and Hustle Smart, we're different. I get where he's coming from. I understand his background, so I put him in a different perspective, Look, I knew dudes like Hustle Smart, right? I knew dudes, and you know something? He's one of the exceptions because I knew dudes like that never reformed. I mean, I'm dead serious, right? I knew dudes like that. Next thing you know, they're 49, 50 years old, and they're still trying to pull the next big cable. What the hell happened to that nigga?
Blaming people.
Yeah, it was like next thing you know, he got caught up in some shit, Oh, he got what happened to that good job he had? Oh man, he tried to use some credit card scheme. Damn, he's getting 10 years. 10 years, that nigga's like 55.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen that so many times when people just hurt me because you thought you believed them or not. So when I look at somebody like Hustle Smart, right? I take him, he's a little rough one on the edges,
Very.
He's very rough on the edges. He's a roughneck. He went in the streets, right? He's gonna say it like it is. But I'd rather have him on my side, because
why can't he be like Malcolm X?
Well, I'm like this. Hold on. He's not Malcolm X. He's not Malcolm X. He's not Malcolm X.
He's certainly not.
Because I ain't religious.
No, it's
I ain't religious. Don't believe in no fake God.
Right? And I told you from the very beginning, it's not. I don't dislike who you are. I dislike what comes out of your mouth. The way you represent yourself as a man, okay, is horrible. And
that's your opinion, Dollar Bill. It is your opinion. You don't know what opinion. If that's not your opinion, then you don't know what opinion is.
It is my opinion, but it's not just my opinion. It's an opinion of many people. The way you represent yourself.
What many people, Dollar Bill? What many people?
Elvis, a lot of people on this panel.
I don't give a damn what Elvis thinks. Elvis thing that sit up there talking about he'll eat a woman raw. You gonna tell me? You gonna tell me
anybody in earshot knows that.
Hey, Dollar Bill, hold on. Let me explain something to you, bro. I get paid to go on people's channels and talk. They request me to come on there and talk, bro.
I would give you a dime to come on.
That's and that's fine, Dollar Bill. And that's why you in that bubble that you in, bro. Nobody don't pay no attention to you, bro.
All right. Hey, yo, hustle. Dollar Bill, hold on.
No, can I say something?
I ain't got nothing against you.
Can you guys spare a minute to some of the other guests?
Yeah, but can I say one thing?
Yeah, let the old man get it out, man.
Yeah, he's making. You can call me all you want to, but I never spent a day in jail. I never been arrested.
That's cool.
and I came from poor, impoverished neighborhoods.
That's
when I was
good.
a child, okay, my father drowned a rat that climbed into my crib.
Drowned a rat? What are you talking about, man?
He took the rat out and drowned it in the toilet. You don't know what I'm talking about. Keep your mouth shut. You might learn something.
No, I don't want to. Yeah, you can keep that. You can keep them 19. You keep them 1924 stories, bro.
I was born. I'm only 3 years older than Carla. So you're running your mouth. You don't know what you're talking about.
What I don't. That's the difference between me and you, Dollar Bill. I don't talk about what I don't know.
The big difference is I don't have to go back out of guilt and do things for people because I was a menace to my neighborhood.
Who doing something out of guilt, Dollar Bill?
You are, because
no, I'm not. I get Dollar Bill. I get paid. Dollar Bill. Hold on. See, that's where you talking something that you don't know. I get paid for Dollar Bill. Hold on. Let me tell you, bro. Let me tell you. I get paid. Let me explain it to you. Let me explain it to you. I get a $36,000 check if I get one person a month, and all they got. Let me explain it to you so you'll know how I act, so you won't sound ignorant the next time you say something dumb. I get what they call a referral, Dollar Bill. So that's every person that I get out there and they can get in the truck. I get a $3,000 referral when they do 3,000 miles. So at the end of the year, I get a check for 30. Usually get a check for about 36,000, and that covers all my bill. Legit money, 36,000 cash.
And I don't owe no money on it. Okay, my house is twice the size of the house that you have.
Can we move on to the
okay?
What are you talking about, man? I'm happy you got it.
All due respect, everybody.
You're not scared. You're not impressing me.
Who's trying to impress you, Dollar Bill?
Don't tell me about your little $36,000 shit. I pay more in taxes.
No, you know what you said is that I do that because I feel guilty, and now you moving the goalpost.
You minister society. You minister society. You made an excuse why you chose to be a thug.
I made an excuse. What excuse did I make?
You didn't come, but you know what you didn't get? You didn't get any etiquette. You didn't get no real education. You can make money, but that doesn't make you an educated man.
No, it doesn't.
You don't know how to conduct yourself as a young man. You still talk like
I'm not young.
Child. Well, you act like you're young.
I act like I'm young. How old do I act, Dollar Bill?
You speak like you're in your 20s.
In my 20s?
Yeah, that's how you speak.
Man, that's good, man. I hope somebody else tell me that. I hope somebody else tell me I talk like I'm in my 20s.
All right, can you guys?
I appreciate that, Dollar Bill. Thank you for that, man.
Can we spare a minute for Kwame? Kwame, go ahead, bro.
Anunnaki Hotel.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, both Dollar Bill and Hustle Small making good points, but I think it's just more nuance to it. Like, I lean more towards the Dr. Umar side, you know, Black Queens Forever. But there is like the Cynthia G's, the City Girls type of women out there. We can't just deny it, act like, you know, like things are not real. Like you got Black women,
Tsukiyama and all this shit like that.
Hey, Kwame, I don't want to interrupt you. Which one of those stats get the most attention? I'm talking about most attention. Who's on billboards? Who on TV? Who's
the City Girls.
Exactly.
We can't act like hold on. We can't act like it's not Black women out here setting up men to be raw for their jewelry, putting. You know, I know I got friends that have been set up for their jewelry in Miami, or even a house. You know, their house been blitzed where women dropping, you know, their locations and what condo room they in to get their house blitzed.
Taking pictures of their houses, what they got in their house.
Yo, clowns.
But you gotta realize, you gotta look at the women. See,
but hold on. I ain't speak for like 35 minutes. I just want to.
No, but I'm saying it's the women that people choose. They don't.
Yeah, but we gotta be accountable for both sides. Yes, we gotta strive, you know, to treat Black women greater and stop using derogatory terms. But what about the Cynthia G's of the world? Where's the black female Umar Johnson that's telling Black women to respect Black men and, you know, get with Black men and not
Six the Goddess.
Okay, I don't really know about the sister.
Hey, they call her a man. Call me. They call her a mammy and a pick me.
They call her all kinds of names.
They call her all type of names.
They're coming at her. They threaten her life and something.
Threaten her life, trying to dox where she work at, trying to get a fire.
This is a serious fucking.
These are black queens that's doing it to another black queen.
Yeah, so I think that we should strive to treat black women greater, but at the end of the day though, what's Dollar Bill? We got to be honest. We can't just.
It's not that I'm not being honest. It's to say to you, I don't want to dig in the gutter because the more you dig,
but it don't gotta be in the gutter. You got women.
Listen,
you got women. Hold on.
You hang with dogs, the more you get up with fleas.
Hold on. Dollar Bill. You got women that's well established. That's on that city girls type of way.
OnlyFans got lawyers and doctors on OnlyFans.
Yeah, so you can't just act like it's just a gutter.
He has no idea, bro. He's in the bubble, bro. He has no idea.
I'm in the bubble.
But honestly, you got to understand. Dollar Bill been out of the game for a long time. The last time he went on a date is like 81. So you got to understand he doesn't understand the modern woman.
That's why I don't take him serious.
I don't understand anything.
So for you know what I'm saying, you just gotta be
black women.
You just gotta be fair. You can't just I mean I understand that we do gotta strive to treat our black women greater and things like that, but we gotta also be able to call out the city girls.
I didn't say you don't have to call out anybody. It's not what you do, it's how you do it. It's not what you say, it's how you say it. It's the language that you use. Okay, that's important. And see, somehow in the translation, people don't have that type of home training. So I can't expect them to present it that way.
But Dollar Bill, do you condemn Cynthia G?
Like they try to strive to make money. They need
y'all been listening. Time out. Y'all been listening to college show. Y'all been listening to college show for the last 2 years. Nigga, you don't have no power over no black woman. You lost that power in like 1968. You can't tell them shit, man.
2 months ago.
That's why I turned in my jersey. I retired from the game. Hey, what they do is what they do. Yeah. I'm out the game. You feel me? But you don't have no power to tell any black woman what the fuck to do. Man, listen, dollar bill.
When did I say that?
A modern woman would take your little VA check and blow that shit, man. You know, dollar.
You know what? You're a simpleton. You're a simpleton.
Man, that little Vietnam money that you living off of.
You know what it is? You think you're a patriot.
That little substitute teacher goddamn picture shit, but they gonna get all that, bro.
All that.
You like white women.
Hey, Colin, and you know the funny thing is though, like Dollar Bill talk about the way that I talk. Guess who talks exactly like that? Those Cynthia G's, those Tasha TKO, those Paris Milan, all them chicks that sit up there and will set a dude up to get them killed raw. They talk just like me. That's the funny part. So if they heard Dollar Bill talk, they would be on his ass and tell him, don't talk for us. We ain't with us.
I'm not protecting Cynthia G.
Nah, but honestly, I don't think they will get over on Dollar Bill because Dollar Bill is so easy, they would think it's a trap. So I don't think really.
That'll never be easy. You're a sucker. I don't know what part of the country that you live in. You're a mark and you're a sucker. How can I be easy? I'm from the.
He walk around with it billfold and taped across his forehead, bro. You know what I'm saying?
You see what I mean?
Right, he's straight.
Trying to be nice.
He's straight in the bubble, man. We said that negative about you. Dollar Bill, you've been out the loop. You've been a married man since 1967. I commend you on that, bro. You out the loop, bro.
Hey, but let's be serious. Now let's be serious. The last time Dollar Bill was in the dating game, Sam Cooke was number one on the chart, man.
So you gotta make this one point. Dollar Bill, I agree with you that we do gotta tone down the disrespect, but at the end of the day, we can't raise simps up or men that's going to be potential licks. I'm just being honest, bro. I'm talking about shit that I seen with real life. We
listen
can't.
What I'm saying to you, in life, there's all kinds of things that are gonna happen, but you can never stop being the man that you are. That's
wait, Dollar Bill, are you gonna condemn the city girls and the Cynthia G's of the world?
But y'all don't have no power over what a sister does. And Dollar Bill, do you substitute at a private school? Because you should know, man. If you substitute in a modern public school, the dudes are sad. Those young boys is.
hold up. Let me say this. Right.
You're a social worker. You don't even make money.
Come on, Dr. Migo. It takes out dollar bill. Okay.
You don't even make no money.
Hold on. We'll just 3 of us on the panel. I put a question to you, right? Said, what do you do about, let's say, somebody, and I didn't say do anything, right? If you saw that at a funeral, right? What would you do if somebody started twerking and stuff like that at a funeral? You could not give me a different answer.
No, that's not what you said.
I can answer.
He gave you another question. What do you do about the Cynthia G? Serious question. The city girl culture and stuff like that. You know, the pasta and lobster culture.
But you deal with it, Kyle, or you retire.
How would you, if these people cross your path on your channel or not? How would you handle them?
I would take them off my channel, and I would tell them.
Well, how would you?
Let me say. I'm going to tell you what I would do. I would take them off my channel, and I would simply say this: I'm glad that those people are the way they are, because I don't want to see another young man dealing with a woman like you. I want you, if you identify as a woman that wants to get you a white man, instead of trying to find the white man in the black man, go and get you a white man. If that's something that you truly want and you hate black men, then stop playing around with black men's hearts. Go and find you a white man that you truly want to be.
I can buy that. I could buy that.
And deal with it. I don't have to waste my time playing games with people. See, there's some people that want to play games. If you don't like certain things, you don't want to do the right thing, go your way.
What if somebody says to you, Dollar Bill, that you're being unfair and
I don't have to be fair.
Sisterhood.
I don't have to be fair. I'm not a sister, okay? And I don't have to be fair, okay? I'm just going to tell you the way it is. I'm not going to curse you out.
What if they say you can't judge them for their behavior?
I don't have to judge them. I don't want to judge them. If this is what you, some years ago, a colleague of mine, okay?
How many years ago, Dollar Bill?
Doesn't matter. See what you're trying to do? You're trying to make me feel bad about
how many years ago, man? I want some context.
Make me feel bad because
I ain't trying to make you feel bad.
Now you're making me feel bad. Hold on, Dollar Bill is only like 3 years older than me. Man.
Hey, when I was your age and you was out there not trying to drop the soap, I was in college and university. Okay, so you can try to make fun of me all you want to. You're only making fun of yourself.
Oh, okay. But how many years ago it was though, Dollar Bill?
Why did Bill say circa 1920s? Man, come on.
He can say whatever he want to say because I could. You know why? Because I realize you don't know how to say things as a man outside of your mouth. You need to get some books and read so you can develop your vocabulary. Because I know that you're smarter than what you
Dollar Bill, let me say this to you, right? You know, we've had our rough patches, you and I. But the more I've sat back, the more I've tended to respect you. You know, not only just your age, knowing that you're at that age, but also being an educator, being a dedicated father, raising your kids, you know, having a daughter who's doing a PhD. I've come to respect you more and more, you know, because some of these, you know, it's difficult. Being a father is a difficult thing. So you have my respect.
Difficult. How is it difficult?
You see, the thing is, you know what it is? Hustle Smart would make
it ain't difficult. I'm just saying. I just want to know how difficult. I'm not asking a hard question. I just want to know because I got 2 kids. It's not difficult at all. You know what I'm saying? Work hard. You know what I'm saying? Teach them the right way. Support them. It ain't hard at all. I'm just. Hey, Dollar Bill. I'm not even talking to you. Elvis made the statement, so I'm asking him how is it difficult.
You just want to argue with the brother.
How is that? Holla. Hey, hold on for a second. Even though I don't fuck with Elvis at all. Elvis, when I said that I don't think being a father is hard, was that arguing? Did you take that as arguing?
It is hard because
no, it ain't hard.
I'm gonna tell you what it is.
Tell me how it's hard, Dollar Bill.
It is hard because there's a lot of things. There's a lot of things that happen in life that could push you in many different directions.
But how is it hard when you've been on the government dole your whole life? You went to Vietnam, you fought.
Dollar Bill kids lived with him their entire life.
Then he became.
They wasn't living in a separate household, and he wasn't just paying child support. He raised them.
How is it
fathered them every day.
Stop that, yo. Dollar Bill is a Gen Xer. like me.
He was in that?
Born after Vietnam, so stop it, man. You know.
Oh, I didn't know. I
You know
thought
what
he
it
was.
is? There's a lot of
No,
things
he's
in
not.
life
He's like a freaking.
where you got to
yo,
keep yourself focused on what you have to do, and that's the hardest thing sometimes.
Nah, that ain't hard. It
Well,
might be hard for you because you old as fuck.
okay, I'm not even going to clap. See,
I'm
But
just
if
saying
you,
it's not
but
hard. I'm just
it's
trying to
really
figure out what the hard part is, man.
it's
I got
really
two
not
of them.
hard if you're taking care of yourself financially and you have your wife at home taking care of the family. It's really easy.
And it ain't.
Have you?
Hey, that's the
Thank you
reason why my
guys.
daughter.
Thank you
That's
guys
the
for
reason
this
why my daughter. Hey,
conversation.
I forgot to
Have
tell you,
you
Colin. My
and a
daughter,
woman?
she moving back in, man. She trying
Have
to
you
she
and a
trying to move
woman?
back in the house,
Have
man.
you
And
stayed
she
in
moving
a
at the end
household?
of
Have
this
you
month.
done it? Have you stayed in a household with a woman and raised your children?
Yes,
You
I've been
feel-
married. I've been married twice, Dollar Bill.
Yeah, twice. So that means that you failed, right?
Yes, I
No,
got
it just
divorced.
means
failed
the
and
time was
no,
up.
'cause
Things run
you
its course.
failed
Dollar
too.
Bill, you don't live in reality. Sometimes
He
things
doesn't
run
live
its
in
course.
reality at all, bro.
Reality is,
There's no
Sometimes things
reality.
run its course.
you
You might be
failed.
with a woman for 10 years,
Reality
then it
is
runs
you
its course.
failed
Then you get
and he
another
failed,
wife.
and you didn't get a chance, so you had a broken family. That's the reality.
I had a broken family. What
You
broken
had a
family I
broken
had?
family because you weren't married to two women at the same time, were you?
No.
So that means that one had to fail, and then you
Yes.
tried to make the other
No,
one.
it just ended its course.
It just ended
Everything
this
in nature,
course.
Okay.
everything in
Dollar Bill,
nature has
Dollar Bill, it's not
everything in
Dollar
nature has
Bill.
a
Both
terminal.
It had to be hard because
Dollar
you
Bill, both
failed.
my ex-wife, we're cool. See, I'm not
Yeah, but
like
you
most black
failed.
people that we're not
You
enemies to
wanted it.
anything. They still come over to the house and cook and
who you
bring
are.
the kids so they can spend the
don't care
night.
how
It's
good you are.
just that we just separated.
See, Dollar
failed.
Bill,
You
is a
failed.
level of maturity that you haven't mastered
I
yet,
can't
right?
talk to you because you
You
failed.
got to understand that things
You
run its
failed,
course,
and
right? Nothing
that's
in life,
why he failed.
nothing in
It's
life,
not hard
everything
to
in life is
fail. That's
temporary.
why it wasn't hard for you.
Everything in life is temporary.
So hold on, Dollar Bill. Everybody that get divorced is a failure.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
You're a failure because you
And Dollar Bill is a black Mormon.
Yeah, man. Yeah, he's out of touch, bro. I like listening to him because you can tell he's out of touch, man. He's like in the audience of one. He's just in the audience of one.
And another man had to step up and confuse your children and call them daddy. That's what you did. Or the worst.
What kid? You say my kids call somebody else? You say my kids call somebody else daddy?
I'm not talking about you in particular.
Well, what are you talking about?
I'm talking about when it's not you in particular.
No, I'm just saying, what are you talking about, though?
I'm talking about when you were in a relationship and you failed to raise your children, you or any other man, that's how other men, okay, have to come and step up and be a father to your child.
No, most of them women stay single, Dollar Bill. That's what we trying to explain to you.
Do they stop being with men?
Time out. Dollar Bill.
I'm their kids call other man daddy though. Where you get that
Dollar
from?
Bill. I'm starting to see
You
you must be a
have no idea
stepfather.
what you're talking about,
Dollar Bill.
You so out of touch, brother. You one step away from being in the
Dollar
retirement
Bill.
home, bro.
Dollar Bill. I'm sensing stepfather DNA.
I don't have no stepfather DNA. I only have 2 kids, and so
He don't get it. He don't even get what you said, man. He don't even understand what you said. He not saying you're a stepfather.
All right. Let's bring it back to the topic.
You failed. Just say you
What's the topic? Yes, I did, Dollar Bill. Thank you. Appreciate it.
You failed, brother.
What's the topic, Colin?
We basically back to the topic, right?
You're right, Dollar Bill.
The myth of black
What's the
poverty. Now,
topic?
this is a video. This is a video I'm gonna play that I found interesting. Try to guess the country this is.
What's the topic? Tell me the topic again, Colin.
The myth of black poverty. You know,
the myth of black poverty. Okay.
Nobody in America is poor.
Hold on.
Nobody in America is poor.
Let me say this. That's what we're arguing about, right? Now, how smart? You probably weren't here in the beginning. Like I say, my theory is this. I could be wrong, right? I said people in America are broke. That means you're like this. But I said until I went to Africa and I saw real poverty, right? The real poverty. That's poverty. Poverty means you have no chance. You're going to make $1 per week,
right?
You know. You don't know where your next meal is coming from, you know.
$1 a week is great some places.
But now, when I'm saying what I said when we talk about this topic, right? I saw them motherfuckers, 100 people, 1,000 people lined up to get a new pair of Jordans for $600. And these are the people that tell me they want.
You talking about the Jordan 11s?
Yeah, the Jordan Gammas.
Yeah, they sold out in 15 minutes.
Yeah.
So the bottom line, you got people fighting out there to get a 600 give. And Michael Jordan don't even like black people.
Colin, they was out there sleeping. sleeping.
Yeah, I know. And you want to know? You hear what I just said? Michael Jordan don't really care for black
Stop,
people,
man. He opened up a clinic in Wilmington, North Carolina, free of charge for poor black people.
You can't say Michael Jordan don't love black people.
Michael Jordan
fuck with black people.
When he ran the Charlotte Bobcats, he hired like 70% black. Michael Jordan just don't talk about the shit he do, but he fucks with niggas. He just don't fuck with niggas. But he looks out for a lot of black people.
What work do you do?
I save people like you, man. At need, at risk, you like you, Dollar Bill. You dealing with a lot of stuff on the spectrum, man.
Get out the house, man. You gotta take out the pajamas, man, to get outside the house, bro. Get on the subway or something, bro. Hey, Colin, no, but you know what? I get what you're saying because. Like when I was in the projects and shit, man, there'd be people in there that living in the projects and you would think they poor, then they go inside their house, they got big screen TVs, they got money, they pulling out money, going on trips.
You ever see this? How you go to the house? There's like three stacks of $100 bills and 50s.
But this is what Kyle is saying is really true, man. In America, is really unless you have a mental health problem. And that makes you homeless or you're on drugs. Those are the people that are destitute. But normal thinking people, there's so many programs. If you want to go to school to be a nurse, it's a million programs. If you want to be a truck driver, it's so many fucking grants.
You ain't even got to keep a C average to be in all the vocation. All you got to keep is a C average at the technical school.
Yeah, so many programs. So like poverty.
Being as ignorant as he is.
The first time I seen poverty is when I went to The first time I seen poverty is when I went to Tijuana, Mexico. I'm like, what the fuck? And that's when I started. It was poor.
Thank you.
No, 1776. When I went to Africa, that's when I saw it. I was like, man, this is a different. My feelings were hurt when I went over there. Saw those people over there working.
This is what you will see in Africa.
Well, go look at the tents in Los Angeles.
Hold on, you see the
pictures out of town and
you gonna
Los
share?
Angeles.
Here.
This is poverty right here.
Hey, you have to share, okay? Here.
Just grabbed it.
Here.
Ain't nobody said thank you.
It's nothing else.
No, they never say thank you.
They don't never say thank you.
They never say thank you. You can forget that, man.
Thank you. That's an American thing. They don't talk like that, or they don't appreciate it. They just don't.
They never say thank you. They like that in Nigeria too.
Yeah, they like that in Nigeria too, but it's not in America. We would think it disrespect, but that's just not what it is. They'll be too busy over there stuffing their face. They'll be so happy. You'll see their eyes glow and everything.
Colin, why you trying to kick the African kids back in, man? Come on.
Wait, no, hold on. What did you like, Kwame? What did I do?
You kicking the little African kids back in for? Come on.
I am not kicking the African kids. I'm just showing you poverty. God dang.
Yeah, but he's showing you the difference between American poverty and destitute, and like hands the mom.
Nah, but he knows certain things is American culture versus other people culture. You know, you're not going to hear thank you and pardon me in certain people.
I didn't say anything wrong. I just accepted it. After
that's uncouth though.
Accepted it, you know.
That's just uncouth. Like if somebody.
What country was that, Colin? What country was that?
When in Africa, do as the Africans do. If that's what they do, that's what they do. That's the way I see it.
What country is this video from, Colin?
I have no idea. Just pick a country. How about everybody this? Everybody try to pick a country, you know? Let's try to guess. Pick a country. Somebody says Gambia. I got a Gambia.
Probably Ghana. Probably Ghana.
Ghana going once, Ghana going twice.
No. Now Ghana has a standards. This is
that don't believe that shit they show you on YouTube, man. They got that gutter part too, bro. They got it. It's there, bro.
Are you trying to say, husband, that's Nigeria?
I'm gonna say that's Ghana.
No. Ghana has a higher echelon. This is lower than
Don't let Lewis call in.
This is Nigeria.
Call in a second, bro.
The Nigeria, the nigger area. This is like some nigga shit.
You know,
This is Nigeria.
I try to stand.
Nigerians, man. If that was Nigerian kid, you'd have some of them speaking the language. All of them was kind of speaking English, so that's why I give it to the Ghana. Most Nigerian kids, they don't speak English. They don't speak English every word. Are you talking, Dollar Bill? Because if you are, man, you just talking to yourself. I can't hear you. Go ahead, say what you forgot to say, Dollar Bill, man. Yeah, like one of them dudes in a retirement home, bro.
I can almost excuse you for being ignorant because you spend most of your life being dumb.
Okay, appreciate it.
But this guy over here of 70-76, he's the worst.
Yo, Dollar Bill, are you still upset what he said about Vietnam?
Oh, no, I don't care what he said. He's an idiot.
Are you still bothered by that, man?
Nah, he out of touch, man.
Yo, 70-76 a fool, man. Don't get upset, man.
Dollar probably got the lights off, pointing, yelling at the wall, bro. You know what I'm saying? He's straight out of touch, man. He living in that safe bubble, man. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
But hey, Dollar Bill, this is the thing that's disconcerting. You're a substitute teacher.
Colin, is it poverty when rappers go to the hood and hand out, back to school supplies and turkeys and other things like that to families, and they're taking those things from those rappers or those entertainers?
Hold on, Elvis, man. I know you try to make it seem like I'm mocking people, right? I'm saying that, and when you talk about, like I said, I don't really buy it. Like when Birdman gave out 1,000 turkeys to greet.
Colin, you are mocking. You laughing at the kids.
I'm not. I was not laughing at the kids,
trying
man.
to make jokes
like Jim Jones handing out turkeys in New York.
You making jokes talking about.
I was not joking.
Gambia going once, going twice. Come on.
No. I said. I was just saying. People asked me what country it was. I said, take a guess.
Yeah. So why you gotta put on a show about going once, going twice?
Hey, play the video again so I can look at the head.
Okay, I apologize.
Play the video again.
Damn, Colin, you can't have no sense of humor on your show, bro.
I know, man. I apologize for having a joke, man.
Hey, Colin, rewind it. Let me look at the heads. I can tell.
Hey, Colin, it just amazes me how everybody come on your channel, man, want to tell you how to talk and everything.
I just wait. That's what makes the show, man.
See, y'all
my
it just amazes me, man.
But Hustle Smart, Hustle Smart. Don't you understand? Don't you understand that the African?
As much as I may not like it, but the people that come on this show, much as they fight with me and argue with me, to me that would make the show.
But you gotta understand. Dollar Bill still have nigga DNA. Niggas can't build shit, but they can always try to take shit. So Dollar Bill can't.
Why are you gonna talk about Dollar Bill like that?
I'm just trying to.
That's inappropriate, man.
Do you know in the school system, this cat right here makes the lowest money than anybody else? He's got a degree in pseudoscience. Okay, he's not a psychologist, and he's probably not an SW.
But being a social worker, Dollar Bill, you're so stupid. Being a social worker, the same programs I give to other people, I use them. So I have expendable money.
What programs are you giving?
Listen, I know the light bill program that would pay half your light bill for you, right? I can get you.
I need a light bill program.
So what? You're on welfare, 1776? Is that what you're saying?
I know how to use 1776 for my benefit.
Show people how to be impoverished.
Wow.
It's no poor people in America. Like you can go to a hood and like Dollar Bill said, you go in there, they got a fish tank. They got a
Poverty is relative. Poverty is relative. There are poor people in America. But relative to Africa, they have more.
Elvis seen real
poverty. It doesn't mean that you have nothing.
Kwame seen real poverty in Kingston. You're talking to people who've seen poverty like Elvis and Kwame. So what you talking about?
Poverty is relative.
You know what poverty is also? When you have an impoverished mind. You and Hustle Police are two poverty-stricken Negroes.
Hey man, you in Shady Acres, bro, or something, man. You like some grumpy old man, bro. I swear, Dollar Bill, you just get grumpy old man vibes, bro. You know what I'm saying? You just grumpy as fuck, bro.
I told you he's Jack and Jill, man.
Everybody else don't move there. You just stuck in that spot, man. You like hey, Dollar Bill, drink you some water and eat you some oranges or something, bro. You know what I'm saying? Just calm down, Biko.
For 4 hours and then give you a book to read.
Dollar Bill, listen, man. I know that medication, it takes a long time for it to kick in, bro. You know what I'm saying?
I know
Like Dollar Bill, you been like Dollar Bill. You've been out the scene for the last 40 since 1981,
But time out. See, I'm not going to condemn Dollar Bill. I'm not going to condemn Dollar Bill, but as a social worker, Dollar Bill, you need to move to Thailand where you can get your medication half price. Because seriously, if you move to Thailand, you get a studio apartment, right?
To the Dominican
Dollar Bill, do you wear glasses, man? Do you wear them Walgreen glasses when you be reading, bro?
Nah, because Dollar Bill, when you living
sitting on the bridge in your nose,
Dollar
bro.
Bill, when you're living on a fixed income, when you're older and you're living on a fixed income, right? Your 401k is good, but you can't live off of that. Medication is high. Lipitor.
Dollar Bill's not living on a fixed income.
Let's get back to the topic. Also, before I begin, we gotta say, I gotta say, R.I.P. to Rob Reiner, right? You remember him as Meathead?
He died, 78 years old today.
Yeah, a Meathead from damn. Look, he's only 20 years older than me. God damn.
You know, I taught in the school where him, Lawrence Fishburne.
What year that was, Dollar Bill?
Penny Marshall,
83.
That was in the year 2000. Penny Marshall and Robert Lipschitz, okay, who is now Ralph Lauren, okay, all went to the same school in the Bronx.
I met 20 years ago with Lawrence Fishburne in the 60s.
You see how stupid you are? I said I taught.
He said he taught at the same school. He didn't say he taught them.
Oh, okay.
See, that's what's wrong with
But I'm saying, what year was the Dollar Bill you was teaching?
I told you I taught in the same school. Let me say it again.
Yeah, just say the year. Start off with the year first.
Let me say it first for the people on the short bus. Okay. In 2000, I taught at the same school.
Okay.
Those guys attended. I didn't teach while they were attending. I taught at the school that was their alma mater.
So why even bring them up if they don't have anything to do with it? Because plenty of people probably went to that school.
Because dummy, we were talking about Bob Reiner, and that's why I mentioned that they went to that school together.
But they ain't dead though. Bob Reiner is dead. Why would you put live people with it?
I don't have to say no more, Elvis. Do I have to say any more, Elvis? You see the American educational system?
I'm just asking. So you said about 45 years ago.
Yeah, let me ask you this, right? So Baruti is asking you a question. You know, how does the black race move forward by you showing that video portraying Africa negatively?
I get it. Hold up. Look, this is what I'm saying about Baruti, right? Now, because Baruti's here tonight, I was going to play a video about the violence of Congo. How are we going to talk about problems if we can't play videos, right? The Congo.
You're not playing videos to be constructive, Carla. You're playing it to be negative.
There's a lot of videos I want to play.
You know what Carla do? How the hell y'all always coming up there and telling Carla why he do what he do? That shit get on my nerve when they come up here and do that shit.
I got this. Hustle Smart, I got this, right? Now, there's death and destruction in Sudan, right? There's people dying, something like 50,000 people died in Nigeria, right? Death. The Congo right now is so unstable, right? You got kids dying in a war, fleeing. It's hell on earth, right? I believe that if we could basically mobilize this country to divest from South Africa in the 80s, right? And brought sanctions to bear on crushed the South African rand and whatnot, and made them release Mandela and begin the road to a democratic thing like that. We could use that same organizing power, right? But to do that, right, what I'm thinking is this. I'm thinking because we have all this discord between Black America, and this is my theory. We got all this discourse between Black America. Oh, no, Jonathan Miller. This discourse between Black America and Africa, right? I think there's like one video I wanted to play yesterday. I didn't play it. There's people, and I thought this was myself. I said this before, right? But now people starting to realize I'm like a prophet. I said this a year ago. Earlier this year, or when I started my show, a year ago, right? I said Black people in America, African Americans, right, who was the biggest advocate for Africa in America, right? We were the one who brought the attention to apartheid and everything. We kept it in both face. We called them political favors. It seems that we're losing interest in Africa, right?
Yep.
We're losing interest in Africa, right? And so therefore, things like the Sudan, this wouldn't have happened 30 years ago. Arabs, Dubai, coming here, we would be mollywopping these motherfuckers. We saw them, and they come in what they're doing, right? It's hunting down African. We just saw these are our people. But what happened over the last 30 years?
It's more entertainment now. Like back in the 80s and 70s, you didn't have entertainment. When you wake up, there's so much entertainment from Instagram to Twitter to
that's a part of the problem, right?
When we were growing up, they had 10 channels.
76. When I say it's right, so the only time, even my little platform, right, where people get to see real serious shit is when I'm on. I'm going to show you the stuff that's uncomfortable to make you think. You know,
Right.
This is not an Instagram channel where I'm going to show you nice sunny pictures of one. I got to show the real thing. Because I want
But Carla, they don't even want you to show that. They want you to just show the pyramids and the.
No, I'm sorry, I can't do that. I got to show
Well, Carla, that's
it's
Barudi's
wild, bro.
question, right? His question is, how does that move Africa forward?
Well,
What's the benefit of it?
Because you have.
Hold on. If people like Baruti said he got connections to Africa, if they were really serious about uniting with us, they would come and sit down and talk to me. You know, they would. Hustle Smart knows it. Dollar Bill knows it. Even Jonathan Miller knows it, right? You want to sit down and talk to the College Genesis and whatnot, I could give you a plan to have, we could do something right. But they don't want to do that, you know? They just sit there with the arrogance and whatnot and think they're entitled to our time, money.
And I told you, Carla, that's our fault because we was the one that going on there like, hey, let's help, let's do, you know what I'm saying? Let's build. We got to save that. That was that Pan-African dumb shit in the beginning. Everybody like got to save it. When I went to Nigeria, I saw it for myself. They don't want to be saved. They don't want they used to that shit being like that.
But a lot of y'all are misunderstanding.
Hold on for a second. What you say? What you say?
What Pan-African are you talking about?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
But what you got to understand is they're not a unified. They're not a unified people.
Yeah,
every tribe,
they're not unified.
Every tribe in Africa is a distinct nation, right? Yeah. It's not like African Americans. If you're in Pittsburgh, Atlanta, wherever you go, we kind of have a unit. We have unity. You know,
we all speak the same language too. They don't speak the same language.
We have unity where we shoot people down in the street.
But that's marginal compared to that's marginal. Like they said Mexico City had 1 million murders. We don't have stuff like that.
We don't have mass grave. We don't have mass shootings.
We don't have that.
Mass graves.
Most of the time, people get killed they're in the game. If you're not in a game and you live in a square life, you can live in any city.
For that black woman that was coming to pick up her child and was beat by several kids. She was in the game too.
But those people have mental health problems. That the people, anybody who would beat up a woman has a mental health problem. You don't find extreme cases, man.
Hold on, let me get Jonathan Miller on. Go ahead, Jonathan.
Dollar Bill, touch some grass sometimes, man.
You got to get out the house, bro.
I got to get out the house and go to jail or meet some white women.
Yeah, man, go to that polar opposite, Dollar Bill. Yeah, do that.
Jonathan Miller, go ahead, bro.
Go to jail.
Yeah,
so I can realize
and kill some people too, Dollar Bill. Stay on the polar opposite, bro.
That I was a fool.
Yeah, go stay on this stream, Dollar Bill. That helps you out, bro. Go ahead.
Every time I hear Dollar Bill,
where you at, bro? Where you at, Jay Miller?
John Miller, go ahead.
I'm suffering in Benin City.
Man,
I just want to say rather quickly,
what's up,
we cannot be compared. Any wannabe tribalism that we supposed to have, which we don't have, by the way, cannot be compared unless you can wake up one day and say, wow, them niggas from California just slaughtered a whole bunch of niggas from New York in one day.
Right.
That happens over here all the time.
Yeah.
We never done that. We never will. We know it.
Just listen, Dollar Bill. Listen, man. Let Jonathan Bill.
He got that old man, that old grumpy grandpa. He got to tell you about get off his grass. He gonna tell Jay Miller to get off his grass in a minute. You know what I'm saying? You damn kids, get off my grass.
You should even be tired of hearing your ignorant ass talk, Jonathan.
Go ahead, Grandpa.
Jonathan. Is Jonathan there?
He hear you, man. You gotta fix your hearing aid.
I don't need a hearing aid, sucker.
Jonathan, you on?
I muted so he could talk.
No, I want to ask you a question, Jonathan.
He needs you to respond, Jonathan, so he can ask the question.
I don't need you to be the.
He just said he muted the. You didn't hear him, Grandpa. He said he muted the mic so you can talk, but you keep calling his name.
I'm not a grandpa, but when I become a grandpa, I'm going to be very happy.
Yeah, Dollar Bill. He said he muted the mic so you can talk, but you keep calling his name for whatever reason.
And helping other people instead of selling drugs and killing people. So I'm
Dollar Bill. He said he muted the mic so you can talk, bro.
I wonder, I listened to Jonathan, and Jonathan tells me about similar stuff that happens to him in his life coming up in America. But the difference is Jonathan is articulate and intelligent. Now, I don't always agree with the things that he says, but he has his conviction, and he's living in a place that I don't live. So I can only say, he's showing me something I haven't seen. But then other people who come here and say they've had similar situations and they still have a nasty and filthy mouth. How did you, Jonathan, transform not just what you did in the street, but transform yourself as a responsible and intelligent, articulate man? Could you tell us how you did that?
Well, I was raised to be articulate. I wasn't raised to be in the streets. But I was a dumbass and followed niggas that was in the streets. None of us was ever raised that way.
Okay. So you were already an intelligent man before you walked into jail. So because you knew you was not doing the right thing, and when you decided to do the right thing, your intelligence followed you, is what you're saying.
100%.
I can understand.
Did that answer your question, Grandpa?
Let me ask Jonathan a good question. Jonathan, I
But Jonathan is half stupid though. Don't give him too much credit.
Oh no, he was stupid at all.
My thesis of the show tonight, right? I said the reason I came up with the show is because I saw Negroes wrapped around a building to buy a pair of Jordans, $600, right? And I said the myth of Black poverty. I know there's people who are broke and people may not have no wealth or financial assets, but I said, as somebody who's been to Africa, right? I've seen real poverty, right? And let's go not on American standards. That's why I don't like to judge poverty by American standards. I'm going by the globe. America's what, 10% of the globe population? I'm not going to judge America. What we see
probably less than that.
They're probably about 11, because it's like 3 billion. It's like 3 billion, and America got 353. So it's probably like 10 or 11.
It's 8 billion people on the planet.
What I'm saying is, when you take the whole global population, right, and you look at what the average American has or whatever like that, and I said Black poverty is a myth. Now we got to call it something else. We have access to actual capital. We don't have well-to-do-ness, upper mobility. That's true, and people feel frustrated. But when we try to equate what we are going through to what somebody's going through right now in the Congo, about to face severe starvation.
But Carla, in 2 years, this is the first time I'm hearing a paucity of gratitude for this country. In 2 years, this is the first time you have shown a tinge of appreciation for what you have, man.
Oh, look,
Salute.
Hold on.
Thanks to FBR for the social safety net.
No, because Carla always say, because when them dudes on Dinah Show was talking about Babylon, they wait for Babylon to fall. Carla was the first person to be like, why the fuck would I want America to fall? And I got my business here, and I got my bank accounts here. So I can't say that, Carla.
I mean, much as I talk about racism, white supremacy, I say, look, this is what I do, right? I basically say, look, America got me, right? I got a business here and everything. I looked at everything else because you know something. 4 years ago, I had planned to quit the insurance business and just go to Africa and try to make it.
Ooh, that would have been a bad decision.
Now I realize what the fuck was I thinking about? I was considering it.
Where you was gonna go, Colin? Where you was gonna go?
I was gonna go to Liberia and try to make it to Angola. I was gonna wait my Angola. I was gonna say I'm gonna get down to Angola, get in the oil business and diamond business. You know, I was just gonna make Africa.
Tyler, you could make it if you have enough money and enough business savvy and
Shut
connection. You
your
could
ass
make it.
up. That's why your ass ain't went back to Liberia. You always talking about what somebody else can do and what they can't do. And your ass sitting up there in Minnesota with all them white people with a name like Elvis, bro. You're a straight up clown. You know what I'm saying? That's why you be jealous of Collar when he go over there when he got some ideas about Liberia, because you be the first person to sit up there and drag something down. And your ass ain't been over there since you was 6 or 7 years old. And Collar going over there every year, 2 or 3 times a year over there trying to make bid, and you steady every time he brings something up, say what he can't do while you sitting up here in Minnesota sending goddamn remit $10 and $20 over there. And when somebody's going over there and loving it and saying how they can make business and how they can figure out how to do things, man. This is crazy,
a lot
bro.
about Elvis's life, huh?
That shit is
Collar,
crazy, bro.
you could make it there if you have enough money and connection. It's not impossible.
That shit is crazy.
I said, Elvis, look, I would basically argue like this, right? Like Dave was saying,
You're right, Mary Shine.
Until there's infrastructure that was destroyed during the war last 30 years, until Liberia gets to really infrastructure up, you know, I would say like this. I basically want to build a call center for my business, right? Because we're growing, right? I want a call center. It's too expensive to build one in America. I can't pay somebody $15 an hour to answer fucking calls, you know?
Right.
The Philippines, right? Philippines too far. You could build a call center in the Philippines. All you need is a bunch of telephones. Matter of fact, you could do voice. All you need is computers because they could call through the phone.
They do it in Kenya, Collar. They do it in Kenya.
Yeah, check this out. $3 an hour in the Philippines, right?
Mm-hmm.
I bet you any amount of money I could build a call center, and I wouldn't even do this, right? Pay $1 to $4 an hour in Liberia, right? You will create jobs, and I'll be contributing, saying I'm contributing. That's my goal. I'm going to do it, you know? I'm going to do it. But I know when I outsource, I'm going to hire managers run it. I can't be there all year. I got to make my money in America. I got too much shit. I want to open up an office in 10 states in America, you know? I want to have a call center, routing calls, sales calls and whatnot, prepping the agents for sales, closing sales. I have a job idea to make turn my corporation TFO into a multi-million-dollar operation. You know, Africa could be right there for us because Liberia. The good idea is they speak English. You know, they speak English, so it could be done. You know, but you gotta. You know,
I think when you be saying that, I think you need to be more specific. Just say Liberia, because just saying Africa, you know how these contrarians, man. Yeah, man, because
I check out look. They really got a lot of people who really want professional jobs. That's all Liberians really want is professional jobs and whatnot. All you do is give them an office and whatnot. They think that you only pay them $3 an hour. But they have a social status, you know, higher than the rest of the people or not. And now that like I said, you know, there's a lot of people that want to go and that's getting interested in Africa and whatnot. When you talk about African business, right? African business, I will say like this, off the record. Don't focus on manufacturing minerals and all that stupid stuff they talk about. You get nowhere, you know. The key is African youth and the labor, you know, because every person in Liberia knows how to operate computers, smartphones, and stuff like that. So they're very technically savvy. My wife just got a phone fixed. I said, iPhone I gave her.
They can take the motherfuckers all the way apart.
I never seen anybody get an iPhone. She cracked her phone, and this dude fixed it. I said to the money, she said, "Oh, my phone's fixed, babe." I said, "You kidding me?" You know? She said 50. So these people could take a computer. You don't think, "Oh, I need a new computer." They'll take that thing out there, take the motherboard out,
and solder that thing. They'll solder it. That's what it called, right? They'll do it right there in your face. They'll do it right there in your face.
You think you ever see a car laying on the side of the road that can't run? Them motherfuckers, if they don't have the part, they know how to fucking weld that shit down to make it work. Next thing you know, this thing is running.
I agree with that.
You know.
I mean, there's a lot of Colin. There's a lot of nigga rigging going on over there. But if you brought the it works. But what I'm saying is, what would make your idea what makes your idea better, because you're trying to bring the proper equipment over there. You get what I'm saying? Yeah. So it was just like when you was coming on, I was telling you about the bag, the tool bag. It's like a little book. It's a traveling tube bag that you can put on the plane. You just got to put it below. You can't check it in. You can do it like that. But if they got the product, you ought to see the tools that they working with. They might be changing the alternator with a machete and a stick. You get what I'm saying? But they make it
like that. I'm gonna bring that over there.
Yeah, it's a tool. It's a tool box. And the thing about it, how you do it is, all you do is go online and be like tube kits that's approved by what they call TSA, and it'll give you a list on Amazon.
How do they know if you had it in your bag?
No, you can't. No, you got the metal detector is gonna get it. You can't do it so when you bring it in, you gotta let the lady know at the desk you're bringing this, so she gonna have to check that in under thing. That's why. How you think those chefs that bring their knives, they bring their own knives when they go out of state? They check it and put it under the seat. You know what I'm saying? The same way that people bring their guns.
Saved me a lot of money because I was always planning on sneaking it in the bottom of my.
Or get you a barrel. Ship it over there in the barrel.
That's another thing. Hold up. But if I ship the barrel to Liberia, it probably won't even be there.
That's true.
My boy Naya, well, 2 years ago, he shipped a barrel over there, and that nigga was stuck his whole vacation with nothing.
How long did he ship it before he went over there?
He shipped it like a month before.
Nah, you got to do it like 3 months.
So it didn't. And then when he got it got held up in Freeport, right?
Right.
As a matter of fact, his boy, right, got it for him after he went back to work. Yeah. He had to go back to work. We normally don't do that, but that time, I don't know, they was having problems at Freeport.
The quickest way to get it over there, Carla, if you're gonna do a 45, one of those 45 or 25 foot containers, what I do is I do the 53 foot
barrel.
The barrel is good, but the barrel is gonna be in a container, but it's gonna be mixed with a lot of other people. So when they pull that container, they're gonna hold it because it's gonna be that barrel is not gonna be the only thing in it.
Get this stuff off.
Yep. You got to wait for all of that shit to clear. And if it's one issue with one barrel, then that puts a hold on all the rest of it.
That's what happened with him.
That's exactly how it happened.
The stuff was in the country, but it was held up at Freeport, So.
Yeah.
Man,
if you can get that container collar, you'll be good. And I can help you get a container if you need a container.
Yeah, I'll talk to you about it. I'll tell you about it. I need that shit done,
Hey, but what country? You never told us what country was the video about.
I don't know, man. People get mad because I won't name a specific country. I'm like, all you know is, man, it's just so bad. And people think I'm mocking people. No, I'm not. I'm just saying, I'm showing you that's real poverty, right?
Hey, Carla, when you did that, people was in the chat saying that Nigerian people do say thank you. And I'm not saying people that's got older people will say that, but these little kids that live on the streets, they don't really have they out there living on the street sleeping. I was trying to explain this to when I was in Nigeria, and I was like, kids don't walk around, they don't sleep on the street. You don't see kids walking around naked, you know what I'm saying, with no clothes on. Like in America, if it's 10 o'clock at night and you see a child, you're gonna call the police and try to figure out what the child doing out there. But in Nigeria, it's not like that. Like you be stepping over kids, man. They just out there like that, and they just want something to eat, and they're not thinking about saying thank you or being polite. You know what I'm saying? They thinking you're there to feed them, and they trying to reach in the car and just get as much food as they can. They're not thinking about being polite. They're just happy somebody is feeding them because people don't do it. All of them rich ass people in Nigeria with all this money, they don't go down. Carl, you know how people in America they like go down there and feed the homeless? They don't do that shit in Nigeria.
Black people in America are the most charitable people. We always give back.
But you know what?
I'll do that today. We always feel like we're obligated to help the less fortunate.
Just listen.
And that doesn't happen in other countries,
Just listening to this show, I'm definitely going to say my prayers tonight and thank God that He sent my spirit to America because I'm still in that Thanksgiving mood,
hold on. I always say, admit nothing.
Yeah, just I know you were happy to be a slave in
1776.
You just want to thank God that you were a slave here, right?
In other words, admit nothing. Admit nothing.
Just admit it. You love being a slave here. That's why you can't see yourself doing nowhere else or doing anything else. Where else can you get pork and white women?
Hey, but Dollar Bill, like when you really think of like just watching this video and other videos, our life is real fucking easy. Like the hardest thing for most of us is like what we're gonna eat for breakfast. Are we gonna have the eggs with the toast?
You don't have to think.
With the biscuit? I mean,
you just gotta step and fetch every day.
But I'm looking when I watch these videos, they don't even need gyms. They don't even have fat on their bodies to burn. It's just like
they got 0% body fat, bro.
Stepping and fletching so long. What would you do if you had to go somewhere else?
Listen.
Hey man.
Oh no, I'm in serious trouble. Ross Moisture's here.
I'd rather listen to Ross Moisture than to listen to
Musa?
36.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
What's up, Moose?
What's going on, fellas?
What up, man? My man, keep it real, man.
Yeah, man. Yeah. You keep it real 100%. 1776.
Yeah, because bro, y'all both love the white man. Y'all both love the black man.
Listen up, right? Why are you guys ganging up in 1776, man?
He's a sellout.
That mean why there's a Patriots. That brother why there's a Patriots, man. He's very passionate about America. The same way I feel about America. What's wrong with that, man? Why you gotta call him a slave?
He's a bootleg. That's what he is.
Nah, but Musa, this guy is like Umar Johnson, right? He has these fantasies, this Ubuntu masturbation in his mind, right? But he's never been outside of the tri-state area.
He did not nowhere.
He ain't never even been. He ain't never been to the Caribbean. He ain't never.
You're a liar.
The furthest he's been is upstate New York.
First of all, you're a liar. Okay.
Yonkers. I meant you've been to Yonkers. That was it.
Yo, 1776. Check this out, right? I mean, even if you went to the Caribbean, like you went only to the resort. But you never went outside the resort. You only been to
the way he talk, man. He a resort nigga, bro. That ain't going nowhere. He did that for gay. He did that resort. He did that resort. House cold in them slippers, bro.
See, he gonna step off that resort. He's gonna step off that resort with his VA money and that Ubuntu. They gonna grab that wallet with a machete. Say, give me that motherfucker before I cut your hands off, Ubuntu.
Exactly. Guess what? They are going to kidnap him, and they're gonna call his family to pay ransom.
Hey, he gonna be in the back seat talking about he loves everybody. You know what I'm saying? How much he loves everybody.
You have to have somebody hold your hand because you'll be too scared.
Oh my God!
Dollar Bill, man, Dollar Bill. You better be glad that you are an American, man. If I were you, man, I would kiss the American soil every single day.
Hey, Musa, we're gonna send them to Haiti. We're gonna send them to Haiti to negotiate with barbecue.
Now that's where that Ubuntu shit. Hey, you talk about sending Dollar Bill to Haiti. That's where that Ubuntu shit gonna stop. Now he ain't going to goddamn Haiti, man. You know what I'm saying? He might go get some Haitian food. But he ain't going nowhere, bro. He living high off the hog, bro.
You know why?
Yes, sir.
Wherever I go in the world, I can speak to anybody from the poor people to the elite.
Yeah, we would love to see you go to Haiti and talk to them about Ubuntu.
Can you speak to barbecue? Can you speak to Lomo Soju?
Hold on 1 second.
Can you speak to Jeff? Can you speak to Krista? These are ruthless Haitian gang leaders. Can you speak to them, Dollar Bill?
Speak to anybody.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I can speak to anybody.
I'm talking about he delusional.
I speak to people from all over the world.
Man,
delusional.
You go there, Dollar Bill.
New York, baby.
Dollar Bill, you know.
Only talking like that, Dollar Bill, because you are in America, man.
Yeah. And hey, Musa, he lives in a gated community in New York. He's scared of New York.
Yeah. Yeah, bro. He don't understand. They would love to see him coming, boy. They'll be licking his chop. They chop like a wolf on a coyote, like a wolf on a sheep, bro.
He gonna come in there smelling like cologne. He gonna come in there smelling like cologne. They gonna. He smell like money. You smell like money. They gonna shake your ass.
You smell like grapefruit. They gonna put his ass in a blender, bro. Then he gonna be talking about that. But I love y'all.
You couldn't even be in the
Man,
subway.
like they don't care about none of that shit, man. Like they only care about making money. That's what they care about, man. Like
Dollar Bill, I'm ratchet, bro. You know what I'm saying? When I'm in Nigeria, I'm fit right in there, man. You know what I'm saying? They talk that shit over there, bro. They like that. They like that. Dollar Bill, if you Dollar
Bill, man, your aunt, man. Listen, aunt. That's the truth, man. Like your Dollar Bill, we are giving you games, man. You better enjoy America, man.
Man, you good in America, bro. You been married since 1976, bro. You good, man. You ain't got to try to talk tough, Dollar Bill. You ain't tough.
And Dollar Bill, you a little bit up in age, so
bro. You a straight up creep up, bro.
Hey, Dollar Bill.
Dollar Bill. The only thing that's tough about you is the bottom of your feet, bro. You know what I'm saying? Cause you can't reach your feet. You can't reach your feet like you used to, bro. Bro, you ain't been to Dollar Bill. You ain't been past the airport, bro.
Check this out.
If you went to come out, you stay close to security, bro. Listen, you a creep up, bro. It ain't nothing wrong with that,
Atlanta has changed a lot since 04.
Dollar Bill, it's nothing wrong with that, man. I commend you for being married since 1976, bro.
You talk a lot of shit.
That's good, bro. You know what I'm saying? You safe. You're the real definition of finding something safe to do. You safe, bro.
Because you ain't in my league, son.
You say you're right, Dollar Bill. You're right. That's what I'm trying to tell you. I'm not in your league. You're in the safe league. You're in the safe league, bro. I'm Dollar Bill. I'm in the Dollar Bill. I stay in the trenches, bro.
You don't breathe the air.
I sleep. Hey, Dollar Bill. I sleep with the yapper, bro.
You was weak.
Dollar Bill. I sleep with the yapper and 2 clips next to my bed, bro.
And you please. You think you know what? You're an idiot. You think that impresses me.
It doesn't impress you. I'm just telling you that I'm not like I'm just telling you that's why you're on a different you safe, bro. Stay in that safe lane, Dollar Bill. You good, man. You listen, Dollar Bill. I wish that I was married for 42 years like you, bro. Dollar Bill, you safe out here, man.
Have you been to New York?
No, never been to New York, Dollar Bill.
Nobody's safe in New York.
No, for real?
Giuliani done cleaned that city up a whole lot.
Dollar Bill, I used to live in New York, man. I used to live in New York.
Plenty of safe places in New York.
When you used to live in New York, ain't the New York that it is now.
You don't know the New York the way it is now, bro.
Listen, let me tell you something.
Know it.
New York City before Giuliani was the Wild Wild West. New York has cleaned up a lot. They cleaned up their act a whole lot, man. I was in Lefrak. I was in the Bronx. All Puerto Ricans over there.
Tell them where
It's in Queens, man. It's in Queens.
And a little
bullshit I used to live
and there's a bunch of Russians up there.
And the Russians don't live in Lefrak.
Listen, you know them Russians gonna tighten you up, Dollar Bill.
The Russians live in. You know what? I'm not
Dollar Bill, just chill out, bro. You ain't tough, man. Just talk about Ubuntu. Talk about how hugging and kissing everybody and eat fufu and shit, bro. That's what you good at, man.
And that's what it is to you.
That's what I'm saying, bro. You ain't. I'm telling you, just the bottom. Feel the bottom of your feet. That's the only thing that's tough about you, bro. And that's good, Dollar Bill. I'm telling you, it's a good thing, man. I wish that I had that life, man. You know what I'm saying? That soft life, man.
And that's a beautiful life. You can go to Denny's on Sundays. You can get 70.
You can go to Golden Corral on Saturday. You know what I'm saying? Go to your all you can eat buffets.
Yeah, that's the good life. Ain't nothing wrong with the good life.
Man, your internet don't never get cut off. You know what I'm saying? You got that good Wi-Fi, Dollar Bill. You got that good Wi-Fi. You know what I'm saying?
Dollar Bill, are you still in the school system?
No, you tell me where I'm at because you know everything.
I'm just asking you. I'm asking you. Are you still?
Why don't you and Hustle Smart?
Hey, that's you that tell everybody about that $1 billion bill. We asking you.
I substitute teach also, and you can. I'm asking you. Are you still in the school system?
No, I'm asking you. Why don't you tell me about me?
So you asking the question with a question?
You know me better than I know myself.
I
just know you just strike me as like a Boulay person, like you're Alpha Phi Alpha. You strike me like a Roland Martin, but with
hey, what the things that Roland Martin be wearing around his neck like a little handkerchief in his neck? What they call them things?
I forgot. It's like a little scarf thing.
Little scarf thing. Yeah, Dollar Bill probably got one of them on.
Ascot. It's an
that's what you probably got one of them on right now, man. Pointing at the wall and shit, man.
Yeah, Dollar Bill just reminds me of like a Prince Hall Mason. Like he's a Prince Hall, an Alpha. He's part of Singapore. You know, he just moves in a different circle. You know, like a theoretical circle where they just make up shit.
Where everybody hair receding though. Dollar Bill hair receding and shit, bro. You know what I'm saying? So that's that class, bro. That's living good, man. You ain't got to worry about brushing your whole head. Oh, you have to just worry about combing the sides and shit, bro. You doing good, Dollar Bill. I'm telling you, man. It's gonna get there one day, man. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, like I have friends from Africa.
What I need you to tell me about life is when I can just slit my throat.
Don't do that, Dollar Bill, because you can't work for Massa no more, bro. Don't do that no more, man. When they force you to retire, because they gonna force you, bro. They gonna force you up out of there.
When I need you and your girlfriend over there,
they're gonna force you. Dollar Bill, what you gonna do when they force you to retire, bro?
Tell me about life. Then it's time to just slit my throat.
But what are you gonna do when they force you to retire, Dollar Bill?
I just wanted to ask him because the kids have changed. The kids have from 2010 to 2025. The kids in the schools have changed. That's why I said I don't know if you're teaching, you should be in touch with what's going on now. That's why I don't know if you're teaching at a private school in Long Island or something, but because something's not really adding up for somebody who's a teacher. You seeing Keisha's kids. You seeing Tiana's kids, you seeing all those different type of kids. So being a teacher, you get in touch with what's going on in the now.
I say I don't know nothing. Both of you told me about myself. Y'all think you know everything about me. You got me as a substitute teacher. The other ones got me with an ascot on. Just because I don't act like a nigga, that means that there's something wrong with me.
But you lived in some very degenerate places like Irvington, Newark, the Bronx, right? So I don't understand how you formalize Ubuntu and you lived in those places.
Man, listen, 1776. Like the Bronx, man, is a filthy borough, man. It's one of the
dirty, man. Smell like Hustle Smart said something true. It smells like piss.
And he's been there.
Man, that borough is filthy, man.
And he's been there.
I've only been in that borough one time, man, and that was when I was going to file my taxes. I was like, listen, man, I will never go to that borough again, man. It's
not enough white women for you.
Disgusting, filthiest borough in New York City.
Not enough white women for you.
They got,
huh?
I don't deal with white women, Dollar Bill.
Yes,
I love my sister.
Yeah, no, you like white women. You like to run up to them and tell them.
I love the sister, man. That's why I got three. That's why I got 3 baby mamas. So I love my sister.
You got baby mamas. You that's all you do is baby mamas. Now you want to go to Benin and be a baby daddy over in Benin. Don't you see you a sellout? Just like 17.
How am I a sellout, man? Explain that to me.
You a sellout just like 1776. You can't.
Man, we just telling you the truth, man. Like
the truth is
you don't want to
relative.
accept the truth, man. That's your problem.
Yeah, I know. I got a problem, but you don't.
Dollar Bill, you aren't steeped in reality.
My problem is that I want to see African and Black people in this world make it, so they can do for themselves.
There's no such thing as an African.
So they can be self-sufficient.
You have ethnic groups in Africa.
You have ethnic groups.
I want to see young Black people be able to go all over the world.
But see, that's why I said.
And I finished talking. I want to see them have an opportunity to do things that we never were able to do. So maybe because I do that, and I don't call women fat, and I'm not cursing people out and trying to promote baby mamas, and I'm not denigrating them. So that makes me some type
I'm not promoting no baby mamas. I mean, I love my baby mamas. In fact, all of them they still want to be. I'm not promoting that.
I'm gonna stay that way because you know what? when people who are negative, like those negative Negroes are, they say that something's wrong with me, I know I'm doing the right thing. I don't have to do any of that. You know why? Because I have enough education. If I want to, when I finish this, I'll go and get another job, make 6 figures doing that, collect 6 figures, okay, being a retired.
Your dollar bill. Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you this question? It's a simple question, dollar bill.
Ask me anything.
Do you think that you would be making 6 figures if you were not living in America?
I don't know. I didn't live any other place but America. So I don't have nothing.
There you go.
I took advantage of America. See, the thing is, you don't want me to be that.
Dollar Bill could make 6 figures in the Middle East. They're looking for teachers out there.
But the problem is, what you want to do is try to pigeonhole me and put me in a box. You hustle smart at 1776. You know why? See, I don't have a problem with immigrants. You know why I don't have a problem with immigrants? Because I do the same thing that immigrants do. I get out here, I got my education, I take advantage of opportunities and do what I'm supposed to do. So I don't have to sit up all day long and talk about the immigrants and with the food they're taking out of my mouth, because they're not taking anything from me. You see?
But the thing is,
I'm not an excuse Negro. I don't need excuses. You understand?
But the thing is, dollar bill, what you got to understand is,
out of poverty. I came out of the project. In fact, we were so poor when we got to the projects. Okay, we celebrated because at least I didn't have to fight with rats inside of my crib. So,
but the projects is comfortable.
Excuse me. You can tell me how soft you think I am. You can think because I talk softly that I'm soft. I know I come from the Bronx. I was raised in the Bronx. I was raised in real projects where I had to fight every day to hold my own, to let people know they couldn't walk over me. And so I know how to keep my head on the swivel wherever I go. And I could be in any town, in any place, anywhere in the world. Because you know what my lethal weapon is? It's not the bliggity that I can lay next to. It's my brain. You understand? Because many times you can get caught in a situation, and if you don't have your bliggity out there ready to shoot, what you going to do then? Because you don't have any brains or any intelligence to get you out of problems. Because you know why? I used to deal with criminals, and most criminals that get arrested for being the criminals is not because they're criminals. They get arrested because they dumb, because they keep doing the same shit at the same place and expecting different things. That's why. You got
Dollar Bill, let me say this. Let me say this, Dollar Bill.
Yes, sir.
Look, I think you're one of the, like I keep saying this, and I'm not saying it because I'm trying to big you up or anything, but it's just being retrospective, right? I think you're one of the more impressive people that come on this platform. And I want the likes of Musa and 1776 and others to realize.
Did your phone go out?
But to be a father, to be married for all those years, to stay married, to raise a daughter, like you said, who's doing a PhD, that's very, very impressive. And to even be an educator in New York is rigorous. It's not something that you can just go there and flunk your way through. You have to have certain certifications. You have to perform. So it's quite impressive. So these are the kind of men that the older I get, these are the kind of people I want to look at and maybe get influenced by and get inspired by. You know, so I think Rise Moise, you got to really take a step back and give Dollar Bill his due respect. He's earned it.
Your Elvis, I no longer go by that name, so I would advise you just please call me Musa, like the name that you see on
Musa. Sorry, Musa.
Thank you, brother. Thank you.
So that's what I gotta say now.
I appreciate it, brother, and I stated before that.
But you got
to beginning. I get in a conflict with people. As you see tonight, people are trying to get me. You know, I lost a little bit in the beginning, but I see that the games that some people are trying to play, because see what they want to do is try to make me into something that they want to put in a box, and I'm not going to go for it because all the things that they say that they wish they can do, I've been doing it for 30 years. I didn't just help my children go to school. I've helped thousands of kids go to school, get education. And I'm gonna, you know what? I'm gonna tell you a little something about myself. and it's not to say anything. When I was a kid, Elvis, I was a bad kid. And I wasn't bad because I was big and bad or I could kick everybody's behind. I had a weight problem and kids used to pick on me. And because they used to pick on me, I used to strike back and I used to fight. So I would be in school fighting all the time. And one day my mother came to the school and I saw my mother crying. And I vowed to myself, I would never disrespect her again, that she would have to come here for her son, and all these white people would look up and say, look, he ain't nothing but a thug, okay? And all the time that she had been working, busting her.
So you was the guy from Everybody Hates Chris?
I don't have to pay attention to you because you're an idiot.
Well, hold on, Dollar. Why everybody trying to gain up on Dollar Bill though? What's up with
that? You know what it is? Because you know what it is? It's not everybody. It's those people who really, they got issues, they got problems with their daddies. They probably got daddy issues. So they see me as a daddy. They really want to talk to their dad.
Yeah, but hold on. But what I didn't even see where there was a big disagreement between you and Sim. It's just you're talking about focusing on the more productive women. And he's talking about the women that's playing games and tricking people out. So y'all both right. You gotta be
Sim can say, let me just say this, and I've told Sim this on numerous occasions. I don't dislike Sim Police. I dislike what comes out of his mouth because I think that he's a much more intelligent man.
He's a smart guy. He generalized too much though.
I think that what he does is he can be a whole lot more effective if he articulated himself.
He's very smart. He's very smart.
He's an intelligent man. He was able to take himself out of his circumstance and situation that he was in.
But Dollar Bill,
doing well.
I respect you. I respect you a lot, but you just don't live in reality. That's the only disagreement I have with you.
No, he lives in reality. He's talking about a certain type of woman. The thing is, all black women ain't negative. He trying to hyper focus.
No, we're not talking about women. We're talking about Ubuntu. We're talking about Ubuntu. I'm not talking about women. I'm talking about Ubuntu. In Africa, you have so many different tribes. There's no such thing as an African, right?
First of all, why can't
if you listen to what'd you say?
Why can't you deal with Ubuntu?
Because Ubuntu is not practical. In Africa,
tell me how it's not practical.
How is it not practical?
Do you know
because even in a small country like Liberia, there's 16 different nations in one.
Okay.
Right?
So what? So what's the problem with that?
16 different nations. You deal with the Congo is a myriad of different nationalities and ethnicities, right?
So is America. America is a bunch of different peoples plus races, right?
Exactly.
So what are you talking about?
But come on, man. Why are you?
You're not talking to Mushmouth Musa, man. You're not talking to Mushmouth Musa, bro.
I know you're talking about
stand on your shit, man. Stand on your shit. So how does it not make sense?
Man, this guy loves Ubuntu. Man. Let me say this. Ubuntu is not gonna work like in
do you know what
in some regions in Africa, especially West Africa.
No, you don't even know what it means, bro.
In Nigeria,
you don't know what it means.
In Mali,
he doesn't know what it means.
It's not gonna work.
This guy, he's another relic, man. His played out talk, man. Nobody knows. Even in the Haitian community, the shit he talk about don't even make sense. So you gotta shut the fuck up, bro.
Whatever.
Vous connaissez bien ça va dire pas qu'il y a aucun sens. C'est caca wa parler. Caca wa parler.
I tell it like I see it, man. I tell it like
Nah. So you telling me what happened when hold on. What happened when Kemi hold on. What happened when Kemi Seba came to Haiti, bro?
I don't want to
last time.
What happened when Kemi Seba came to Haiti?
Black majority country. I tell it.
What happened when Kemi Seba came to Haiti, bro? Then it stopped. Then it stayed still.
Okay, fine. Kemi Seba was in Haiti. How many Haiti?
What happened?
Kemi Seba.
No, we're talking about us. We're talking about us. He speaking from Ubuntu.
See, like how the people were provoking Kemi Seba, as if like they want Kemi Seba to come to Haiti to save Haiti. Did you not see that?
What was he speaking? What was he speaking, man?
They wanted Kemi Seba to save Haiti. How the hell?
What was he speaking? You're not answering my question, man. What was he speaking? What was he speaking?
Ubuntu.
Kemi Seba was
Thank
talking
you. He was
about
speaking some Pan-Africanism, Ubuntu stuff.
With the games,
But Pan-Africanism,
unity. That's what he's talking about. That's what Ubuntu means. Unity, coordination.
Haiti. How the hell you want the people to align themselves with the gangs?
Yeah, I disagree with him, but you can't say that he didn't have no pull. I agree.
The political structure and the oligarchs in Haiti. That don't make any sense.
Listen,
we're not talking that. Oh, Haitians hate me. Like Haitians don't take me serious.
Ubuntu,
man, we don't take it serious,
man.
Ubuntu is not practical in the real world.
You, but kissing up the white people. That's the only thing you want to be a stepping inflection. You're so happy that the white man that you were when you were a slave, they brought you to whatever town, and you just can't. You're overwhelmed. You can't deal with no black woman. But now you got all the privilege in the world to go get you a little fat white woman. So
you live in the Bronx. You probably with a Puerto Rican woman. So what's the difference? It ain't no black woman in the Bronx.
No black.
No, there's an African American community there. There's a Jamaican community, African communities in the Bronx. What are you talking about?
Man, you go up there, you see Puerto Ricans everywhere.
There's a lot of Latinos, but there's. Go ahead.
Hey, Professor P. See, the problem is with Dollar Bill. He lives in the bubble of his own.
I'm in the bubble.
So you have like these older guys. They live off nostalgia. Like even me and Collar, sometimes me and Collar be at work and he'll be talking to me, and me and Collar say I'm more of a revolutionary. So I'm boots on the ground. So Collar be talking sometimes, and Collar be telling me about this person, and I'll be like, Collar, that's symbolism. But see, then I had to understand that symbolism means something to certain type of people. See, to me, symbolism don't mean a goddamn thing. Collar actually told me that when he was talking about the guy that do the petroleum, he said that motivated him. You get what I'm saying? See, my motivation come from being in the gutter. So my motivation is coming not just want to be broke ever again. So therefore, symbolism don't mean anything to me. But for some people, they have to understand that. So Dollar Bill just living this nostalgia button, like, back 40 years ago and back 30 years ago type deal. You know what I'm saying? And they ain't went to Africa. You get what I'm saying? So you have somebody that ain't never been to Africa trying to tell you what they think how it's gonna happen. How it's gonna be.
Dollar Bill.
You've been there.
But Dollar Bill's in a trance. That's what you call it. He's in a trance.
Your life? Have you transformed yourself? See, you telling me about money and getting money. I was in the same ghettos that you were in.
No, you wasn't.
Yeah, I was.
No, you wasn't.
Yeah, I was. And man,
no, you wasn't. We in two different. See, Dollar Bill. That's where you just got them throwing, printing at the wall, bro. I don't care if you was in the hood. The hood in New York is not the hood in Atlanta, and nobody would agree with you on that. Nobody.
Atlanta's hood. Listen.
That's grimy.
Have you been to Macon, Georgia?
South is grimy.
Have you been to Macon, Georgia?
Atlanta's hood and Atlanta project is like Disneyland.
No, Dollar Bill.
Dollar Bill, hold on. Dollar Bill, you're wrong. There's more safety nets in New York because New York is a richer state.
Oh, you
There's more programs.
Have you ever seen a documentary on the South Bronx? Let me just,
Dollar Bill, you talking about watching TV shows, bro. You talking about people that actually live in it. You talking about watching TV and shit, bro.
Real life.
But Dollar Bill.
You're not talking real life. You talking about documentaries.
Your subway system is like a little kiddie subway system.
What they got to do with what we talking about?
There's really no subway systems in the South.
There's no subway system in the South, Dollar Bill.
Listen, Dollar Bill, you haven't even been to Macon, Georgia.
Listen, like there is no subway in Nashville. Like Nashville is one of the.
It doesn't exist.
In the South.
That's a more northeast type thing.
There's not been a subway system in Nashville. That's
only time I've seen a subway is like Philadelphia and New York.
Let me say something. I'll tie this conversation. Right. I said to somebody. I think it was Kwame or somebody I was debating with on this level. I said, the average person in New York, right, with a subway token pass for the day, has access to could travel up to 300 miles a day, right?
True.
Calculate that 5 days a week, right? You got 1,000 miles worth of travel. That's more miles of travel than most people travel in their lifetime. You know,
Colin,
mobility and range is another factor in calculating poverty and people being oppressed.
Listen, let's talk about the New York I know.
I agree with that, Colin.
And the New York that Colin's from. Colin grew up in a nice neighborhoods in New York. The Bronx is the poorest borough.
The South Bronx.
The Bronx is the South because the South Bronx
Bronx River, Riverside, Bronx River.
But
that was a whole different world than the North Bronx.
But that's
Soundview, Gun Hill, and all that shit was the concourse was completely different than the South Bronx. That might have been another country, you know.
What I'm saying to you is the where Colin grew up, even in Queens, is infinitely more better than the places that I grew up in. The Bronx. Okay,
I would say the White Plains area and the North Bronx right there is probably on the same level parts of Queens.
Not at all.
I think I'm not saying on the same
not
level.
At all. I got friends. It's not I got friends. Far. My friend Holly. A shout out to my girl Holly.
Holly. Yeah, dollar bill. You got a little 1776 in you.
My girl Holly.
Holly
is from the Jamaica States.
If anybody wants to get on, tell them I'm busy. You know.
At one time, I went to her house. She used to live with.
At one time, what year was this, Dollar Bill?
She used to live with Ed Lover.
Hey, what year was this, Dollar Bill?
Okay, I'm not even. Don't worry about the years. You look at.
Yeah, we want content.
Tell us the year, Dollar Bill. We need to know.
It was the bicentennial, 76.
Was Abraham Lincoln still alive, Dollar Bill?
You see how ignorant you are?
All right, man. Yeah. All right, I'm going out.
Everything is a joke to you. This is why your brain is undeveloped. This is why you're a grown man talk like a little kid.
Dollar Bill, man. Listen, bro. When they put you in the retirement home, bro, I will get you a custom-made wheelchair, bro. You know what I'm saying? Put your little Ubuntu sticker on the side of it and everything, man. You know what I'm saying?
And the thing
but Dollar Bill, on a serious note, when are you gonna go? When are you gonna touch grass on the continent, man? Like when are you gonna go to Africa?
Like I said to you, right now. Okay.
You've been down 6 decades. You ain't been there yet. When are you gonna go?
What I do and how I do it, I have my own plans and I do what I got to do.
I'm just asking you a question. You've been alive for 6 decades and you haven't been there yet.
If I don't never get to Africa, did Marcus Garvey ever make it to Africa?
But you know what? The governor of Liberia. The governor of Liberia didn't want him there.
Did Garvey ever make it to Africa?
No.
Well, he wanted to be there, but the government of Liberia said no.
No. Just answer the question. That's why you failed in high school.
I mean, he just told you why he couldn't go. Dollar Bill, you ain't listening, bro.
You was a police officer, a teacher. You have expendable income, and you never ever been to Africa. You're full of shit, man. You don't want to go to Africa because you would have been there.
You want to be Ubuntu right in the little safe area.
You get on Hustle Smart. You've been free your whole life. Hustle Smart been incarcerated, and he went to Africa. Dollar Bill, you full of shit.
Hold on a second. You're also smart. Like me and you also smart. We went to Nigeria. Can Ubuntu work in Nigeria?
You went to Africa and you came back.
You say that again. Say that again, Mo.
You went there.
Okay, hold on. Dollar Bill, please, man, stay quiet for a second. Me and you went to Nigeria. Can Ubuntu work in Nigeria?
Fuck no. They would laugh at him, bro. They would laugh at him and push him down and take him straight back to the airport, bro.
me explain something to you.
That's why he do it online, but I think he knows that though. I think he knows that though, man. So he can make all the Wakanda style videos and shit. You know
See, Dollar Bill, this is a hobby. Ubuntu is a hobby for you.
It's
Like
a
some
hobby
people
for him,
fish,
man.
some people go to the gun range, some people run, some people play sports. Ubuntu is just a hobby for you.
It's something to keep his blood pressure down, bro.
It's like Zelda or Dungeons and Dragons. It's just something you do for a hobby.
You know
my hobby? I have a lot of hobbies.
Can I say something to you?
Yeah, it's something to keep his blood pressure down. His AO1C, his AO1C down.
Can I say something to you?
Say it,
You read the blueprint for Black Power?
No.
That's not gonna work in
Time out. You know who had the most practical solution for Black America, but people castigate him, was Booker T. Washington. He said, look, Booker T. Washington taught you about the trades. He taught you about industrialism, and he was rejected. You know, Marcus Garvey learned from Booker T. Washington. Elijah Muhammad learned from
my dog Cook Guru in the building. Mr. South Bronx in the building. Shout out to Cook Guru.
That made any sense. Do you know? Have you ever read or heard about Dr. Amos Wilson?
Yeah, I heard about Dr. Amos Wilson. He was another theorist.
What kind of theory did he have? Name one of his books.
See, it's two types of people. Dollar Bill is theorists and practitioners, right?
Theory.
It was steeped in Pan-Africanism and mumbo jumbo. You know,
Dollar Bill, his plan can only work in America.
In America,
I respect Dr. Amos Wilson, but his plan can only work in America.
Hey, Dollar Bill, do you plan on going? Dollar Bill, do you plan on going to Africa this year? Do you plan on going to Africa this year? Next year?
No.
I can go anywhere I want to go.
No, I know you can go anywhere you want to go, Dollar Bill. But that was you're a teacher, right? Ask you just a specific question. Do you plan on going to Africa in 2026? It's just a yes or no.
No.
Whenever I go where I go, you'll be the last person I'll let know.
Oh,
see, that's sassy. That's that Roland Martin sassy.
I'm talking about, that's that feminine shit, bro. I'm talking about sassy as fuck, bro.
Yeah, that's your nickname. Your nickname is Roland. Your nickname is Roland, man.
Yeah, that's that Roland Martin sassy shit, bro.
Listen, man. Mary Shy went to Africa. Dollar Bill went to Africa.
You got to chill. Let him be, man. Let him be.
Have you been to Africa?
No, I haven't been to Africa.
Shut up.
He don't want to go though. He making AI videos about Wakanda and mangoes and
Wakanda. I make videos about Wakanda.
No, nobody knows what you do, Dollar Bill, but you, bro.
Did you get your high school diploma?
Yes.
Okay.
You see how easy it is to answer a question? You see how to answer a question like your feminine ass did?
See, Dollar Bill, you fantasize a lot, man. I mean that's really. See, I'm a social worker, and I know on the spectrum, fantasy. You're not steeped in reality, Dollar Bill.
No reality.
And that comes from I'm gonna be. This might be crass. That comes from You masturbated a lot as a kid, man. As a fat kid in New York, you spent a lot of time.
He got to be Dollar Bill. Got to be short too, bro. Hey, Dollar Bill, how tall are you, man?
1776. What does Dollar Bill ever done to you? Why are you so disrespectful to you?
No.
Why 1776 instigated, man?
Why are you so disrespectful to Dollar Bill? What did Dollar Bill
I'm a
ever do to you?
social worker, right? So once
you actually sound spectrum though. Hold on, Sonny. You sound spectrum. You all over the place. You all fidgety. You all fidgety and shit. You sound like you a spectrum nigga, man.
Do you have a degree in social work?
Why you instigating 2 men? Let them speak out. Why you tapping in?
Or do you just have a bachelor's degree in social work?
A BA.
Dollar Bill, so you can't hear my question, man? How tall are you, bro? Cause you got that short old man energy, bro. You sound
and you a tall goofball.
You say
No,
what?
but see, I can.
You're a short. Hold on, 77. You say you're a short giant.
I said I'm a giant and you a tall goofball.
So what does that mean? I'm 6'3". What does it say on your license? Hey, pull out your license and blow it off and tell me how tall you are, man. How tall are you, Dollar Bill?
How tall I am for you? It doesn't matter how tall I am.
It doesn't. I'm just asking the question, bro. You tell all your other business. You tell all your business, but you don't want to say how tall you are.
But the thing is, Dollar Bill, seriously.
You see, when
you telling people stories about 1982 don't have anything to do with anything, but you still tell it.
Social worker. You got a BA in social work.
Hey, stay
Yeah, but why y'all trying to take each other apart, man? This go back to the point. Why y'all disagree? Why y'all taking personal shots and devaluing degrees and talking about money?
Principe, all I'm saying is that as a man, when you're mature, you live in reality. You accept things for what they are, right? Hey, Principe.
Principe, let me ask you a serious question. This is not no slide. This is just straight up and down. Do you feel like Dollar Bill live in the reality of now? Do you feel like he got a pulse on the heartbeat of what's going on in the black community? Tell the truth, bro.
He's zero. Like I say, he's hyper focusing on the ultra positive, and he's not talking about some of the elements that we also see, like some of the negatives and the funny style double standards that exist. And that's what I'm saying. That's why you're both right. That's what I'm trying to say. Like y'all shouldn't be.
Let me say this.
It should be no issue. It should be that he do his. It should be like the Muslim do it. You be your way, and I be mine. Like I ain't got no problem with him being goddamn like a blonde chick. You know what I'm saying? But some type of way, it's one of them people like how Christians do it. You know what I'm saying? Like you got to believe how they believe. If you don't believe how they believe, you going to hell. You get what I'm saying? Like me, I come from the school Principe to you be your way until I be mine. I ain't gonna tell you how to be. Don't tell me how to be, because you can't stop me anyway. And on the second point, people actually pay me to come on their shows and talk. So people want to hear what I got to say. Just because Dollar Bill don't like it, that don't even matter. You get what I'm saying? Ain't nobody gonna like everything.
This is what I want to say. This is what I want to say. Dollar Bill, you're pushing. Dollar Bill, you're pushing 60. If you wanted to go to Africa, you would have did that shit a long time ago.
He is 60 plus.
You know, so I'm saying you've been on this earth for 6 decades, right?
You could have got a master's degree in social work, but you never did.
What for extra 5,000? For extra 5,000?
You know why?
For extra 5,000? What is that?
You could have set up third-party payments. Do you know? At one time, I wanted to be a social worker. I told.
What year was this, Dollar Bill? What year was this?
Like I told you, everything is circa 81.
Everything.
Dollar Bill is a married man. He planned his vacation with his wife.
And let me tell you,
it's not like a single dude who wants to go to Africa to go.
But if you listen, if I wanted. When
I went to social work school,
listen, Elvis.
I told them my background. No. They wanted to give me an MSW.
You said your back hurting.
My background in social work. When I first started, I was a caseworker.
Well, you give all that information, but you won't say how tall you are.
I don't need to tell you.
Lord, bro.
Dollar bills between. I can hear his voice. He's no taller than 5'9", no shorter than 5'4". He's in between 5'4" and 5'9".
I'm gonna give it 5'7".
You know what?
For the quarter.
You guys are clowns.
5'7" and a quarter. Hey, Dollar Bill, which one of us is right? Which one of us? I say 5'7" and a quarter. 17, 5'9". Who's the closest?
I'm not even entertaining you, brother.
See.
That's a fantasy you're gonna have in your head.
He can tell, man. You got that short. You got that old 60-year-old
like Elvis. Nope. I know Elvis is Elvis is probably between 5'6" and 5'8" because he's Liberian. They don't grow tall. So he like
now you a soothsayer, and now you guessing what you gonna do next. You gonna be reading palms?
we must be right because the way you responded when you said he's a clown, that means Dollar Bill is right. That means Hustle Smart was right because you called him a clown.
Both of you couldn't do nothing academically. You okay? Now you're gonna get out here and read palms.
So you're promoting the European system of education. Ubuntu should be. If I looked at a tree, I should see God in a tree according to Ubuntu. So why do I need a degree? So see, you're steeped in the white man system, Dollar Bill.
I know.
Look, you so much love this white man. You couldn't go to Africa for a day.
That's why Africans don't like you.
Hey, Musa, so you 6'4", right?
Some of them come with
Yes, sir.
See, you can tell all the tall. You can see how the tall people act, man. It's just like there's a confidence in tall people, man. The short people always got to fight like Scrappy Doo. He got that Scrappy Doo energy. He think everything is a fight. Like nobody is fighting against him, man. He's fighting against himself, man.
What you doing? You're not doing nothing.
Hey, Dollar
Stop
Bill, I want you,
Dollar Bill, man. You made it, man. You short and you made it.
Dollar Bill, and then you became a police, right?
I wasn't a police.
You said you was a police.
I was a probation officer. You so dumb.
Okay, so you couldn't pass. You couldn't pass the test to be a police. You saying you're stupid without saying you're stupid now.
They got a height requirement.
Let me tell you,
a height requirement.
Yeah, you couldn't pass the New York State. You couldn't pass the New York Police Department test. That's why you became a correctional officer.
No, it's because I had a choice. I scored 90.
Who the hell wants to be a CO?
I scored 90.
Come on, man.
I wasn't a CO.
Nobody don't go out to be a probation officer.
Yeah, because you're qualified to do what? Okay, let's move on.
Identify a bullshit Negro. That's what I do.
You're qualified to be a probationer.
No, I ain't never been on probation.
You've been on parole.
No, never.
Okay. So like I stated, well, where did you go to jail at? Juvenile?
No, I maxed out my time, Dollar Bill.
You had to, if you went to jail, you maxed out your time. As I stated before, you two clowns are trying to tell me who and what I am and what I do.
I'm not trying to tell you, you just out of time.
I don't Dollar Bill. The thing that grabs me is you're 60 years old. You preach about Ubuntu, but you never even went to Africa.
Let me tell you about you little lazy Negroes. After I finished in my 20s with my bachelor's.
Oh my God, bro, you don't went back to 1940 again, bro. God damn, Dollar Bill. Dollar Bill, can you stay in the 2015 and above, bro? Is that possible? Dollar Bill, bro. Is it possible for you to stay 2015,
Hey, Musa, he preached more of a European lifestyle and he calls me a coon, right?
All he talking about is the European lifestyle.
He went to college in his 20s. He got his master's degree.
People critical of him, like
he got his PhD, right? He mastered the white man's language. That's why he likes Jonathan Miller.
He's a hypocrite. He's a hypocrite.
Right,
simple.
Right, right. In 1977, after he got his PhD, he joined the Prince Hall Masons. Right.
Then he took up home ec and started.
Then he moved up. He was the first black man to integrate Long Island, right? So, I mean,
he was an intern for Amos. He was an intern for Malcolm X.
Then he wants to question.
You know what?
Why do we love America like that?
Hey, listen, check this out. I'm no longer 1776. That's Dollar Bill's. That's Dollar Bill's new name, 1776.
Everybody else what they did, and you make excuses.
Man, we proud of all your accomplishment, Dollar Bill.
Dollar Bill.
I went to school with them.
Dollar Bill started smoking a pipe and a cigar.
I
You
don't have
know.
to do that. They told me why they respect me and why they don't like niggas like you.
See, there he is.
But yeah, you gotta.
Who told you that, Dollar Bill?
Immigrants.
Immigrants told you that?
They told me why they like people like
They told you that in America, or did they tell you that in Africa?
Which yo Dollar Bill, which immigrant you talking about?
Yeah.
Immigrants that I've known over the years that be
How many years?
From where?
It be me and them at
From where, Dollar Bill? From where?
American Negroes don't
Dollar Bill, come on, man. Just tell the
What
truth
are they
for once,
talking-
man.
Which
From
immigrant
where?
you talking about?
I was in many of jobs. It just be me and the
No,
immigrants.
he's saying where the immigrants are from.
Working every summer.
See, one Negro at a time. He's the only black guy. See, Dollar Bill, you a white guy, man. The more you talk, the more you lynch yourself, man.
Dollar Bill is always the token Negro.
Why you instigating, man? Come on, man.
Nah, but look. He said I graduated from school at 15. I went to community college. Then I went to.
Hey y'all, chill out for a second. Who said something about? Hold on, Paula said. Hey, Musa. Hey, Musa, hold on for a second. Colin said, who said something about Marie Shaw?
Who said something about her?
Who said something about her?
No, you were saying that like me went to Africa, you yourself went to Africa, and then you mentioned a name.
Oh, he just named the people that did the album.
This bullshit.
Oh, okay.
That's what you were saying in the chat.
Yeah, that makes no sense, man. That's just like saying Dynas went
She's
there.
cool, man. She's cool, man. Let's get her on, man. She's cool. She's a cool sister.
Yeah, but Ubuntu you don't have to go to Africa to practice Ubuntu. The concept
he
is
can practice it right here. He can make his AI videos about Wakanda right here about
More
Africa.
people have read Marcus Garvey, the philosophy and opinions of Marcus Garvey, and they have never been, and he had never set his foot on the African soil.
And what they got to do with anything? We just ask you. We just ask you where you going, bro. You don't want to start talking about Martin Luther King and shit.
Go to Africa.
You don't. Hey, Dollar Bill. How many times did somebody tell you got to go to Africa?
The bottom line.
You Negroes just said it.
Hold on. Hold on for a second, 1777. Name the person that's on this chat that said that you got to go to Africa.
1776.
No, he didn't say you got to go there.
I said you have no intentions on going. That's all I said.
On going.
He knows my intentions.
You are a white European. You're a black European. So you went to Yale. You did an internship at Oxford. You know.
You get a lot of African Americans, right? That come up and talk about how Africans
You got to do it like that.
You understand? And I understand why they don't like niggas like
You speak several European languages.
He speak the well. You speak probation officer, school teacher.
You speak the King's English.
There's everything in the book.
Don't forget he loved white Jesus.
Going to school,
Ubuntu and love white Jesus.
While I was going to school.
What year was this, Dollar Bill? What year was this?
I graduated in 1989.
1947.
But you gotta respect Dollar Bill, because if you was in that area, you probably created hip hop because you're from the Bronx.
Dollar Bill, did you?
I was a 17, 15, 16, 17, and I was a rapper. And people, and I'm
you was a rapper? What your name was? What your name was?
Shorty. What was your name?
What your name was? Shorty Mac? You was Shorty Mac? Shorty from the Bronx?
His name was Black White. A black man trying to be white.
What was your
His name was Oreo. His name was Midi Oreo.
DJ Oreo.
DJ Oreo. Spit a hot $16 bill.
It changed my life around. And
$1 bill. Spit a hot 16, shorty.
I'm not a shorty.
You is short, boy.
Yo, Dollar Bill, man, give us a freestyle, man.
Oh, wait. This is his first album. It takes
Go back.
his first album was called 10 Years of Schooling to Become White, right?
Go back and
Because
and you will hear me spit
His mixtape called "How I Was an Intern for Malcolm X." You know what I'm saying? Volume 2. Hey, Dollar Bill, spit something though, bro. Spit some of that hot fire.
Just because you guys didn't do nothing with your life.
Dollar Bill.
He's so steeped in the white man. He's so steeped in the white man system. He believes if you don't have a couple of degrees, you ain't shit.
Yeah. Sound just like.
I guess I'm not shit, man, because I'm a plumber. I guess I'm not shit.
I've been working in the black community all my life.
All your life?
Most of my adult life.
Most of your adult life? So you switching it up?
Adult life. Helping educate and help young black boys and black families all of my working life, which is about 35, almost 40
God
years.
Damn, boy, you are a professional slave.
That makes me a slave? Okay.
It's just Dollar Bill. You're a professional employee. Ain't nothing wrong with that, bro.
No, but you got to understand when you go through the European system of education, it creates a perpetual worker.
You earned your spot.
So you got to understand he can't open up a lemon stand because you got to understand. Seriously,
real estate.
See, so Dollar Bill got his bachelor's. He started making 20,000. Then he got his master's, started making 30,000. Then he got his PhD, started making 40,000. Then he learned French. He learned French.
I know you spit that hot fire, man. I know you spit that hot fire, man. Drop a 16, man.
My name is Ubuntu.
Elvis heard me rap. Ask Elvis.
My name is
Man, we don't want to ask nobody. We want to hear you, bro.
He's a conscious rapper.
Why we got to ask the lion Liberian anything? We talking to you.
A lion Liberian.
We talking to MC Ricky D right now, bro. Why we got to ask Elvis?
My name is Ubuntu. Peace and love.
Wait for this next AI video to drop.
But seriously, Ubuntu is a powerful thing because if somebody got a 50 cal and you give them a hug, like
whatever you want to think, brothers, because all y'all do is y'all a buffoon. All you know how to do is laugh and
Hey, Dollar Bill, what was your rap name though? What was your rap name? I just want to know.
Dollar Bill.
You said what?
Higher education.
Dollar Bill?
Capital DOLLAR. You put that next to my superstar. I'm the capital B and the rest will chill. The suck ass, the win the chill. That's what my name is. Dollar
man, that was a great freestyle.
Man, get that oak tree and put that rope up there.
And I was like a Grandmaster Cass.
Well, you rap just like Grandmaster Flash, bro.
I rap with Grandmaster Flash, idiot.
But the thing is,
I was going to the store to get something to eat. Then I brushed my teeth. Then I went out the house. I saw the dog. The dog said, "Can you give me something to eat?"
Old school freestyle, Dollar Bill.
Man, Dollar Bill, I know why you're working so long because you wasn't an athlete, so you're just paying back tuition. You probably owe the government probably $300K in worthless degrees. $300K in work. That's why you don't like Trump, because Trump said you got to pay that shit back, Dollar Bill. He said, come up off that dollars, yo. You got to pay that tuition back.
Dollar Bill, was you ever the president of the United States?
I don't own any student loans that I have to pay back. All of my shit is paid.
How?
You dummy, you come up with it. I paid it, dummy.
You wasn't no Division I football or basketball player. Ain't had no hip hop scholarships. Like,
Man, he was Dollar Bill, capital DOLAR. He's a superstar.
Hey, you see how dumb you
Nah, but you said you got advanced degrees. Anybody who went to school knows it's going to cost you such and such for your undergrad, such and such for your master's, such and such for your PhD, right? Wow. So that's a lot of education, and that means
they think they just entertaining themselves. Okay, I took a nap early, and so you took
your evening nap. You got your energy.
Let them knock themselves out. Because in their mind, they really think they're doing something.
But in my mind, Dollar Bill, I just think you're full of shit.
Yeah.
Because listen, Dollar Bill, right? This Ubuntu shit.
Listen,
it's just a hobby for you.
Listen, you can think whatever you want to think, but that is 50 cents.
Do you ever? Hey, Dollar Bill, do you ever do that paint and silk like the old folks home be doing, like the paint and the paint? Do you paint?
Dollar Bill is a funny guy, man.
Yeah, he's ultra funny.
Because he talks about me loving the white man, but he went through the white man system. He like a black belt in the white man system.
Because
he's a kung fu master when it comes to mastering. You know what I'm saying?
Listen.
Let me tell you a little
because Ubuntu was just your PhD. See, when you get a PhD, you have to come up with original work, and Ubuntu was some shit you pulled out your ass to get your PhD. You know that shit ain't practical.
Let him finish.
Put the story in the bro.
I remember when I was
back in the day, when I was around the way.
But Dollar Bill, why you always gotta go back? Why can't you just start?
Let him finish, man.
But he never starts in today. He always, I can remember. Everything is I can remember.
He's a nostalgia nigga, bro.
And people were making $3.35 an hour.
God damn, what year was this, Dollar Bill?
So
81.
When I started making $4 an hour, I thought I was doing a great thing. So
what year was this?
I went to school.
That gotta be like 91.
Not because I thought I was better than anybody, okay, or I thought I wanted to be white. I went to school to get an education because people didn't want to give me an opportunity. So I had to make an opportunity for myself. So I decided to go to school, put my head down.
Damn, Dollar Bill, you had sons that when you was in high school?
But time out. But for real, I respect you because you was using a typewriter. You ain't had no computer. Yo, it was hard as shit.
Not to sell drugs.
You were using a typewriter, bro.
Education.
Dollar Bill, you was using a typewriter, bro.
Yeah, because you ain't had no computers back in 90. You had to stay in the administration office for like hours to get registered for a class, yo. I'm gonna start calling you different worlds, man, because that's like your era. Like,
yeah, damn, Dollar Bill.
You know,
they gonna put you in a museum they gonna put you in the zoo like them turtles, man. Them old ass turtles, bro. I get it now, bro. I get why you act like that, man. You grumpy, man. You need it. Hey, Dollar Bill. Get you some warm milk and some orange slices, bro.
Hey, check this out. But check this out, Dollar Bill. You probably got your Christmas tree up now. You probably got like 35 balls on the tree. Dollar Bill, you are a white man. You are a white man, yo. You probably got cookies and milk waiting for Santa.
No, he got the gingerbread. He got because you know them old people like the gingerbread cookies for whatever reason, man. He got the good shit. He got the bitter cookies and shit. I guarantee you like bitter cookies. You like the bitter, brittle cookies, man. Where you break it to have the shit pop in your eye and shit, bro.
When you enter school, and the only reason you sat down and got a degree. The only reason you got a high school
Dollar Bill, the rapper of the year. All y'all suckers better disappear because I'm rapping on the mic in the South. I'm rapping on the mic for the South, bro.
Go ahead. I'm here.
Hey, the thing is, you know what's funny about like ultra pro black people? they're the people who are most like white people. Thanksgiving, they have the biggest Thanksgivings, right? They talk about the white man, right? But they have the biggest Thanksgivings. They got a fried turkey, they got a baked turkey, they got a Cajun turkey. Listen, they got 4 different types.
They got a turducken, bro. They got a turducken.
And you know what? You gotta stay away from people like that, man.
Yeah,
man. You gotta watch
Dollar Bill.
Black.
Dollar Bill, you're blessed and highly favored, man. You've achieved most of the things that young black men are dreaming about achieving.
Bill got the Mariah Carey Christmas music on.
Hold on. No, he got that. He's trying to. Dollar Bill was a rapper, so he probably got that Destiny Child Christmas, man. He probably got that Destiny Child rapper with the money.
It's all good. Listen.
It's just that sometimes, man, you can be very delusional.
Listen, the fact that there's 2 African Americans trying to make fun of a black man who's helping his community and never went out to hurt his community just shows where we are as a people in this country.
Right. But when are you going to Africa, though?
Never.
It just
hey, Dollar Bill. So when you're doing the AI videos, where do you get your source material from?
Below his belt.
You know,
man. Y'all doing it out more than it gotta be.
Africa. You'll be going to Africa with Carla and Liberia. That's what.
He lives in the Bronx. Hold on, the Bronx is full of different people, including Africans. So again, in America, the African American, the African, the Caribbean, they all got to find a way to coordinate, and that's a form of Ubuntu. So my thing is like you guys are just dragging on one another. You got 1776 every day coming up talking about how amazing America is, and so he's bashing Dollar for being a success.
Like people who keep it real,
Dollar's
like
bashing Simp. He's bashing Simp for being a success. I'm glad Simp came out of what negativity that he came out of. He's more productive. Can he be more positive? We tell him that all the time. He can be more positive. He can generalize less. That'll be dope. But overall, I'm glad he came out of the negativity. He's more constructive, and he's motivating other people to be less destructive. And we need more of that. I mean, so rather than give each other flowers, y'all dragging one another down. If this man's actually a social worker, that's beautiful. That's another route in which young black men may not know about that potential field. They could go into that, right? Poverty do exist, and you guys are a plethora of different fields of work in which they could go into. I mean, so rather than tear one another down, I mean, y'all should be building one another up. I mean,
the topic of the show.
We try to tell you that
nobody was tearing each other down.
Nobody telling you. We just talking shit. We talking shit. You know what I'm saying?
No, that's cool. I hear it. It's cool because that's natural.
Hey, Chris B, hold on. Let me explain something to you. When we first started this, we had to let Dollar Bill is grumpy, so you had to calm him down. You know what I'm saying? Like we just talking shit. Like Dollar Bill was serious about this shit in the beginning. Like now he don't came down to his normal. He got to give old people time. You know what I'm saying? So now he's still delusional as fuck, but now he don't came down. Now he cracking jokes. Now he don't told us about he a rapper. He's the rap with the Fat Boys and shit. You know what I'm saying? He's the DJ of the Fat Boys. So you know what I'm saying? So he all right now. You know what I'm saying? But we ain't gonna give him a pass. We ain't gonna give him a pass on that.
But Dollar Bill makes fun of me, but he's chasing the American dream. He spent 10 years of his life chasing a white man's academic system. His associate's degree, his bachelor's degree, his master's degree, his PhD. He's been in a white man's school for 10 fucking years. Then he went to be a CEO, right? So he know how to keep a nigga down, right? then he left that shit. Then he went in the school system, the pipe to prison the school to prison pipeline. So this guy's an agent, man. Dollar Bill is an agent. COINTEL, old Negro.
He's too short to do that. He probably just a confidential CO. He just a confidential snitch, man. You know what I'm saying? He the type of that write letters and leave it for the FBI at their doorstep and shit. Hopefully they read it or something. You know what I'm saying? They ain't gonna let them show. You can tell he's short.
Listen,
you can tell that he got his phone sitting on the cabinet and he's trying to reach
Dollar Bill said the revolution won't be televised because I'm in a classroom. Been in a classroom for fucking 10 fucking years, man.
Now, he in the book, bro. You know what I'm saying? He gonna visualize the revolution. You know what I'm saying? He gonna visualize it.
Listen. He might get a job at the UN. This dude can speak French, Belgium, Dutch, English.
Hey, Dollar Bill, do you want to speak another language though?
You know what it is, man? When I think of niggas like you, I always say to myself, I get on foreigners a lot. I argue with foreigners a lot. But But I truthfully understand why they don't like niggas like y'all.
Where you argue with foreigners at?
Trust me, I really understand.
Hey, Dollar Bill, what year was you arguing with foreigners?
Let me just say this to you. You know, when I was about 19 to 20 years old.
God damn, man! God damn! Oh my God! Back when I was on C Block, we ain't had no damn on C Block. God damn, CB4, man! Nostalgia. God damn, nostalgia, man! Hey, Dollar Bill, did you have on a cross color pants on?
Jokes. You're not funny. You're an idiot. And
Dollar Bill, when you was 20 years old, did you have on
ignoramus?
Dollar Bill.
Embarrassment.
Dollar Bill.
Hey, Dollar Bill. Time out, Dollar Bill. Did you go to HBCU or did you go to a white school?
You an ignoramus.
Answer that question.
Tell you your relationship.
You probably went to Binghamton. You probably went to an all-white school in New York, man. Dollar Bill.
1776, and now you're dating white women.
Did you go to Morehouse or did you go to Binghamton? Oh man, he ain't allowed in that letter, bro. No short dude like that is allowed in that letter, bro. The first he goes to the airport. Did you go to Clark Atlanta? Did you go to HBCU? Nah, he did that up there. Cause there's a lot of short niggas in New York, man. So he fit in up there, put on some Timberland boots, and he become 5'7". You know what I'm saying? Yeah, did you put them you rock them high heel Timberland boots, Dollar Bill? Dollar Bill. Dollar Bill had on a triple fat goose. Going to
because you're an idiot.
He got on the boat. He had a triple fat goose vest. He had the vest with the sleeves on. You know what I'm saying?
Closet homosexual.
You got who you talking about gay shit, Matt Dollar Bill?
Man, you a closet homosexual.
Who, me?
You.
Damn, Dollar Bill, how you know that? You know how closet homosexual?
Because you're the only kind of man.
I gotta chill, man.
About black women the way you do.
So any man talks. Hold on for a second. Let me make it clear. So any man talk about black women as a closet homosexual.
The way you talk about and denigrate them and call them names is a man who don't like women.
For real? I don't like women.
Who don't like women are closet homosexuals.
So why do I marry them then, Dollar Bill?
Hey.
Why do you mess with them?
No. Listen, man. Dollar Bill, you got to get your hearing aid fixed. I said, why do I marry them then?
You marry them because you want to punish them.
I punish them?
Yeah.
Ain't no woman ever told me that.
You punish.
Yeah, I gotta chill, man. Y'all going too far with it, man.
You're not capable of having a real relationship.
Nah, y'all just clowning, man. Just keep it like clowning. Why y'all trying to go so personal, man?
Nah, but let's get back.
Y'all gotta keep it at clowning, man. Y'all can't go too personal, man. Gotta chill with that, man.
Mr. P, once you learn how old dudes talk, this is how females act. The first thing females tell, the first thing a female tell you when she beat and discussing, the first thing she start calling you is gay. So Dollar Bill got no feminine, he got no feminine traits. That's why he's talking like this. So just let him talk.
For men's booties. How long was you in prison since you didn't get out early? How long was you in
You gotta chill with that. They say the tongue is one of the sharpest weapons, man. You gotta, y'all clowning.
Fellas, fellas. It don't have to be like this. Really, it doesn't really have to be. Like, if this is my fault, I said something tonight that triggered all this, I sincerely apologize to everybody. It was not my intention of this show, and this gets draining after a while. I don't want this. This personal back and forth and whatnot. We agree to disagree. Look, let me talk about from my experience, right? I was one of the ones that basically been out there. Black women could do no wrong. Black men could do no wrong. Black people could do no wrong, right? But over the years, I realized, right, that I have to learn how to draw lines in the sand, right? Or we're gonna lose our whole. I think we already lost it, right? I remember a Black America, right? And I told this earlier, and I asked all about the ever been in Tarrytown. I remember what I do is I remember my best years, right? My best years, my best times, the best moment was spent in peace with my own people. I want my people back again. More than anything else, before in Afghanistan, before anything, I want my people back there. What I mean is I want us together in harmony and loving each other like I remember when in my youth. Am I being naive? Those days long gone, but I at least could friggin' strive for that, Now, when we talk about different things in our community, there's things that we need to talk about. There's some people that are outside the bounds. Like the community I grew up in, girls were decent. I didn't grow up in the South. I didn't grow up around poverty and whatnot. I don't know what that does to people, right? Where like people say, well, every girl by the time they were 15 was hoeing and doing. I don't remember going through that. The girls I grew up with were like my sisters. I still talk to them to this day. They're my sisters, right? So that's my vision of Black women, right? If I talk about Black women, they just happen to be Black. These are the people I see online because they choose to post their life online. I don't know what people do, but when you choose to post something online and you're that bold to say, I'm ratchet, I'm nasty, I'm ghetto, I don't care about that, right? And look, this is the most important thing, that our enemies are using that. We're trying to defend our women, right? And right now, the image of Black women are so bad, right? Because the people that's supposed to be checking our women are supposed to be other Black women. Like I told Mari Shai, stop being scared. Check your sisters, right? It should not have to be me, Hustle Smart, anybody else telling these women about themselves. It should be our sisters. Just like Black men check each other all the time. Black men fight all the time online. Black men go after each other all the time. That's what we do as men, right? But it seems like the other half of our community is not doing that, right? So therefore, when we see this this thing out of control, and now it's spilling over into the mainstream of America, where you got people out there, and it's just so embarrassing, right? I don't want to see our sisters like that in front of other people. It's one thing to see Black men, we go back and forth with that, but when you see white men using terms like ratchet, hood rat, and shit like that, and you say yourself to Black women, do you understand? When you put that video out there, I get ghetto and ratchet and shit like that, that's not just your little friends watching that. It goes out before the world. And they don't seem to care. They don't seem to care when they put the blonde wig on and whatnot. And they get up there and talk about they want a white man and whatnot. Or they want a white man to give them babies and whatnot. And put that one in the air. And so I'm saying to myself, I just said to myself, I've had enough, right? And that's why if you see me angry sometime, That's it, because I don't see nobody else saying this stuff. And I'm not going to sit here, pretend like we got this community. I know what a black community is like. I grew up in a real black family. I grew up in a real black community. And so I have a reference point to know what a black community could be. You know, that's what I grew up in. This is what I see right now, and this culture right here, I'm sorry, I don't accept it. You know? So that's just my opinion, folks. That's just the way I see it. I'll bring back everybody back on in a second. Give me a second. I'll bring everybody back on. You say what you want, you know, and hope there'll be peace, whatnot. I'm just saying, I don't see the culture we see right now in Black America. Somebody has to friggin' say something. Somebody has to have that iron in them and put their foot down. I came on this platform to basically be that father figure in Black America. You know, your father, he doesn't say everything you want to hear. Most often, he's going to tell you things you don't want to hear. He's going to tell you things that hurt your feelings. But he's always going to tell you the truth. That's what I try to be. I want to be an example, and I want to steer my people in the right direction. That's what I want to do. You know? So, let me get everybody back on. You know, give me a second. Stupid StreamYard shit, you know. All right, how's smart thing? But that's what I say. You know, that's just my opinion. That's the way I feel about it. This is not the community and the people I grew up with. And I want that community back, you know, if nothing else. I thought that if we had a nation of our own, it could come back. That's the only thing. I'm not going to sit here and live in this filth of mediocrity and when I pretend I got a community, you know. And I know there's people destroying our community from within, you know. If you make a decision and misrepresent us or whatnot, I'm going to call it out. I don't care if you're male, female, young, or old, you know. And somebody has to do it.
Carla, it'll make a difference if they cared. Black women don't give a fuck, and then I
told Mari Shy, right? Because she's like, she's sick and tired, right? And I had to tell her she was like too scared.
You don't like women, goddess. He's a woman hater. What kind of man sits down all the time with a mother, with an
Carl said to be positive, man.
Hey, Dollar Bill, did you hear anything?
What you say?
Anything I just said?
Yeah, I heard what you said.
No, I'm talking
to him.
Hold on. What I'm talking about is the fact that we do not have the community the way we want it, right?
Absolutely.
And also, I'm responding to and everybody responding to is not like me in my personal life. I choose not to be around certain people, so I don't see it, right? But when we're talking about social media and what's going out there before the world, right?
Yeah.
You think it's fair that the world has a negative image of our women because of a few black women online? Is that fair to my mother? Is that fair to my sister?
No, it's not.
But that's the lowest 1% that you see on the World Star. And
that lowest 1% is what they see of black women. So what I'm saying is I'm defending real black womanhood by saying that's not us. So if I gotta hurt a few hood rats' feelings, I'll do it.
Yeah, to act like it doesn't exist is negligence.
Carla, did you hear Cardi's B new outside?
I don't want to hear nothing about no Cardi B.
Cardi B is not even an African American woman.
I this shit, you know.
Latino.
I don't listen to Minaj. I don't listen to Cardi B. All these females, whatever. I don't listen to none of that. It's garbage.
But you know what it is, though. It's not when we talk. This is my problem with people. If you want to talk, when people want to talk about men, they should talk about men. Let women talk about women. Let women.
Oh, that's a problem, Dollar Bill. Women are not talking about.
They ain't doing it. He don't. Dollar Bill. Carla, he's in a bubble. He does not understand.
Women do not talk about
get in the truck and drive your ass somewhere.
But you got to understand. See what I tell y'all. When I'm not joking, I tell you, you got to understand history. After 1970, our woman became married to the state. The black man has no power or jurisdiction over the current woman. It ain't shit you can do about it.
The patriarch is dead.
It's been gone.
There's a multi-influential spectrum.
See, Prince, you trying to become Elvis, man. Listen.
Oh, man.
It's gone.
And that's that.
What you 1776 and laugh at me.
All right, check this out. Look, Amari Shy goes, okay, damn, I'm gonna create a YouTube channel and go after it. Yeah, we need that. We need that.
Yeah, let Mari do it.
No, but she was speaking the same type talk like them though. She was speaking the same.
What do you mean she's speaking? Say, yo, Mari Shy is the most decent black woman I've seen on this planet.
She's very kind and respectful. I like her, but she has echoed some of the same sentiment as some of those other women.
What are you talking about? What are you talking? I've never heard her talk like that, bro. What are you talking about?
Make her co-host. Stop having men sit up here and talk about women because it's not men.
You never hear me say anything negative about black women. I live in reality. I understand that post 1970, the black man doesn't have any jurisdiction over a woman. You get loud with a woman, she gonna call that police. And that white boy gonna show up and whoop your ass.
Let me say this, right?
Let Carla speak. Let Carla speak.
There's a growing number of black women who are doing just that, right? They're calling out that Crimson Cure lady. There's a lot of black women that's doing this, right? What you call Sister Goddess. They get attacked,
and they get death threats, Carla.
They get death threats because they're calling out this nonsense.
Yeah, let them handle get death threats, right? Let them handle get that.
Dollar, you're not making sense, man. You're not making sense with that one, man.
Let the women who want to.
He ain't making no sense, bro.
Let women correct women.
Because it ain't just women that's doing the death threat. It's those sick men. You have no idea what you're talking about because you just talking like a female, man. Nobody want to hear no shit about Elijah Muhammad. Shit that pedophile fucking with young girls. Hey, Colin, what Elijah Muhammad fucking underage girls?
Man.
I choose not to answer that.
Ignorant ass nigga.
That's what I'm talking about. He choose to don't want to talk about what a pedophile said. You know what I'm saying? You might as well say what Jeffrey Epstein said. You just silly and old. That's why you act like that, bro.
The bottom line is
you telling another man to shut up. You act like a female. How you gonna stop me, Dollar Bill? How you gonna make me, Dollar Bill?
We got Sister Mari Shy on. I don't have to drop everybody.
I don't have to hear this ghetto bastard talk.
Come on, relax. Control yourself, man. Y'all brothers, man. Control yourself.
You can tell that he doesn't do well with women because he get loud just like a woman, and that's a fight.
Yo, relax, man. Relax.
Just like a chick, bro.
Mari Shy is up. Mari Shy is up. I want to hear what the sister got to say. Go ahead, Mari Shy.
Okay, I have to be really quick because I'm at work. I want to know what the hell is Prince to be talking about? What kind of stuff I be saying in the chat?
No. I said you espouse some of the similar sentiments of, I want to go date out and do whatever. So how are you different from some of the?
I said
I like you. You're very respectful, but I heard you say that before.
No, I said that. I want to open my options, including dating black men, but not dating white men. I said the Asians and maybe Latinos, the darker skinned ones. That's what I said.
It's dark skinned Asian man?
That's what I said. And then I said that, never mind. I said I'll stick to black men. But you don't know, you do not know what I've been through, okay? You do not know what I've been through for me to even say that.
I can imagine.
You don't even know what I've been through for what I dealt with great.
You don't have to. You don't have to.
No. You don't got to go into detail. I'm not attacking you, man.
One last time. No one said anything. Let's speak, Mary. I don't want nobody.
I dealt with great and abuse for black men. So don't fucking sit up here and the reason why I said that. So I'm about to leave.
I'm sorry you had to go.
Mari, I'm sorry. I'm upset. Yo, look, man, you guys upset Mari. The whole thing is, she
called in though, too.
I talk to Mari all the time off the air, and stuff like that. She's a sweet woman, right? And you know something? Because of this toxic culture that we have right now, women like her probably won't be able to find a man anytime soon because the whole toxic thing is it's destroying the relationship between black men and white. We have to put our foot down, you know?
Tyler, so you don't have a foot to put down. You gotta understand.
Hold on. When it comes across me, I just hope that somebody listen to this show, right? And people will listen to the show about it. Hold on, this show gets 1,000 views. I hope at least 300 of those views will be women who say, you know something? I was hear what Carla had to say. I'm gonna change my ways, and it goes from there. If I did that, I did my job.
All you can do is put the information out there, Carla. You know what I'm saying? And just wait for it to happen, man. But to sit up there like that, this is where it comes with two things can be right at the same time. 1776 is right. There's no control. They don't even like black women don't even want to socialize with black men. That's the funny part. And then on top of that, then you got the Democrat Party that put them up on the pedestal to the point that during the election time they don't even talk about black men. They only talk about black women. So what do you think that due to that behavior that they got? That only exacerbated the thing that
Hustle Smart. Check this out. Then when it was going on, all these black women were just riding high. We're gonna be a black woman in the White House. She wasn't even black. And then when it didn't happen, they came at us. I don't forget that, guys. Good night, bro.
Could you imagine being?
They came at us like
Dollar Bill, don't go.
They blamed us for Trump winning.
But could you imagine being in a house with Jasmine Crockett?
He got to put that depends on. He got to put them depends on, bro.
Could you imagine being in a house with Jasmine Crockett and stay alive?
I have nothing against Jasmine Crockett. I have nothing against. She's ignorant. But she's cute though. I like her, you know.
See, that's the thing, Carla.
Once the girl is a dime piece,
I guarantee you.
Tonight's the night of truth, man.
You know what I'm saying?
If Carla thinks a little hottie, man.
If Carla thinks she's cute, she get a pass. But she is ignorant as fuck. She ain't passed not one bill. She just get up there. She ain't no different from the black women online. They just talk shit about Trump and call Trump a racist all day.
Kyla like them dime pieces, man. Kyla like the dime pieces, man.
She keep them fresh wigs on, Kyla. She's definitely
I don't know what the hell she's saying. I really don't understand her policy, what she was saying, but she damn sure cute, you know.
She got no policy, Colin. She's not put out no bill. For her to be a lawyer, she ain't presented not one bill to Congress. They just put her out there to be the new Maxine Waters. That's all she is.
Mm-hmm.
And now she's ready for Senate in Texas.
Yeah, man.
Like she crazy as hell, but she just gonna get out there.
Let me say this, right? And it goes both ways, right? Also, the same toxic black women that we talk about, they're the ones who give cover to the criminal element in our community.
Yep.
But time out. The
toxic black women and the criminals working together.
But you got to understand this. This guy told me, one of my friends told me, he said he's addicted to toxic women. And he's addicted to them. The more, one thing about toxic women, they all look good. So
they say they got the best box too.
Yeah, so it's man, I just live and let live, man.
Hey, Colin, that's what's going on with the YNs. You was talking on another show about the YNs, and you like, how did they get like that? You got toxic women, and then they procreate, and they have them a little pookie. You get what I'm saying? Like I don't think it's disrespectful to call dudes Pookie and Ray Ray, because it shows you a sector of dudes that played a part. Like every name has it comes with it's just like you were saying about the white people and calling us the usual suspect, the 13%. It has to be in some examples of that to form that title. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, I understand when they look at me or whatever, they think the same thing, but at the end of the day, it's not what they call me, it's what I answer to. That's why when Dollar Bill, that none of that stuff got me upset. He thought mudslinging and calling names was gonna get me upset, and I'm like, bro, I done been locked up with dudes that's in prison for the rest of their life by somebody calling them a name, or somebody said something to their girl. Somebody said their girl was cute and they fight and kill them. Why would I be concerned about a dude online calling their name? That just
I was watching basketball. I was watching basketball. You got 6th graders with tattoos now, like little dudes, 5th grade with tattoos, because the women like that, man. You got to understand, men do what women like.
Yeah.
So
no, hold on. Can I say something? There's also men who promotes that toxicity and want women like that. You guys making it seem like it's the women.
Like I'm gonna tell you personally.
I'm gonna go after you, something. Go ahead, something.
In the 80s, like my uncle told me, black women couldn't stand a thug nigga, right? They couldn't stand it, right? But around like 89, 90 with like the gangster rap, then they just embraced them. Yeah. So it's a dynamic. Light skinned dudes never had tattoos in the NBA, but what that culture, kind of like that street culture, that street culture took over, like he said, 95, 96, where like if you don't look like you ready to choke a bitch, you ain't getting a bitch. Yeah. I'm gonna tell you.
Like you had to look like in 1992 to 96, if you didn't look like a drug dealer, you weren't getting the chicks. The chicks was getting picked up by dudes that wasn't even in school that was drug dealer. That's how big the dope game was, Prince P. It was based on the women. So you had these girls. So imagine this, Prince P. You in high school and you got these girls that used to be all nice. Now they after the drug dealer, like the drug dealer was giving these girls beeper. These girls had beepers in high school. So did they beeping each other back and forth? And what did the dudes see in high school? Man, in order to get these chicks, I need to be like the drug dealer. Because that's what the women demanded. If the women demanded that these dudes pull up their pants and stop getting gold teeth, these dudes would stop doing it. But these females want to fuck these type of dudes.
Overnight. That's why you see 6th graders with tattoos. That's why I said Dollar Bill, if he's really substituting, he would see this. You got kids 6th grade with sleeves, right? Because that's what the women like.
Right. That's what everything based on what the woman like. That's what Colin always says, don't it? That the community is based on what the women want. When you go in the white community, what do the white women prefer? They want a man. They ain't worried about love, looks, none of that. They want a house. They want security. What black women want? Black women want a nigga that can rap like Lil Wayne, can dance like Chris Brown, and can fight like goddamn a nigga that just got out of prison.
But I'm gonna tell you something about hustle. I'm gonna tell you something about hustle. This is from me, my style, right? A black woman wants to compete with a black man in the work world, right? Yeah. Right? She wants more degrees than him. She wants the government job. A white woman really is lazy. They just want security, right? Yep. Somebody to pipe them down and they can stay at home. White women are lazy. Our sisters, they want to compete with us on every level. It's a competition thing.
You don't think you generalizing?
Change that 1776. They don't want to compete against us. They want to surpass us. That's what Carla be talking about. They want to surpass us. That's why when the Democrat Party came along, they was like, that's why when Ice Cube came out with that plan for black people, that black women was like, no, what's for us? He was talking about the black community. Black women like, no. I know you talking about the black community, but what about black women? Which didn't make no fucking sense. But the black women, that made all the sense in the world. Yeah, what about us? You go on any of them things, they ain't never. Now, if you had black men up there talking, black men to be like, yeah, I'm trying to do something for my community, you know what I'm saying, for everybody in the community. You get a black woman up there talking, she only talk about women. You never hear her talking about bringing men along. And I talk about this all the time, even when it comes to child support. Black women will sit up there and put a man in jail for not giving $42. I don't give a damn if my baby mama owes me $42,000. This is the last point, I promise you. I don't give a damn if my baby mama owed me $42,000, Prince P. I would never tell my kids and put their mom in jail because they didn't give me a certain amount of money and tell them, hey, if my kids say, hey, Dad, where your mama? Oh, she in jail because she couldn't give you no money. Black women are proud to put dudes in jail because they didn't give it, because that's what the law said. So we always talk about the law. It's just like religion. We be about that law shit. Same thing when it comes to immigration. You had a nigga talk about due process. White people only care about due process when it benefits them. But black people use it like it's the end all be all. So we're gonna use this law. So since black women know that tool is in the drawer, they use it. When you go to child support court anywhere, it's them putting abandonment warrants on there about $30, $40. Because I just went to court last week about a traffic ticket. Man, it was guys in there, it was black women in there giving wrong addresses so they can send them. When they found out, if they send the mail out and you don't answer the mail, they'll put a default order in on you. I didn't even know that till I was at court the other day. So if the woman give them, she has to put an address down and a name down, because if she getting any type of benefits now in the state of Georgia, them chicks was in there writing 5 or 6 names down, giving 5 or 6 address, and whoever they send the letter out first, even if it ain't that address, they automatically put a default order in to say you're the child father by default, and child support enforcement go to trying to garnish and suspend their license.
But the thing is, like I was saying, a lot of the women that call the police on their partners are black women, right? That's why in a crazy way, I kind of like what Trump is doing, right? He's kind of like bringing the black family together, because a lot of these jobs, if they go away, the welfare goes away, then you're going to have to create a strong black community again. You're going to have husband and wife to make it, right? But once the welfare system is intact, where they got their rent and food together, man, it's just Dick Baskin Robbins. There's no need for a family.
Mm-hmm. Even my first wife, she wanted to be a city girl. She had a husband, a new husband, and then she broke up because she got into that feminist, and she wanted to be a city girl, and then they cut her they cut her benefits. You know what I'm saying? Cut her benefits down, and she was working for the state of Georgia, and then they cut her hours down. It's almost like she a part-time employee. She gets no benefits anymore. You know what I'm saying? And now she's trying to get back with the husband that she left and was out there being a city girl. It was my daughter mom. Man, we were just laughing at her. You get what I'm saying? Because that's the reality. Once the government, and they always talk like I did everything by myself. I'm like, how you even fix your mouth to say you did everything
they
by
almost
yourself?
talking like Dollar Bill. Like Dollar Bill talking about his degrees. That sounds like almost like a sister to me. That's all they talk about is some damn degrees,
I'm a
man.
PhD, just like Kevin Samuels. Listen, man. Anybody with 2 ears there's nothing wrong with being educated, but you can tell when people that are out of the loop, that are not on the pulse of what's going on now. You get what I'm saying? And that old thing about not saying anything, like that's some type of way you're a stand-up guy because you don't say anything. That's how the black races and the black communities got the way it is now. That's why you got these weird ass uncles that be touching on their own kin, because nobody don't want to say now. That's just Uncle Cedric over there being Uncle Cedric. He just like to hug and kiss. You know what I'm saying? We gatekeep. Yeah. We gatekeep in the black community. You know what I'm saying? Now, one thing I give white people credit for, when they got some old crazy family member, they hide them motherfuckers in the basement. You get what I'm saying? They let it be known, don't go around. But black people, because we always want a babysitter and somebody to watch the kids, we'll let some freaky ass dude in there. Why you think all these black women kids getting killed and getting abused? Because they got them meet some thug and bring him in and have him babysitting the kids. It is so many in Atlanta. It is so many black babies being killed by thugs. When women break up with their baby daddies and then they realize they need and daycare in Atlanta is like $600 a month. They meet some thug at the club or at the Quick Trip gas station, and then they move him in, and then they got him babysitting the kid because he don't work. He's scamming and selling drugs. And he's sitting there watching their kids, and then he get frustrated one day because he's sitting there at home trying to write a rap, trying to do a mixtape like Dollar Bill, and then he end up beating the kid, or stabbing the kid, or killing the kid. That's how crazy we are. That's how crazy the black community is. And it's just shameful that we only want to talk about the good stuff and just acting like that stuff don't happen.
What I'm worried about is what you just said is becoming normalized.
Normalized.
But it's been normal since the 70s.
It's becoming normalized. I'm sorry. I'll never get that. Not under my watch. If I have to piss people off, so the fuck what? You know?
But since the 70s, it's been like this.
White men do lead in pedophilia. What I'm saying is that the family don't try to hide it. The family let it be known.
I know so many kids. Look, my sister, my late sister Trina, she was molested by my aunt's husband. And basically, I never knew my sister why she was. And when I said, why she like this one? Then when she died, you know, I found out the truth, right? My family kept it from me.
Right.
They knew what I would do to him, you know? So they kept it from me, you know? And then out of all these years, he showed up at her funeral. And he just looked at me, he couldn't look me in the eye. He knew I knew, you know? He knew I knew, you know, that, you know, my parents left him with us, and he molested us. And then what gets me is, it wasn't even that bad, is that my aunt hated my sister for it. My aunt blamed my sister for her losing her husband. So my sister had mental problems. She died in the Bronx, you know. She was, remember that guy was going around the Bronx hitting women with hammers? My sister got killed by that guy, you know, about 10 years ago. So anyway, she all whole life when she was a lesbian. She was, you know, look, I've been through a lot of shit. I've seen a lot. That's why nobody could preach to me, you know. I know what I know. You know, I know what I know. And
that's the same thing about me, and that's why even though we come from two different spectrums. That's why we can see eye to eye on a lot of things, because we don't been through so much shit that we know that it's changeable.
I lost 3 cousins for their 30th birthday to the streets. 3 cousins got that. I should be sitting around getting ready to go see on the holidays right now. 3 cousins, you know, 3 cousins I love, you know. That was my age. My little cousin Albie, he was 10 years younger than me, you know. But my other 2 cousins were around my same age. We should have been friggin' at now. And his son, right? My cousin Ali's son, I saw him at almost broke down in tears. His son, magnificent. I saw him a couple of years. He was getting into thug life and everything. But guess where he is right now? He's at Harvard University. You know, so the bottom line is prayer and everything. I've been through some shit, you know. I said like this, and you know what the most powerful thing was? I said, this is my cousin Ali's son, right? And I was not in a position to help this boy, you know. I said, now if I was rich, a white man, whatever like that, I'd move to New York, buy a house, right? And both his sons, come live with me. I'll raise you. You know?
That's my point, caller. That's what I'm trying to. And Kunguru, I agree with you. It is more white. What I'm saying is that one thing about white people, they'll goddamn try to send their family member to counseling, and then they're gonna get him.
They got resources.
They got the resources, but we don't have the resources, so we sit up there and play it off and don't say nothing.
So right? We can't help our people right now. We can't do anything. We're powerless in the system. And then you got people that want to act bad, deliberately. That's what I'm talking about. We're already powerless, right? But yet you got people out there want to engage in ratchet, sick behavior and whatnot to add on top of it. You know, that's what I'm frustrated about.
And then when you say something about it, you shaming women.
And then also when you say something about it, you're the bad guy. I'm the bad guy.
Just think about it. Think about it like this. The black women are so above reproach is when you say something to them about their negative behavior, some type of way you're shaming them about the actions that they did, that they recorded and put out there in the atmosphere. They put out the most ratchet ass shit on the internet, and you just supposed to say all positive stuff about it. If you say anything about checking them, only God can judge them, and you shaming them.
judge not. At least you be just shut the hell up.
Oh no, hey, in one first, black women are definitely hypersexual. They'll definitely be pedophiles too. They definitely do that shit. But in the black community, as young boys, you taught that, man, you won the lottery. That if an older black woman want to give you some. So we're taught in the black community that's like that you should be proud of an older black women want to have sex with you. But it's the opposite way. If it's a man want to have sex with a young girl, then he's the worst of the community. But if a black woman do it to a younger black child, he supposed to be proud. He becoming a man. That's why I say we're doomed as a people, because we have a double standard in how we treat each other, Colin. We can't have a double standard in how we treat each other. It should be, if the rules for D should be the rule for me should be the rules for D, or vice versa. It should be rules for one group of one gender and rules and no rules, all the rules for the other gender. It doesn't work like that. No other society that it works like that. It ain't no society where the women are in charge. And it went anywhere.
No, it's actually the white man.
Can I push back a little bit?
Go ahead.
They act through a surrogate of black females. White man's actually the ones in charge. They
definitely in charge. They like listen, before you say something, Person P, and that's the part where I understand about black women. This is the only part I understand, because we put in a position of where we're professional employees, so we working the same jobs they working. We working right on the side of them, and then they the one get promoted. That shit is just the same way that was going on with the slave plantation. They'll put a woman in the house. They would always have more women in the house than men. So that same type of house nigga standard that was going on the plantation still goes on at the job, where they'll put women in charge, and then the supervisor start going to the women and start, hey, keep your eye on this. Let me know if you hear anything. When you need that day off, or you need to leave early, I'll let you off early. You get what I'm saying? It don't take that much, because black women, they have things they have to deal with. Their kids have to miss some days. You know what I'm saying? But I remember I used to work at this job called CSCXI. And man, them women used to mix days of work, but all the damn time, every month, be late at this, have an excuse. Black man, they used to get fired. They was counting occurrences. But the black women didn't get like that. And then we started finding out when anything was getting told or anybody was outside, because you couldn't even smoke on the property. It was always black women telling on black men. Black men was never telling on black women. It's always been like that since the slave plantations going on now. Go ahead.
But I don't know. Maybe it's because I'm an outsider looking in. I still see the men leading. Right, I see there's different types of women. There's different types of men. Hold on.
Are you on crack, man?
No, bro.
I really want him to tell me how he see black men leading. I got to hear this, man.
There's different type of men, right? So some of these ratchet women you're talking about, they're following these type of like street kind of dudes that concede to women type of dude. That's what they follow.
No. Let me stop you right there.
Pro-black women follow the pro-black men. The church women follow the church type dudes.
The evolution of hip hop changed when the women changed. When the sexual revolution happened with black women, when that feminist shit happened, when women want to start walking around butt ass naked and all that, and they wanted a different type. They started, Prince P, they started saying this in the 1996 when they didn't want regular dudes no more. They started calling regular dudes lame. Only in our community that we call white people don't call their smart people lame. They don't glorify people that getting out of jail that don't kill 20 people. You get what I'm saying? Hold on, this is the last part. I was shocked when I got out of jail, Prince P, and females was lined up. My other homeboy, because I went in there, my other homeboy went in there. He got out of college and I got out of jail. Who you think the women was coming after? The me getting out of jail or the dude that just got out of college?
That's deep. I don't know.
Just take a guess, Prince P.
Probably, but what kind of was it like street woman, like a hood type chicks?
No, bro. These
All
chicks
types.
work for the FAA. Federal Atlanta is full of got corporate women. They
All
just
those-
like
Yeah, I've
that.
seen them. Yeah.
Hold on, if you're a black professional, got your degree, got your little money in the bank, now the excitement is you get a thug. You know, they don't
Yeah.
need to do he's boring. Now you can do some dangerous shit because he gonna give you that power. Let me tell you how women are, brother. So a lot of women, particularly black, I noticed that, right? They like dudes that can fight, dudes that can protect them, because you understand something how women are, right? And it's how white women are like this too, right? When you see white supremacists, even the Klan and everything like that, people always say the white man. No, you know who's behind all that? The white female.
Yep.
You know, when you see the criminal element in the black community, guys go out there. Why would guys risk going out there moving a package to get 30 years in jail? It's a female that's behind that.
Female.
There's always a female behind that, right? So the female basically like that danger and excitement, you know, that the thug and that lifestyle brings. You know, it is what it is. There's nothing you could do to stop that other than pray that a lot of women just want a virtuous man, honorable man, and whatnot. But if you look at our culture, Principe, is there anything honorable about the music that you see right now? Everything is going into black culture and everything like that. Is that good or negative?
There's a lot of negative elements, but there's like sub-genres, though. There's sub-genres.
Put out the negative vibe, right? Okay, the very worst elements of black people come out. You know, with black men want to be thugs and everything like that, and black women want to be manipulative and city girls and loose hoes. You know,
Mhm.
So you got the black man at his worst level, a thug, a criminal. And you got black women at the lowest level. A freaking
Yeah, but the people. Hold on.
Gang signs and gang banging. Now the black women are doing drill rap about kill a hoe, kill a nigga. It's black women that rap. Hey, Principal, I can name you 15 women drill rappers. 15. That ain't never existed.
That's true. But my thing is this: it's you're trying to make it seem it's just a woman. I feel like it's both the men. There's an element. It's not even all of them. But there's an element of both the men and women pushing that.
But think about it like this, though. Think about it like this. You gotta step out the box for a second, Principal. It's the men's fault because the men don't have any power. So it's like, damn if you do, damn if you don't. The man don't have any power. He doesn't have any power.
Can I ask you a question real quick?
Let me say this last thing. The white man give the black woman power. The white man give the black women jobs. The white man tell a black woman when to come to work and when don't come to work. The white man giving her paychecks and let her take days off. Black man ain't doing that. So why would a black woman say that again, Colin?
99% of black women are employed by. If you think that's not going to affect the social dynamics of a people, it does. You know.
Now you want to talk about
women? Hold on, let me say this. There's no way we should. When whoever decided to make us Americans, and so one thing or major thing is like, if you're going to have this American society, right? The black man has to be the leader of this said community, or it's going to fall apart. And they didn't want to agree to that, right?
Nope.
They didn't empower the black man. So what you're seeing, Principe, is the absolute destruction of a community, because you cannot build a matriarchal society based on the fact that the females are empowered by people who really are the enemies of black men.
Exactly. And that's why I say we're doomed. That right there, Principal, sums up why I say we're doomed. It's the implosion of the black. It ain't that you don't see it, but if you look at it, if you step outside and look at the black race as a business, we are failing. We're bankrupt.
No, you take the Arabs, the Indians, and everything. The male, like Indians, when they come here, do you think their women get out of line? No, they're married by the time they're 19. You know, you can't get near Indian woman. They got their pussy situation straightened out. You know, they do ages and everything like that. The only group of people that do not have any control over women, their ability to marry as black Americans,
it's black people. That's it. Even the Latino. Let's talk about the Latinos for a second.
They be married these hot lads at young ages. You know?
They married them at a young age, and then on top of that, they give them jobs with cooking and whatever domestic role they do, and they support them business. That's why I try to tell you. That's why Latinos will always win, because Latinos never get tired of eating tacos. I see them all over Atlanta every day. Them taco spots is filled up every day. But that's not how it is in the black community. The products and the food that we cook, because you go to these soul food restaurants, you paying $63 for 2 pieces of chicken and some macaroni and green beans. Then they want to charge you a gratuity. Then they want to charge you a to-go fee. And then that'll make you go to the Chinese place that sells soul food. That'll make you start going to these Jimmy John's and, for lunch and to get a sub sandwich, because these people ain't asking for no tip. They don't ask for no tips at Subway or Jimmy John's, do they, Collar? They don't ask for tips at the Chinese restaurants. Black people want you to overpay for goddamn food that'll goddamn clog up your arteries and make your ankle swell up, Prince P. And since we can't hire black women, matter of fact, black women don't even want to work for us. They like working for the white man because the white man pat them on the head like a dog and he sent them out there. The white man can't watch everybody on the job with 400 people, 800 people per P, but he gets the black woman to watch him. That's why they put him in HR. That's why they put him at security. In Atlanta, most of the security people are women. The people who call the police the most is women.
And so add on to that, I was actually surprised by this. I remember one time I went to a warehouse to go pick up a package. The supervisors were black women. I was like, the fuck?
Yeah.
In the warehouse, that wasn't really that wasn't expected.
Yeah. Something where manual labor, like manual labor, you picking up boxes, like I went to this food service to pick up, and man, these bags of rice was like 50 pounds it's the place that they do Church's Chicken and Popeyes, that flour and that rice. It's like 50 pound, 100 pound bag. And I'm like, how the hell is a black woman a supervisor and she can't do the job? You know what I'm saying? Like this is the thing. When you go to the job sites where there's Latinos and the white dude is there, I'll make it anecdotal. When them white they had to come out here and fix my roof, Jonathan and Prince P. And when they fixed my roof, they had the goddamn the head man was a white dude. But he had an all Latino crew. So guess who the foreman was? He had a Mexican guy as a foreman because everybody up under him was a goddamn Latino. When I tell you, them motherfuckers got up on my roof, and I'm telling you, they took breaks, but it was always somebody on my roof. They put my whole roof down in a matter of 6 hours before the sun fell down. So son was out there eating and the son was up there working. When they got through eating, that's how they took their break, but it was never a complete stop. But you'll work a job here where it's goddamn all black people working there and the manager is a white dude. They don't put black people in position to manage other black people unless they put a woman in charge. And why do they put that woman in charge? So she can be like the guard dog. Because a black man, he'll be too busy trying to fuck all the chicks. So he ain't finna be trying to get no chicks fired or whatever. He's gonna be trying to be the pimp. But the black woman tried to be the guard dog in these situations. Go ahead.
Yeah, I get what you're saying to a degree, but at the same time,
what part you don't get, President P? Just think, don't do that shuffling that you do sometimes.
No shuffling, man. Like.
Let's be specific.
Like you from the hood, right? You from the hood, right? There's certain people, bro. So even rougher, right? So there's certain people that they naturally gravitated towards being gangster and liked that bullshit and that pimping and all that goofy shit. And certain people will copy that lifestyle to be down, right? So you can't say that everybody went with it because of the women. Some of those people who like that lifestyle, they turn the women out where I'm from. I mean,
everybody, let's stay with this point. I'm telling you, all the niggas in my neighborhood that sold drugs, and when they got through selling drugs, the next conversation was, let's go to the mall so we can buy some clothes and go to the skate rink and impress some bitches. That's how the conversation went with everybody. Because the drug dealer was, listen, the drug dealer was getting all the chicks.
Yeah, but I'm trying to say there's a distinction that there's a man that's the same way on the plantation. All the overseers weren't women. There were men who were the overseers as well. There was a
you're going too far back in the past.
No, you sound crazy, bro.
Wait, let me back that up.
Yeah, see, you looking at it from a slave. The slave had more structure. The street does not. So what I'm saying is that every dude that like girls is on the way, they wouldn't even talk to you unless the girls would ask you. You sell drugs, you got money, you got a beeper. If you ain't have a beeper, you wasn't even getting a chick. So how the heck do you know how much beepers cost back then? They cost like $300, $400. $300, $400 in the 90s is equivalent about $800. Minimum wage back then was $3.25, $3.65. So how else you was gonna come up with a pager? You had to sell drugs. So that's how them old dudes started giving us little packs. They used to give us $500 packs. You bring them back $350 and you keep $150. That's how it all started. But it all started again. And now dudes was out there selling drugs to help out their family. They did it to get chicks.
But I think what a lot of people don't understand, and that's part of being a stoic, you accept things for what they are, right? You have to accept that you can't reverse the past. What is, right? So this whole dating, the whole dynamic, it is what it is. You're not going to be able to reverse it, right? As a black man, you don't have the power to really even control anything. You know, if you can find a sister that rocks with you, that has 100% cooperation, you're a blessed man. You know, and you got to thank the Most High for that. But the way the system is, man, I've worked on many jobs, man. And like Hustle Smart said, you always have a black woman supervisor. And you think the white man can crack a whip? A 35-year-old black woman will crack a whip till your fucking back vibrates, okay?
And slang the weave in your face at the same time.
Yeah. So it is what it is, man. You know, I always say around 1970, they married the government. And that's why sisters have a disproportional amount of representation in the federal and the state government, right?
Now, let me tell you the part that's black men fault, Prince P. Since everybody always say, I don't never say that about black men. Now, let me tell you 100% what black men was at fault. When they started doing that, when the women married the government, the women would come back and say, well, you know what? Just leave the house. You know what I'm saying? When they come around, when they get through, when the rent office closed, you can come back at night. And black men went for that. They started sneaking out. They would sneak out all day, be out playing, and then when they come back, they would sneak back in because back in those days, they were strict about it. You can have no men there. They'll come by and search the houses you have in the clothes there. So black men would go out with their bags, put it in their car, and then come back. And they did that for years.
See, like when I talk about pre-integration, sometimes Kyle get on me, right? But your grandfather never had any problems with his woman. She always had the big piece of chicken right there, right? But when we embraced liberalism in the 70s and we gravitated away from like family values, the black man lost all power, man. Your grandfather lived a good life. It don't matter if he came home from the factory at 10 p.m. He had a big fucking piece of chicken, right? Yeah. And whatever, his newspaper, everything. So your grandfather never went through what what we're going through. Your grandmother always cooperated with your grandfather. He was always fucking right. You like, what the fuck? You know, but that's how it is. It's just
integration and sexual revolution did us dirty because we wasn't ready to compete. So it's just like how they always say, even me and Colin had this conversation, and Colin was like, saying, Hustle, we had all these empires, and I'm like, Colin, that's like in the 1600s. Like if we was back in those days, I would be like, yeah, but we're not in those same days of the Mali Empire and all them empires and stuff and all that. Like that was back then when no cars was invented. There was no fax machines. There were no telephones. You get what I'm saying?
No iPhone, no nothing, man.
Yeah,
like
no
just being my age.
It was fire. You had to light a fire to get some light at night.
Being my age, I get a kick. Sometimes you see kids in elementary school, they got an iPhone. I remember the payphone when you had to put 50 cents, they leave the Boys and Girls Club.
I remember when call waiting happened. I remember I was on the phone, man. At the fair, they always tell this story. I thought like it was some aliens coming back. Then the phone just clicking and buzzing in the background. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? I had no idea I need to click it because the phones back then didn't have the touch me. You had to really press you had to walk up to the phone because we had the long extension cord. So I'm sitting at the table and the phone is on the wall and this motherfucker clicking and shit and clicking. I was scared. I told my mom and everything. And then she was like, oh yeah, they got this new feature called call waiting. I had no idea what I thought it was I thought it was the government or aliens trying to reach. I didn't know what the hell was going on. And then the next day I was like, oh shit, you can click on. Then the next day, let me tell you, that's how it. Let me tell you the evolution of call waiting. It started getting toxic. Then you can star 6. Then you can block your number. Then you could call somebody and play on the phone. Like all that stuff started happening. Technology made basic inventions toxic. Just like with AI. Now look what AI doing. You can't even tell the difference between a real video and an AI video because it has all went toxic. We make it toxic. Like 1776 might invent a car. You know what I'm saying? And then somebody they're gonna Principal P gonna make the car where, you know what I'm saying, when it bounce on the ground, you know what I'm saying, it say shake that asshole. You know what I'm saying? Like somebody gonna make it ratchet. You get what I'm saying? They're gonna sexualize. That's what we do, and that's what we do in America. We sexualize every invention.
And just with technology, you got Instagram, you got Snapchat, right? So you really can't sustain a vibrant relationship when she got 10 niggas on the batter's deck, right in her phone. As soon as you have an argument, man, I just accept life for what it is, man.
The thing about it is that I just have never had a lust for women. I'm just one of them type of guys that I don't have lust for women. And then, you know what I'm saying? So since I'm not, I don't believe in sympathy but I got friends that they go off of that. They'll sit up under a chick and tell everything she want while she going through with a boyfriend and tell her just to get it. And you know what I'm saying? Like then they fall out with the chicks and these crazy chicks come up to the job and bust out their car windows. And I used to be like, bro, was it worth it? And he was like, hell yeah. I'm like, how? How being a simp? You know what I'm saying? You're like, man, you just don't understand, man. You know what I'm saying? You got to be mentally connected. I'm like, no. Why would I want to be just for, And it just made me see it like how black people, man, we so hypersexual. We're like animals, bro. Like when I look at Jamaicans, when I look at the Haitians, like with the Haitian, all they talk about is poom poom and fucking and wind that pussy in a circle and your poom poom fat and then your poom poom give life. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's all they talk about is sex.
Oh, man.
All they do when I used to go to the Pasa, it was number chicks out there with shorts on, with no drawers, with they box hanging out, and dudes behind them picking them up in the air and acting like they eat sweaty box. It's just
But if you listen to 90% of all our music is about like woman worship.
Woman worship.
So it creates that urge because every song you think of,